Hi, hey, hello, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's Sunday at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. It's exactly 1 on the dot. It's 7/26/26, and that's July 26, 26. And it's 75 degrees out. We're like exactly almost halfway through the year, and it's an interesting time. The time's flying by for me. It's kind of interesting. 1 o'clock, it's on Sunday, 7/26, 75 degrees, as you can see from the clock on the wall. And I'm going to, I'm going to be playing some Grand Theft Auto and some EVE Online and some FFXI and some Starfield today. Not really playing EVE. I'm a little bit burnt out on EVE. I'm doing a lot of faction warfare, and I like to let it cool down a little bit. I'm getting in fights with my own faction and stuff like that, and that's how you know you've been doing it too much. And so, yep, and I'm going to drop it off the big face now and play some video games and listen to some videos. And I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in today. Oh, I love you guys. The check's in the mail. What's up, guys? How are you? So today I'll be playing some GTA 5 Enhanced and some Starfield. I gotta sell some stuff to the vendor. Yeah, but I will do a Grand Theft Auto 5 run to see how it's running on my OBS and see if it's an acceptable frame rate. I don't know. It wants me to... The AI suggested that I lock the frame rates on GTA 5 Enhanced because I'm not getting the frame rate that I should get. Stop. 3.47 miles. Okay. Get the fuck out of my way, fucking muggle. No. Fucking idiot. How much... Oh, why did I get out? Oh. Well, let's just go see. Body armor. Yeah, I'm out of body armor. Ah, why did you run me over, you fucking cocksucker? I'm on the fucking median. Oh, it takes 60 seconds to go buy some body armor. Yeah.
Just one more line of defense. There you go.
Alright. Okay, here we go. Gonna get me in a gunfight with these pursuers because I don't feel like being chased today. Yeah, the frames aren't amazing, but they're at least running. OBS is not overloaded, but it's, I don't know, something about this game, it just won't run it that well anymore, and it makes me nervous that GTA will not be on my channel the way I thought it would be. When I first played this client, it was fucking perfect, but it's not now. It won't run in OBS very well at all. I don't know. But whatever. It looks beautiful on my screen. Bada bing, bada bing.
Bada bing, bada boom.
By 9:45.
Oops, sorry. Turn the volume up loud enough. Yep. Just jump around here a little bit, and then you. Oh yeah, the pursuers. So get up. What? What? Fucking dumb. Go, motherfucker. No. Go, motherfucker. Go. Why would you move? Stop. Get out. I lost the pursuers. Oh, phone's ringing. Excuse me. Just a second. Hello? Uh-huh. We're having ears of corn, correct? I'm thinking pepper steak. I don't know though. Like some kind of steak with corn. I don't know. I'm not a food guy. But, yeah, but that sounds kind of like work intensive. Is that kind of like too much? Because it sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, pepper steak with ears of corn. I don't know what goes with corn, so I don't like stuffed peppers. I have an aversion to stuffed peppers. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not my favorite food at all. No, I meant like peppered steak. I don't know what pepper steak is. I'm not a food guy. Honestly, I just was. I don't know because you're asking me for ideas. I don't know. I don't know what pepper steak is. I just suggested it. Sorry. I mean, I don't think about food a lot. um. Oh yeah, pizza's always good. Yeah, I mean it's up to you. That's good. You got blue cheese, right? Like dressing. Yeah, like I don't do pizza without blue cheese anymore, so I don't know if that affects the taste or how you cook it, but yeah. I meant like after. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Okay. No. I think so. Okay, well thank you. Okay, love you. Bye. Yeah, look at that frame rate. It's beautiful on my screen, but on the OBS, it's like 30 frames per second or something. It's fucking stupid. I don't think I should play this game anymore. I don't know. I'll call a cab and I'll go to the, or no, what I'll do is I will take preferences and go to, not the bunker, but the, oh yeah, oh yeah, I have money at the nightclub. Oh yeah, you're supposed to loot the safe at the nightclub. I forgot about that. So, but I don't care. I'm just gonna go to the freak shop. There's lots of ways to make money in this game, but I want the most passive stuff.
5 p.m. The very aggressive, bright, fluorescent LED.
Stop. Go back and start over and make the volume much
Bada bing,
better.
bada boo.
There we go.
By 9:45 p.m., the very aggressive, bright, fluorescent LED lights are enough to drive anybody insane and give somebody a headache, especially if you've been inside this giant Dollar General store all day long. With all the bright neon yellow signs, because of course that is the store's color, Ariel has been working at this specific location for the past 2 years, which, like a lot of other Dollar General stores and stores with the word dollar in its name, most things are not a dollar. The average price of an item at the Dollar General is around $2.50. But it is still cheaper than other stores, and it's one of the very few stores in this entire town of Hamden, Ohio. The population of the town is around 700 people. I wouldn't be surprised if Ariel has seen at least
I think I will
a good
keep this Berserker Magstorm actually and put it on my bar. I only need one of these Varun Star Shards. Number 7. Okay, we will keep this Berserker Magstorm. Yeah, that's a good weapon. And replace this other Star Shard and just sell it. Weapons. So, no. Ooh, Star Shards. Yeah, what do they have for weapons, actually? Lawgiver, Arc Welder. No, I'm looking for value here. Sort by value. Boosted advanced shoddy. There's a mag shot. There's a mauling axe. Advanced old earth pistol. Advanced shoddy. Razorback. Nova light. Mauling lawgiver. Solstice and rattler. Okay, so I will sell Star Shard, Magstorm. That was the Magstorm, right? Yep. And then, yeah, no, we go down the line here. Breach, AA-99, Refined Tombstone, Beowulf, AA-99, Equinox, Hunting Rifle, Drumbeat, Equinox, Calibrated, Elemental Reforged, Quantum Edged, Osmium Dagger. This guy's out of credits.
chunk of the entire population. Walk in, grab something, check out at her cash register. Since it is one of the few stores, I can also imagine that Ariel gets a lot of regulars. One particular family, the Siders, they always come in at 9:45 p.m. just before closing. You can usually smell them before you see them. And
Wait,
that's
my
not
headphones
meant
just
to be-
died. What? God damn it, these fucking headphones didn't charge. Oh, I think it's because this case has earwax in it. Damn it. I'm gonna clean it. Damn it. What was this about? You didn't charge my headphones all night for some reason. Oh. Oh, maybe the cord came undone, actually. That might be what it is. You're under the leg of this thing? Yeah, get out from under it then. Wait, get out from under it. Ah. Did you pull this? Yeah, you did. You, like, pulled that. Oh, fucking annoying. It's such a bad cord mess. There, are you charging this thing now? Give it like an hour. I'll plug into my headphones here. Give me these headphones. Okay. Fucking annoying. My headphones didn't charge. Nope. Okay, sorry about that. Had some technical hardware issue there. Okay. Oops.
Okay, we'll need to pay, but I'll see where you can get some things in bulk.
Oh, damn it. So annoying. This is my cab fare to the next place. And then I'll stop. Are you charging? Can't tell. Yeah, you are. There's a bridger. I don't know, I think I want, it's not a very impressive bridger. Oh, yeah, Sex Tech is a resource, okay. I need to put storage on this thing if I can. I don't think I can, though. Yeah, but I mean, that's enough weight. Between me and that is enough weight. That's like 1,200 pounds. That should be enough to get everything I need to do done. Now I will sell all of this. I don't know. What is that alien genetic material worth? 214, huh? Hmm. I need med packs and trauma packs and emergency packs, but he doesn't have them. I'll take your heart plus, yep. And then, yeah, I think that's everything, actually. It's good. I think we're finally done here, and I can go and buy blend. Oops. Thank God I saved right at the end of it. Okay, so, yeah. And now we go to Walleye. Oh. Wait, get up.
In an offensive way. Ariel and the Dollar General staff, they have seen families that were struggling, and I think everyone can agree it is better to buy a bag of rice for the kids than it is to buy shampoo if you really have to choose between the two. And Ariel remembers she and her colleagues would purchase hygiene products with their own money to give to the Sider family. But the next day they would come in and it didn't smell like they were using any of the hygiene products. So Ariel says they all kind of backed off from that point because they thought maybe the family was getting offended that they were offering them hygiene products. So maybe it's best to just back off and lay off. But Ariel did notice some really odd things about the ciders. You have the parents, they look to be in their 30s.
15,000 RP puts me at 85. Cool. Okay, now we go back outside and we call a cab. And have them take us to the stash house. It's right down the street. So I don't need a cab. Oh, did I get him? No. Whoa! Yeah, it was a good front flip. Okay, I'm gonna get off this game now. Oh, I should go to the nightclub. Oops. I'd like to buy some liquor, please. More blend? To get into the bed. What do I do in the bed? That's a bed? Okay. Oops, the money was over here, yeah. There was 44,600. Stick it away. $2.7 million. Okay, let's quit this game. Solid as a rock. Ooh, I got a lot of silver. There, start crafting now. We'll see what we can do. Let's look at my Hypernaut. Algos Navy.
They do carry with them the very distinct smell of cat urine. Sometimes they would come in alone, sometimes they would bring along a child or two. The children would always have hair in their face. Like, not just messy hair, but their hair would be covering their face and covering their eyes. You could not get a good look at their face. Ariel says the children would also stick very close to the parents, as close to them as possible, and it almost felt like to Ariel that the children were taught to never look up or make eye contact with others. According to Ariel, the family came in and would always buy the same few things. Sometimes they would purchase sugar once in a blue moon. Very rarely, not all the time, but like once in a blue moon, they would purchase diapers. But they're coming in nearly every day, so what are they buying? They would always buy the same two things: a jug of water and a decent sized bottle of vegetable oil. Water and vegetable oil. Water and cooking oil are usually staples in everybody's house, but I don't know how frequently one needs to replenish their oil. Would you need to restock it as frequently as you would a jug of water? Monday, June 29th of this year, Ariel sees the Cider family walk in and purchase their regular items: a jug of water and a decent sized bottle of vegetable oil. The next day, June 30th, Tuesday, She sees them on the news after they are arrested in connection to what has now been dubbed the Ohio House of Horrors case, where 16 children were found cramped in a 12 by 12 room, where there are more questions than answers now. The initial questions were, of course, is this human trafficking? Is this a human trafficking ring in the middle of nowhere, Ohio? Who are the 16 children? Who are their parents? Where were they born? How long were they in that room for? How did nobody notice? And what were they doing with the vegetable oil? This is the case of the Siders family.
Why did you abuse kids like this so fucking badly of them? 16, motherfucker. You make America look so fucking bad. I'd kill you my fucking self! You know it's some man. It's some rapey man as fucking usual. It's a rapey man raping his fucking kids, abusing them, neglecting them. Another man sucking that big fat dick as usual. Making my gender look good. Making my country look good. Making Ohio look good. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man, I would kill you my fucking self. Children is what I'm least... it's the thing I have the least tolerance in the fucking world. I'd kill him myself if given a chance. Jesus Christ. How much sorrow did you cause nearly 20 people? I mean, and the rest of the country. Fucking shithead. Wait, did I buy blend? How much blend do I have? 42. Yeah, I think I did buy blend, right? I did. But I'm going to just double check here.
We would like to thank today's sponsor.
The picture that they do.
Who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the children in today's episode. All the official donation information will be in the show notes. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers. We'd also like to thank you for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's episode involves mentions of underage marriages, potential speculations of incestuous relationships, DV, CA, deprivation, and torture. Please do not prioritize this episode over your mental health. This case is also super current. There are still investigations, pending court charges, lots of updates. It's evolving every day. So if there are any updates between now and the posting of this episode, we're going to be sure to add a pinned comment below. Lastly, quotes, statements, comments may be shortened for brevity. And there's going to be a lot of times where in the episode, we're going to talk about people who have come forward to speak about the family. Those are unverified individuals. They are not testifying in the court of law. They are not being subpoenaed. These are not sworn statements of truth. They're just like Facebook posts. I'm going to indicate when any of those we should be a little bit wary of. But with that being said, let's get started. I have never seen a house like this before. It is a big lot with a lot of green trees surrounding it. And it's a small house, like 1,300 square feet. Which that sounds nice, like a little plot of land with a lot of green foliage. I mean, it probably could be nice, but it's also sitting directly across from railroad tracks. There's not even a fence, nothing guarding the tracks. Instead of looking out your front door and seeing your neighbor, you just see railroad tracks. And they're working railroad tracks too. It is considered a class 2 track, meaning run as needed. It's not inactive, but it is very low traffic, which is probably for the best. The houses sitting around the railroads, they don't look like they have the best soundproofing, and it could also be very dangerous for pets and kids. Nevertheless, June 30th of this year, 2026, Vinton County Sheriff's Office, they start making their way over to the railroad tracks. They're investigating a case, not on the tracks, but directly across from it in one of those small boarded up houses. Officers from the sheriff's office show up alongside Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations. It's unclear if that's how they always operate in tandem, but I will say the Vinton County Sheriff's Office does have 10 sworn officers. That's it. So it could be that. Like, they always need backup. I don't know. Now, this particular house, the officers are approaching, and likely it just hits them like a force field before they even enter. It's like the house is alive. It has a smell, distinctly cat urine mixed with who knows what else. Others that have been there before describe it as a foul odor just emanating from the house. When you walk in, the front room, the walls and the doors they look beyond battered. Let's say you don't shower for a few days and you've got all this like grime on your arm and you just like rub your arm against the wall. on repeat until the walls are oddly stained with grime. It's not like if you were to drag a big dark colored piece of furniture across the wall. It's grimy and it's inconsistent. It's here, it's splotchy. It's not just marks and scratches. It looks like a subway station, like filth on the wall. The house looks abandoned. There's trash on the floor. It piles up around the walls like some sort of mini landfill. And in the front room of this house is this hanging picture frame. It's like a portrait, but it's art. It's of a tiger. And it's a very odd placement and a very odd piece of decor, especially in a house that looks so battered that there's not even like a real meaningful piece of furniture or something to sit on. It almost makes the tiger painting hanging on the wall look like some sort of museum level artifact that's just waiting to be discovered. And right under the only piece of artwork in the entire place is a freezer. I don't know if it works. The entire place feels like a dump. There's bags of rice, like a small bag of rice, and right next to it is a can of roach spray, which I can't say is the most appetizing look. It's hard to tell if all the black marks on the ground are cat hair, disintegrated trash, grime, feces, rat droppings. Like, it could be anything, but it is everywhere. It is the type of house where any movement in your peripheral vision is most likely a roach, and that's if you're lucky. Somehow the air feels thicker in a place like this. It's a small 1,300 square foot home, but it feels like it's fit an entire landfill inside of it. The basement is filled with trash. I don't know how to describe it, but the pictures that you see of it, it's, if you've seen any sort of hoarding home situation, you may know the visual, but it's when the trash has been sitting for so long in an unmanaged pile, it looks like it's melting into each other. I don't know how it works. There must be some scientific reason, but if I were to put a plastic trash bag on my kitchen counter for years later, it would still be a plastic trash bag. But for some reason, when you pile it together with all these other buckets of unidentified substances, cardboard boxes, moldy clothes, it disintegrates to look like it is melting in an oven. As the investigators make their way through each room, they find a little 12 by 12 foot room. It's also trashed. I mean, it's filled with human feces, waste. Inside that room, they find 16 people, 16 children, ranging in ages, the youngest being 18 months old, which is just a year and a half old, to the oldest being 18 years old.
White people.
They are covered in human waste with insect bites, scratch marks on them. They're all crammed in a space. 12 by 12, just to give you an idea, it is smaller than the size of a standard parking spot at your local grocery store, which is typically like a 9 by 18, sometimes 9 by 20 foot space. 12 by 12 is smaller than that.
That's crazy.
Investigators, they rush to get all 16 children out of this house as safely as possible. First to the
Caldari Navy hook bill. Nice. Got a claw. 10.273 bill. I mean, caught a outrighter there. Made some money. I sold some retrievers. People do bet on retrievers. It's good to know.
The hospital. Some have to be flown by medical helicopters to local level 1 trauma centers, and it should be noted that authorities have said repeatedly, had they come a day or two later, someone could have died in that house.
I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with
Venture
a death
PPO.
or multiple deaths of these children.
After safely taking all the 16 children into state care, they arrest every single adult in that house. 73-year-old Gary Siders Sr., 67-year-old Christina Lynn Siders, 36-year-old Gary Siders Jr., and 33-year-old Elizabeth Siders. 4 adults. So just to give you the family tree, Gary Sr. and Christina are married. They have a son, Gary Jr., who marries a woman named Elizabeth Siders. But when they were married, she was not a woman. She was 15 when they got married, but more on that in a second. So all 4 adults are arrested. They're charged with 16 counts of felony child endangerment. And at first, the speculation online was that this House of Horrors, that's what it's been dubbed online, like a lot of previous cases that have similar characteristics, but it must have been some sort of human trafficking ring. Otherwise, why would there be 16 children crammed into this small room? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Ohio authorities have come out to dispel the rumors and ease some of the tension. They state that this is not a case of human trafficking, even in the slightest, that there is no danger to the community or to society at large. So what is happening? Maybe the neighbors have an idea. The next door neighbor to the Siders says, well, first they were shocked by it because they didn't even know that there were any kids living in there to begin with. They never saw any children near the home, in the home. They thought it was just like 4 adults living there. Not 4 adults and 16 children. They thought it was just 4 adults, not 20 people living inside that tiny little house.
It's stupid this happened close to Wellston and Benton County. Benton County, I mean, you don't know what's going on in this world anymore.
The only thing people could find evidence that there were children indeed living in that house, because people are like, well, what if the neighbors are lying? What if the neighbors were complicit and they didn't report this and now they're trying to cover their ass? But when you look at drone footage and photos of the house, really the only evidence that you can see from the outside, and not really, is like this abandoned, broken children's bike in the front lawn. But it looks abandoned. And then in like the brush, the grass, there is a children's book called Jonathan James and the What If Monster, which is actually a pretty good book about a little green monster that whispers negative fear-based questions into the main character's ear to hold him back with self-doubt. But it looks brand new. It doesn't even look red. And inside the house, when the door is open, there seems to be a grimy high chair that also doesn't look used at all. But it's grimy. The investigator says,
But it's
these
grimy.
kids were pretty good at hiding those kids. The Attorney General of Ohio says,
I didn't actually go into the room where the kids were. I just looked through the door. I can still smell. I can't get the smell. I cannot get the smell off of me or away from me right now.
the reported ages of the children are 18, 16, 15, 14, 13, 11, 10, 8, 6, 5, 2 4-year-olds, a set of twins, 2 2-year-old twins, and 2 18-month-old.
I have 13 Curse Exoplanets Hunter skins. What is the current value on these? It's like 24. I would like to buy 5 of these. That's a pretty penny, though. Gonna drop me down to 7 bill. But I mean, if they sell, it's really good money. I'd like to buy 5 of these, yeah. I can and I will. It's hard to have the discipline to do it.
Twins. 16 kids in a
3 twins back to back.
yeah.
3
Back
twins
to
back to back. Wow.
In this tiny little room, and people have made these like
They're like the copies of the same people.
kind of like a graphic of 16 children laying in a 12 by 12 foot room. If they all laid down, they wouldn't be able to sleep. It just doesn't make any sense.
I feel like we should try to sit down.
It got stuffy. It got, crowded. We didn't know what to do with our arms, and we were all trying to just really be in the space and just think about what to kind of do and say.
Another neighbor says, kids, adults, he didn't even know anybody was living in that house. Period.
He had never seen anybody leave.
The house was abandoned. He says it's wild that so many people were in that house. I mean, there was no movement or sound. Honestly,
Nobody ever left.
the house seemed abandoned, and that was a shock.
No, because they only went out at 9:45 at night for like half an hour in the middle of the night in the dark.
Because we had never seen or
How are they moving around?
heard anything from that house.
Walking?
To me, it seemed like they had them locked in there because I never saw a child in that yard. Or the people that was just in court, like that was the first time I seen them.
Oh, you
So if
fucking
this is
weirdos.
not a case of human trafficking, why were the authorities there in this seemingly abandoned looking house anyway? Did someone notice the kids and call the police? Weirdly enough, authorities have been very evasive about this question. No one has confirmed why they were out there in the first place, but it is believed that the police were investigating a case of indecent exposure where Gary Jr., so the younger one, 36 years old, was allegedly indecently exposing himself. According to court records, Gary Jr. is accused of exposing himself outside of his home to people other than those in his household on May 23rd, May 27th, May 29th, and May 31st.
What?
So just to reiterate, as of right now, the authorities won't confirm that that's what they were investigating that day, but the warrant for the indecency charge was issued on June 30th, 2026, which is the day that they go to the house.
Oh, okay.
But they haven't confirmed it. So there are other rumors like floating around of why the investigators were at the house in the first place. But one forensic psychology researcher does state, when I see indecent exposure, it usually sets off a red flag in my head. In addition to intimate partner violence, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw sexual abuse. Sexual abuse is also a tool to maintain power over a victim in an intimate partner violence relationship. I mean, this case looks like a failure of systems, both for survivor support and offender accountability. Ultimately, the children had to pay the price. One of the big questions in this case is, who are the children? Like, who are the parents of the children? Elizabeth Sider's attorney has come out to say that all 16 children are hers, but there are speculations online, which I'm going to get into. But he states that all the children are Elizabeth Sider's and Gary Jr.'s, which would make Gary Sr. and Christina Lynn the grandparents, Gary Jr. and Elizabeth the parents of all 16 children. That's what the attorney is saying. November 30th. Of 2022, so years ago, Elizabeth and Gary Jr. do have 2 extra children, 2 more children that were not found in the house. At Riverside Hospital, Elizabeth gives birth to twins Bailey Lee and Faith Lee Siders. They were born at 24 weeks gestation, so they're really premature, and the twins were born with a condition where their faces and their chest are fused together in the womb. And they also share vital organs. They are conjoined. That is the more common way that people are conjoined, is chest and face. But typically that condition has a mortality rate exceeding 80%. For cases where the twins are unseparated, there's nearly 100% death rate.
Whoa.
They were also born extremely premature and passed the same day of natural causes in the hospital. There were a lot of rumors circulating online that these children ended up dying in the house or they died under suspicious circumstances. That doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. They did pass in the hospital and their death certificate does list it as natural causes. But the timeline of this is kind of enlightening. I'm not exactly sure what it reveals, but it is shocking. If all 16 children are Elizabeth's, that means she's had 4 sets of twins starting from 2022 to now. There's a lot of children. The longest gap between Elizabeth
Why do white people breed like this?
having children, and again, this is if they are
They're like rabbits.
all hers, is about
And each soul costs $2 million to raise from the birth to the age of 18. It's like $2 million, but you made 16 of them, or like 20. I guess like 4 of them died or something. You made like 20 of them. That's $40 million fucking dollars. You piece of shit, dead ass fucking idiot ass white piece of shit from Ohio has to come up with. You got $40 million to raise, fucking 20 kids. Come on, motherfucking white people. Fucking white people.
about 2 years in between children, in between pregnancies. The shortest gap is closer to 11 months.
Ugh, I don't have any faith in my gender anymore. I don't have any faith in my country anymore. I don't have any faith in my government. I don't have any faith in my own race. It's like everything that I'm forced to be a part of a membership of, I dislike. I don't want to be a member of any group that would willingly have me. That's Groucho Marx. It's my favorite quote of all time. I wouldn't be a member of any group that would have me as a member. And yeah, it's
We actually have no clue in total how many children Elizabeth has had because you have the
how many kids did you fucking have, you crazy white person rabbit? Stop having kids like rabbits. They cost $2 million each. That's why you're at the dollar store getting rice and cooking oil. You're fucking disgusting. I hate you.
twins that passed away in the hospital.
It's almost as bad as neglecting them. Having 20 of them is almost as fucking morally as bad as neglecting them. It's its own issues of fucking neglect because you can't handle how much it costs to raise 20 kids. It's insane. That's like having an army. You better have 3 square meals a motherfucking day of vegetables, beef, or like, well, really that's it. Like vegetables and beef, or like, good balanced meals and stuff. You better have 3 fucking meals for 20 fucking people, not to mention yourselves as adults. Yeah, you got 22 meals times 3. That's 60. That's 66 meals a fucking day, or you are in violation of federal nutrition laws for kids and stuff like this. And you can go to jail for that. It's called neglecting. It's called neglect. You can't just have a kid and feed them rice and cooking oil. You can't actually do that. It's against the fucking law. You got money, piece of shit white person, for 66 fucking meals every fucking day? I don't think you do. My ex, she was having her first kid, and she asked me, she was like, how do you feel about, the knowledge of hearing that I'm pregnant? And I was like, well, hearing that you're pregnant from some other guy really makes me unhappy because I thought you were the love of my life, but I guess not. And I was like, you really want my opinion? And she's like, yeah, don't hold back. Tell me what you would do. Tell me what you think about this. And I was like, I would get the abortion. And she was like, abortion? It was the last thing she thought I would say. And I learned that she was a little bit more right-wing than I thought she was. And I was like, yeah, get an abortion. And I'll tell you why. It's not because you wouldn't love the child or be the best goddamn mother in the fucking world. I have 110% faith that you would be. And this is verbatim what I said. I was like, you will be the best mother like in history. I got no issue about that. What I really think this is about, and you can go Google this. I suggest you do it. I really suggest before you keep this child, I want you to go Google one sentence. That's all I ask of you since you asked my true opinion. Go Google how much it is to raise a child from birth to the age 18. Let's go do it right now. It's a reality you can't actually get away from. It really fucking bothers me about modern America, modern white people, modern breeding, modern contraception, and all this. I swear to God, I think contraception is the only thing that truly makes us better than the animals. And so anyways, here we go. We'll go to Gemini, and we'll ask, how much money on average is it to raise a child in America from birth to the age of 18? Isn't it like $2.2 million or something? What's the actual estimated average? Oh, it's only 375,000. Really? No, it's 414 grand. Yes, I'm talking about high education. Yes. Yes, I include high education from high school to clothes to food to water to diapers and high education. I want you to tack on a car when they're 16. Tack on healthcare, Medicare, maybe a couple broken bones throughout their lives. What's the actual figure? I heard it was like 2.2 mil. Like for a good middle class average, you know? Okay, it's like $650,000 a kid. So yeah. So it's like $650,000. I'm sorry, I was off by $2 million, but it's still insane. It's $650,000. It's like 520 is the lowest estimate, so that's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with 520. Okay, so I'm going to do the math here. 520 grand, and now we're covering this case recently in Ohio where these white people neglected 16 kids in a 12 by 12 room. And I was just, for content for the stream, I was wondering, at 520 grand a kid, how much money would these fucking terrible parents would have had to have for 16 kids, plus the other 4 that died or whatever? What's $520,000 times, I'm going to say 20? At $520,000 per child, which is where I put it. If you want that kid to be a well-adjusted, happy, well looked after, loved kid who gets all the education and a car and college and all this stuff and has a good life. If you want the kids who have a good life, it is like 520. These people would have had to have $10.4 million. $10.4 million. They don't fucking have it. So when Cloud Candy was like, "Do you want me to keep?" Sorry, no, it was like, "What would you do?" I was like, it is like $2.2 million to raise a kid well in this country from birth to the age of 18. If you get them a car, if you take care of them, if you buy them CDs or games, if you get them college and put them through college and all that, it is like $2 million. Now, it's a little bit less. It's like 540. It's like 520. But so I was off. But okay, that's what I'm going to say in the future is 520 grand, motherfucker, to get a kid, just the child, not you, not like the child's going to help you either. So it's like it's $520,000 for one kid in this fucking country. These muggle-ass piece of shit white people that get 16 kids and Mormons and all this shit, they don't have that kind of money. They have good money, but the Mormons do. But for 15 kids, no, they don't. They don't have $10.4 million. What are they going to do to make $10.4 million? Rob banks? Like your construction company, sure, if it's great. I would say the Uppers Mobile, my mom reached it. It's like $7 million for an upwardly mobile executive with their own company with like 50 employees and stuff. That's still not the $10 million you would need for just the kids. How are you going to pay for the business or your own food or your own support or your own transportation or your own medical care? The real fucking sin about all this I asked Gemini. They don't have... Real talk. I said I asked Gemini $520,000 on average per child for a good average middle class life with higher education and a car. Raising 20 kids from birth through age 18, including college, cars, and medical costs, comes out to a massive $10.4 million. These fucking white people who breed like rabbits neglect their kids. They don't have $10 million. They should have been in jail years ago, long because of it. Long ago. Ohio been going triple platinum on this channel lately. Yeah, Ohio's fucking fucked.
And there are circulating rumors and speculations that
I said, I asked Gemini $520,000 on average per child for a good average middle class life with higher education and a car. Raising 20 kids from birth through age 18, including cars, college, cars, and medical costs, comes out to a massive $10.4 million, over $10.4 million. These fucking white people who breed like rabbits and neglect their kids, they don't have 10 million. They should have been in jail years ago, long before this. Because of it, long before this, the financial neglect should have convicted them. It is clear as day, we need new laws to stop reproductive abuse and neglect. Real talk, the system neglected these children just as bad as the parents did.
Elizabeth had another child when she was 13 years old that passed away. So we don't know how many times she's given birth. And from then on has just kept having more children. And that begs the entirely new question of like, why? Literally, why? If these
Like,
are
why?
all Gary Jr. and Elizabeth's children, why have more children? If you're not going to take care of them, why have them? What are the children even living off of? What are they eating? Remember the vegetable oil?
Oh no, they were just cooking rice.
There have been a lot of theories about the vegetable oil that they would purchase frequently, regularly at the Dollar General store with a jug of water. There are two theories of the alleged repeated purchases. The first theory is that that is what the children were consuming, vegetable oil. I will say that vegetable oil is typically a part of famine relief kits, but there's usually grain included as well. So you're cooking with a lot of the oil. Vegetable oil specifically has high calorie density, and it's fortified with vitamin A, D, E, and K. And it's also softer and easier for malnourished infants and small children to digest compared to soy oil, corn oil, other oils. It's a bit softer on the stomach. So could they have been feeding the children vegetable oil? It's very hard to say. There have been reports that the family also frequented a food bank regularly.
They could test the kids and see what their diets have been.
To pick up food. So maybe they were cooking, although looking at like the alleged photos of the house, I don't think they were really doing any cooking. But maybe they were using the oil to fortify and calorie up some of the other food that they were getting at the food bank. It's unclear. I do think it would be a hard task to get enough food at the food bank to feed 20 people. So maybe it is food, but maybe it's not. Another theory, or it could maybe be a double use case, which some people have said vegetable oil is a home remedy for getting rid of lice, which I can imagine is a problem in the household. Some netizens have pointed out that in the mugshots, Elizabeth's hair looks like it's just caked in oil and grease. Was she using it in her hair to get rid of lice? That seems like a very strange, prolonged treatment. Like maybe you buy vegetable oil once to try to get rid of lice and then you go to other tactics if it doesn't work. But to continuously do that for, who knows, weeks, months at a time. And there is a risk, by the way, like please don't do this at home, because there is a risk that when you coat your hair with the vegetable oil, it actually coats the lice eggs and preserves them, keeping them safe to hatch.
Oh.
Ultimately, as of right now, as of filming this,
Yeah, oil is not going to help you get rid of lice. It will if you're cleansing the hair. You drown them in oil, and they can't breathe, I would assume. And then, but the eggs, you're gonna need a chemical that kills the eggs. Yeah, and that oil isn't gonna help. The oil is gonna protect your hair from the chemical.
Don't really know what the vegetable oil.
Like the oil could help kill the lice itself, but the fucking eggs, no, you're gonna need chemical.
Was for. We also don't know how the children have been living, what they were eating, how they're still alive.
Fucking
In a press
lice.
conference, the Vinton County Sheriff states,
Most of our
Fucking white people. This makes me so racist against white people.
our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children. It was extremely high presence, I'm sure, of bacterial and human feces. It was just a disgusting scene.
Investigators are not yet fully able to even go into the house and
Give
further
him a phone
investigate
call.
due to
Excuse me for just a second. Hello. Hey. Oh yes. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Thank you. I meant to ask you about something. Maybe you could get her a different flavor of a box that I can just mix in with these ones that she likes, because I think she needs more variety than this. But yeah. Yeah. Maybe we could switch her, you know? No, she wouldn't, no. Yeah, so... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think we keep her on the normal boxes we've been buying, but then just every 5 days or so I'll throw in a different can of something else, you know? I just don't know what I can get her to eat. That's the real problem. And it's expensive and risky, so... Yeah, so... Yeah, we need moderately priced, yeah, so... Good, that's good. I wish she would eat the Kirkland brand stuff, but she wouldn't. Or I mean, she would eat it, but she wouldn't eat it every day. Maybe we should get her a box of that Kirkland stuff. She wouldn't. She wouldn't eat it every day. We bought her a whole box, and she would eat it, but she wouldn't eat it every day. Let's mix Kirkland in and see if, and that might give her the variety she needs. She's like a child, you know. Yeah. Yes. Okay, thank you for talking with me about it, because, you know, I just want her to be happy. She's in my charge, and, you know, yeah, so. Okay, so that's all I have for you. Yeah, Oh, yeah? Okay, I will. That's good to know. Yeah. Those parasites, if you want, I'll chop them off the tree. I've done it before, but I think the tree's dying. Yeah, I thought you already did find that out, like, last year, and... No? Okay. Alright, love you, bye. Fucking headphones aren't charging now. Oh, no, they are. They charged. Here we go. We're finally charged. Okay, good. So, I was like, why are my fucking headphones not charged? Fucking annoying. Oh, yep, you transferred, huh?
the deplorable conditions, it hasn't even been deemed safe. The Attorney General of Ohio, I don't know what this man was thinking. I will say he said some incredibly problematic things when discussing this case. He says, we didn't know that there were going to be 16 kids in there.
Well, they didn't, because the parents were hiding. That is true. I do have some sympathy for him. I was going to talk about this. The the parents They were hiding. That's what all that stuff about showing up at 9:45, 15 minutes before the end of the dollar store, before the dollar store closed, and they were buying just vegetable oil and water. And like, that's them. That's the parents hiding from many felony charges for neglect. And so, and he is right. They were very duplicitous and were hiding these kids from the world. And I do have some sympathy. It's not the Attorney General's fault that some bad white people in Ohio were hiding neglect from the state. That's not necessarily the system's fault. They could bungle the case and it could go badly, but they're not culpable legally or morally for what happened to these kids. Not really. I would like to say that they are. And there was some what do you call that? There was some corruption, and so no, sorry, not corruption, but there was some fuck ups on this, some mistakes that the system made, because there should have been a truancy officer way back, and this is how the rest of all the inner city schools work. Like, you don't hear about that many of these cases because in most good cities, CPS will show up if your child isn't in first grade. Now, first grade is, like they're like 5 years old, maybe 6, 7 at the most. I think something like that, like 6 years old on average, I think. And so, yeah, they're like 6 years old, and when they don't show up to like week 2, the teacher should have been, the teacher at the local school should have been doing a head count and being like, this kid is absent, and then notifying a truancy officer to go to the home and figure out why the kid isn't in school. That's how it works everywhere the fuck else. But in a poor Ohio 750 person town, maybe not so much. Maybe you can't count on that, and I'm not sure that's the AG's fault. But I mean, that is a form of neglect from the system too. The system should have known when all of these kids didn't show up to first grade. And the problem is, like, every time the wife had, every time the mother had a kid, she did it in the local hospital for all 16 of them. I think that's what they were saying, is she showed up to the hospital for all 16 births. So yeah, the system knew they were there. They applied social security numbers to these kids, and they add them to the roster, and they know that they're Americans and they're white and they're born here and all this stuff. And somebody takes notice at the bassinet, when they're toddlers, that child exists and needs to show up at school when they're 5 or 6 and go to first grade. When all 16 of them didn't show up to first grade, there should have been fucking buku cops all over this house, but there wasn't, because the guy was hiding. The county didn't care. The police station didn't have enough money for a truancy officer, and I'm not sure how the schools failed the head count, but the schools probably failed the head count. So you couldn't even really lay this at the AG totally, because the school should have known. I mean, yeah, when the social is attached to the kid, it starts this timer where, yeah, when at the age of 5 or 6, CPS should be looking. That's Child Protective Services, but this town probably didn't have that. CPS should have been looking in a welfare, a welfare check should have been executed when the county complains that the kids didn't show up to school. At a good city, that will happen. Even in crappy cities like Baltimore, it'll happen. I mean, and it's not Baltimore's fault that they're crap. It's the CIA for introducing crack to the ghetto. But but Baltimore has its own set of problems. We saw it with that movie, with that television show, The Wire. But yeah, even in crappy inner cities like Baltimore, you can't just have your kids stay in the house for 10 years. You can't do that. Truancy officers are going to show up around the age of 5 or 6, and they'll be like, "Your son, we know that they were born because you had them at the hospital, and and somewhere we got the CPS timer that's asking why your kid's not in school because he's got a social security number attached. He's got to be in school. You're in violation of the fucking law." And that's how it is. But so what this really is really abject white poverty in a small Ohio town. The public failed these kids. The city failed these kids. The The school failed these kids. The AG failed these kids. The public, the people themselves failed these kids. Because I don't care how much this guy and his wife were trying to hide. Sooner or later, the neighbors should have been like, "Oh, he leaves at 9:45 p.m. every night like a serial killer with like 5 of his like 20 kids or whatever," and they go on down to the fucking, you know, and yeah, even the dollar store lady needed to maybe ask CPS to look into these people, but she didn't. Because the people failed them too. There is a thing about not putting your nose in other people's business in this country. There is such a thing as privacy still. We still respect other people's privacy, even if the system and all these oligarchs don't. But I mean, your fellow Americans might really respect your privacy. It is just something that we do. It's like a modicum of decorum that we do for our fellow Americans, where we just try not to looky-loo into their lives too much. We don't judge them. We try not to see maybe they're different, maybe they're in a cult or something. We don't know what their fucking deal is, but we try not to judge. A beautiful movie about this, or I think it was actually a docu-series, is called Wild Wild Country, which was about when the Bhagwan came to some small town in Oregon in the fuck, I can't remember the name of the town, but the Bhagwan, this crazy like cult leader, except he didn't start out that way. He was like just a normal transcendental meditation teacher who ran an ashram, just like my best friend. So I try to differentiate here, but then eventually the cult leader started sleeping with children, and Ma Nan Sheila was defending him and all this stuff, and it was problematic. He went to jail, he had to run from Interpol, and he moved all over the fucking world and stuff. And they wrote, and Netflix did a documentary about him called Wild Wild Country, where like it was about the AG in Oregon goes to war with the Bhagwan and starts sending all these FBI people because they're terrified that it's going to be another Jonestown massacre or like another, you know, Heaven's Gate cult massacre. So they're like terrified, and the Bhagwan was showing the signs. I wouldn't be surprised if he would have told his followers to all kill themselves. So of course, yeah, everybody aggroes to this, but because it's a small rural small town, there's not enough money for the police to be looking in on their lives all the time. There's not enough people. The schools don't care if the kids aren't in school and all this stuff because it's a small poor town in Oregon. And that's the same thing. That's the problem with this here is we the public, we the people, we do fail these small rural towns. If they don't have enough money for a truancy officer, that's on the public. That is on the AG. If there's not enough support, it's social support in that town, that should fall to the government and the public. The public should step up and be like, we need to add money and tax addendums to make sure the small rural towns. This is why I think I would be a good politician. I live in a small rural town. And yeah, I feel like back here, I know because when I walk down the country road, there is somebody like this. There's somebody like this near me. I know there is. There's somebody like this near me. I see these kids coming down the train tracks all the time. And they live back there in some white trash house that they're probably like, maybe, I don't even know. I get scared of the racism, so I won't say. But it's white people, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were gypsy or some such, because they look like nomads to me. They never look like they have modern clothes. And they come up and down the train tracks all the time, like poor people, and you can see it. And you're like, but out here in this town, there's so much money out here. It's weird to see kids running along the tracks with crappy clothes and dust and stuff and dirt on their face. It's weird to see that out here, but I mean, in Washington, rural Washington, you will see this. Like, there's a town I used to drive taxi to called Maple Falls. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, Maple Falls, I think it is. Yeah, Maple Falls is a fucking shithole. All it is, it terrifies me to go there, because all it is rundown trailer parks with tons of crime, tons of drugs, and tons of poverty, and you'll see these tweakers out walking around at 4:30 in the morning, but it's a very small town at 4:30 in the morning, so you're like, why is that guy out there? And it's creepy when you go there. I used to drive graveyards, so I would have to go out to Maple Falls to drop off medical rides all the time, and the people that I would take to Maple Falls would ask me if I was strapped. And I'd be like, no, I'm not strapped. And they're like, you're pretty brave. And I was like, no, I carry a knife, but I'm not afraid of any man. You know, I would tell them to their face, I'm not afraid of you. You know, I don't say that, but I mean, like, I'm not afraid. Like, being a taxi driver, it's way scarier to have somebody in your car than anybody outside the cars. And if I'm willing to let you get in the back seat and I'm not scared of you, then I'm not scared of some dude on drugs on the street. At least he's not in my cab. I can keep the doors locked and I'll stab his ass if he tries to come in. You know, and I did feel this way, and I don't say that to them, but that's my thoughts when they ask me, "Are you strapped?" You know, you're going to Maple Falls at 3:30 in the fucking morning, and there's guys out on the street that will take your cab from you and try and get your cash from you. And I was like, no, I don't need a gun to defend myself from my fellow Americans. A knife and a steering wheel is enough. You know, a knife and a. The hell is that sound?
It really.
The hell is that sound? I think somebody docked to the station that I'm in, I guess. I don't know. Did he leave? What is it that we're doing here? Oh, board an Iacula ship. Yeah, so apparently I think somebody else docked with this ship at the same time, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, so you could say this is the fault of the AG. It is the fault of the town for not keeping a standard where a truancy officer didn't aggro to the fact that there's 16 kids who didn't show up to the first grade. And I mean, that's how it is everywhere else in this country. Why is a small Ohio town any different? Poverty isn't an excuse. I mean, Baltimore is probably just as poor as this small town in Ohio is, but Baltimore is still fucking, you know, we saw it in The Wire, like the Baltimore will send CPS up to the house and ask you why your kid's not in fucking school. I mean, I don't know why this small Ohio town should be any different. Like, that should be a standard that was maintained. It wasn't, so I'm sure the system was uptight and protective and defensive about this, because you could point some fingers being like, you did neglect these kids as well too. A CPS officer was warranted 15 years ago. I think they said the oldest kid was like 16 years old or something like that. That's fucking crazy. That means that kid hasn't been going to school for 11 years. A fucking truancy officer should have been involved. Why? Because it's a small town with no money. Nobody cared. And so yeah, so right down the street from me, literally like 2 blocks down, at the train tracks, there's somebody with a big family living back there in a really rundown house. And I've been back there once, just out of curiosity. I drove down acting like, you know, like I didn't know where I was going and I took the wrong turn. And I went back there, and there is an old crappy house that it literally looks like it had tarp all over it and stuff. It looked like they had actually constructed the house like themselves, you know. And I thought maybe gypsies or some such, and that's racist, and there's a bunch of like bigotry there that I don't want to engage in. I'm not saying gypsies are bad. I'm saying that it just looks like a nomadic lifestyle, but they are living there. And there's old rundown vans and old rundown cars in there, and I never see the kids being picked up by school buses, and I never see them walk into school or anything like that. I think they're just living in there. And I guess it's my fault maybe but I'm sure the county out here probably shows up at their house all the time if they're truant. Like, and I know they do. This is a good area with a lot of money. So if kids don't show up to school when they're supposed to, the truancy officer does show up to these guys' house and asks if CPS should be involved or not. And like they'll ask the parents first, but they'll be like, look, should CPS be here? Because you've got 8 kids, and there is like 8 kids living back in that crappy little thing that they've got. Did I wedge myself? Come on, man. Come on, man. Why would you do this? Oh my God, you idiots. So if there's a bug, I'll find it, and I'll find it fast. What was I gonna say? So yeah, so I wonder maybe if I should just ask, but I mean, it's been 8 years and I never did say anything now. I mean, why would I say something now? I've known that this family lives back there, and those kids aren't going to school, and they're like living by the train tracks and living latchkey lives and stuff, and they're not doing too good, and they live by the creek, and they're probably like swimming in the creek and stuff. They're like these like wild kids, and they do live back there. I've seen them a lot. I've seen them moving around those train tracks and stuff all the time, because I pass the train tracks whenever I drive out to the northern exit to go out somewhere. And you'll see those kids they do get picked up by a school bus. You know, I think they are going to school, and they are like there. So I don't call CPS on that guy, but I wonder sometimes if it's the same sort of thing. Are they just in there breeding and neglecting the kids? That's not so good. Counties should get involved then. Past the 4th kid, if you can't prove financially that you got $500,000 for that kid to be raised at a good standard in this country, the county should step in and start taking the kids away. We should have more kids in wards, as shitty as that is. But their parents are worse. The parents are worse than a ward. They are. The parents are these parents were way worse than a ward. A ward might neglect these kids and maybe even sexually harass them or sexually molest them and stuff. It happens to poor kids who are put in wards and stuff, with wards and wards of the state and that kind of thing. It happens. There is abuse like that, but they still have a higher quality of life that's maintained and checked in on by CPS all the time than their parents would have been, like these parents in this case would have been. I could sit there and advocate for children the rest of my life. It is something that I'm I don't have kids, but their safety is something I'm quite passionate about, because we have standards in this country, and children's safety should be the number one standard. But the public and the CPS and the fucking AG and the fucking schools and the parents all failed these fucking kids, and it is all of our faults. It shouldn't have ever gotten this bad. Just poverty is not an excuse. You still need to pay for a fucking truancy officer and make sure that these kids aren't fucking idiots, or we get Columbine kids out the fucking ass, and Sandy Hook murders and fucking, Uvalde, Texas is and stuff. That's what happens when you neglect kids. School shootings, they grow up poor, they grow up angry, and they grow up resentful because they didn't get the TLC and the love from their parents that they should have got. And they do shit like school shootings and stuff because of stuff like this, neglect and too many kids in a house, too many kids in a schoolroom, not enough clothes, not enough food, not enough nutrients, not enough stuff to make sure the kid's life is actually worth living. Otherwise, you just basically condemned somebody to a terrible life without their permission. And it's just, because I have a lot of feelings about this. It runs strong with me, this case. It runs, my blood runs hot with this one, because neglecting 16 to 20 kids, there's this question mark about 4 or 5 of their kids that are just missing, that might be dead, like buried somewhere on the fucking property. I guess they checked and they didn't find them, but there's like 5 kids that are missing too, which is fucking fucked up.
Third world. It's the type of thing.
Yeah, it looks third world, but I mean, there should have been indicators. There's indicators. When the child is born at the hospital, we apply a social security number, and CPS takes a note. And if that child doesn't show up at first grade when they're 6 years old, we come and we look. That's what CPS is. We like child protect service. We don't like CPS when they're like being really, really bad to poor parents who are facing divorces and stuff like this. CPS can be a bitch to people that maybe don't deserve it, but we like CPS. They do good. They do good things. They're there for a good reason and stuff. CPS should have aggroed to this guy after the 3rd kid or something like that. But 16 kids later, and they're not in school. Fire the superintendent. Fire the fucking AG. Fire the local school board. It's crazy. But I mean, like you like, not just the parents, but a whole bunch of fucking people failed these kids. Now, he was hiding his kids from the world, so we don't put anybody in jail or fire anybody, because he was hiding. He was hiding this. But I mean, we did fail him. We knew that these kids all had socials. That if they're born in a hospital, they've got socials, and if they have socials and they don't show up to school, then there should be some alarm that is raised. And yes, we do need infrastructure to make sure that stuff happens. If we don't,
Thing that we're not used to seeing here.
and see, like I could be a politician. I think I'm more passionate about this stuff than Obama was. Like, I'm fucking passionate about this stuff
In America.
Like Jasmine Crockett last night was like haranguing the Senate for being good old boy racist fucking Nazis and all that. She's like, oh, here, I gotta listen to the Proud Boy Club make fun of me now. And she just opens the conversation like that. Oh, the white nationalist party of the Senate wants to make fun of me now, which they did. It was just insane. And that's how she opened the conversation, and she wasn't kidding. That's, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm passionate like Jasmine Crockett. I should run for fucking office, but the problem is you need to be popular to be in office. Meth addicts with fucking who play video games for a living aren't very popular. Or I'd go run for fucking office right the fuck now. But meth addicts who've been in and out of jail, who play video games for a living, they're not very popular, and it would take a lot before that it would be okay for me to be running office. But God, I would like to. I'm fucking far more passionate than Obama and fucking Joe Biden combined. Like, I mean, I think it does take compassion. You have to care about the people like they're your brothers and sisters. I fucking do. We failed these fucking kids, and nobody seems to be saying that. Like, where's the truancy officer?
which is not only deeply offensive, I do think it's also incorrect. He keeps making comparisons to what he calls third world countries or
Well, yeah, because you let him descend into that terrible state. Like, that's your job to prevent that. And usually, CPS and what do they call that? Head roll counts in schools are what aggroes us to these people. The CPS gets involved because the kids don't show up at school. That's a good indicator that there's a problem in the home. And CPS should show up there. Just because it's a poor town, that shouldn't change. That shouldn't change. You know. I want these large skill injectors that I bought. Oh, hypers are expiring. Oh well. Yeah, I'm taking all this. It isn't even stealing. This NPC has a name, so it's like some kind of quest, I guess. I'm just gonna rob your ship real quick before I talk to you. Ooh, digi stand thingy. Desktop digipick or whatever it is. Digiframe. Why not just say tablet? I suppose it might be DMCA or whatever. Or like, you know, to patent it so they can't steal. Can you use the word tablet? Why do you say digiframe? There must be something about legal propriety to use the word tablet. It must be like Apple owns the fucking concept or something. It's insane. Because they seem to be scared to use the word tablet for whatever reason. I've never seen it in a video game before. But I mean, that's what you call those desktop digiframes. The desktop digiframe is a fucking terrible name that they had to come up with. For tablet, why not say tablet? You know, I don't know. I am just glancing around, looking for other stuff to steal. Ooh, there's a bottle of rum. Anything in your bathroom, like drugs in your fucking medicine cabinet or anything like that? I used to steal drugs from my friends' medicine cabinets. It's something a junkie does. But I can't actually go in a bathroom without checking the medicine cabinet. And I go in the medicine cabinet, and if they have anything opioid or anything upper there, I'll just take one. I'll just take one right then and there. No problem. Just one, you know. I don't take like your whole bottle of pills or whatever. I'm not an asshole. Just one. If you got Tylenol PMs in there, I'll take one of those middle of the day. I don't care. I like drugs. And yeah, I've never been caught doing it, but I'm definitely a medicine cabinet thief. Really pretty bad too. If I come in your house, don't let me use your bathroom because I am going through your medicine cabinet. It's shitty and it's terrible, but yo, I don't keep drugs around me. I mean, I'm sorry, that's what it is actually about. You can't keep drugs around me. I'm sorry. It's like when you actually have a problem with drugs or whatever, you can't keep drugs around me. I'll just take them. Like, as terrible as it is, and no, I don't think that's good. It's just who I am. That's who I am, deep down inside. I'll take your fucking drugs. We have to repair this ship, do we? Okay. Upstairs, there's like a thing. I like the RP of feeling like I'm in this place. That's good. There's a brig there. Why does she have a brig? Okay, I pressed 2 buttons and fixed your fucking ship. You're an idiot. Get on with our business now so I can leave. She like lit me up to where they are. I like reading the chat now. It's like more than the voices. The voices, I used to like require games that I would play to have full voice. Now I don't like it. Something changed where it's like, no, their voices are so annoying to me that I don't want them anymore. No, you wedged me at the end of all of this. No, no. Can I just leave? Let me leave. Go to Miatha. You cannot fast travel from this. You fucking wedged me again, piece of shit. Why? Look how easy it is to do this. Come on. Come on, man. That's way too easy to do. Just get in and then you can't get out again. Come on, let me out. Oh, there we go, there we go. I got out. Save. I want out of here. I'll get stuck in the wall again. Let me out of here. Quick saves are better now.
What we should better call developing nations, there are loads of people that live in impoverished situations in developing nations who treat their kids to the best of their abilities.
Yeah.
And then we were talking as a group about some of the evidence we looked at today, where they actually discovered the kids and found the kids. And it's not that different than those old commercials you used to see of like kids in Africa, like just where they're covered in bugs and squatting and had that like.
Jesus Christ, what does Africa have to do with this, you fucking racist? Suck my fucking dick, piece of shit, white man.
Distant look in their eyes.
This is Ohio, motherfucker, under your charge. This is not Africa. Africa's better. Africa's better than this. Jesus fucking Christ. Hello? Hey. What? Yeah. Oh, I ate that. Yeah, I did eat that because I thought you wanted me to. It was a gluten pizza and it was sitting in my stuff, so I thought you wanted me to just eat it, and I'm so sorry. Yeah, I do. Do you want me to? Okay, I'll go to town and fix it if you would like me to. I feel bad. Okay. Yeah, that pizza was good. It was small. It didn't fill me up, but it was still good. Yeah, it was. Yeah, they're like those Totino's pizzas. If you've ever had one of those, they're rather small. But yeah. Yeah. Murphy's. Yeah. I have meats. I've got burgers. Uh-huh. Okay, do you need beef? Because I have burgers, frozen burgers. Yeah, we did. Yeah, I like chili. Yeah, I love chili. Yeah, and I'll fix it if you want me to go to town or any of that stuff. Let me know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll turn it off tomorrow. And I'll check the freezer for ice. Well, I'm so sorry to do that to you. I really didn't mean to step on you like that. I apologize.
Okay, I love you.
All right. Love you.
Talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Okay, bye.
Terrible. I mean,
a gluten-free pizza out of the freezer a couple days ago because I thought she wanted me to buy it. I remember her saying, "There's a pizza I want you to try," but I must have been wrong. That's what I thought I heard, but apparently no. Apparently, I just ate our dinner we were supposed to have tonight, and she's all mad. She's not mad, but she's just like annoyed. I didn't mean to. She put it in my stuff. She like put that pizza right in my stuff, which is weird. There's other freezers that have enough space where I wouldn't have touched her stuff, but she put the pizza right on top of my stuff. So to be fair, don't put the pizza in my stash of frozen stuff, or I'm going to eat it, assuming that you want me to eat it. It's like crazy because there's like my shelf where I put my stuff. She put the pizza on the shelf, so it was like midnight when I went up there, and I couldn't bother her to ask, so I just ate the pizza thinking she wanted me to eat it. And now I've lost brownie points, which is so annoying. I've noticed that I constantly trespass, or whatever it is, against other people. It's just something about it. I fuck up and I just don't think about it, or whatever it is. Oh, we're going to Hopetown, okay. What do you mean not cleared for landing? What? Just land, you idiot. Not cleared for landing.
it's absolutely terrible. And again, we've got...
Why are we talking about Africa?
to make sure the kids are safe.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who is talking right now?
The Attorney General of Ohio. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know what this man is saying, okay? We got to make sure that they're placed in good, solid therapeutic placements.
Some of these children couldn't even speak. They looked like almost feral animals. It was terrible.
What do you mean not
so
cleared
when we're
for
talking
landing?
reading and writing and education, we're talking a whole nother level of expectations here.
I do think that there is probably an intensity of emotion to try and convey to the general public of what they're dealing with, as well as the residents of Ohio, so that they know that there's going to be a lot of state care that needs to be poured into the 16
Right,
children.
then just take
But I
off
do
them.
think comparing victims to feral animals is just not the best comparison to make at all. But speaking of heinous conditions, there have been a lot of AI videos and photos circulating of this house. You see cages. Investigators have come out to say there were no cages. You see children being like locked in boxes, in cardboard boxes.
There's
Like
a
there's
lot of
just a lot
false
of weird
pictures.
AI stuff.
There were pictures that the kids were in cages, that they were taped shut, their mouths, whatever. I don't understand why people put stuff like this on. It's not truthful, but I can't stop it, and all I can do is shrug my shoulders and say, why are we doing this to this, particularly to these victims, because they're going to be tarnished by this for a long part of their lives.
But there's also a lot of very realistic videos circulating of people who are filming themselves, technically, if this is real, breaking and entering and trespassing a crime scene. So you can see people who have gone out to the house and they're filming the outside of the house. It does very much look like the Siders' residence. They go inside, and just based off of the photos that we've seen taken from outside the house when the doors were open and we can kind of peer inside, it does seem like it is real. I can't verify it. And also, I will note that it is illegal. Law enforcement have not verified or authorized any images of the house, so I don't know how a lot of these people are publishing this type of media, but law enforcement has warned that people entering the property without permission could be committing criminal trespassing. So just be wary of that when you're out there looking online. In New York City, a former judge is found dead. And if it were anybody else, it might seem like a very normal case of maybe he overdosed, maybe it was an accidental fall. He collapses in his mansion in New York City. This is the former judge. His body slides down his entire staircase until it comes to a full stop, and he ends up taking his last breath. Once his body is found, Alice Black, who is a rookie FBI agent, is assigned to the death investigation. She's like had a whole career as a homicide detective in the NYPD. She was actually attacked, beaten, and then ended up in the hospital. Afterwards, she was essentially shunned from the NYPD, essentially excommunicated from the force, and her next best gig was a desk job for the FBI. So this is the case that she's assigned to. Her experience is pretty clear when she arrives at the scene because she spots these claw marks on the bottom of the bathroom door that match the victim's swollen and raw fingers. She also notices the track marks in his arm. It's an overdose, yes, but the victim is clearly not an addict. The scene was purposefully staged by the victim's killer. The scene also matches a prior death case that Alice Black has on file. Alice makes the connection. Both staged overdoses, both men who hold power in different ways, and of course, like the killer. She thinks the killer is going to be the same person. In Hulu's new series, Furious, we're actually introduced to the killer, to Catherine, our female serial killer who already has her eyes on her next victim, her third victim. As Alice pieces together the investigation, we get to see exactly how finely tuned and deliberate Catherine is killing. She is completely in control. She snakes her way into her third victim's life, but it's very clear this is not her first time meeting him. Her victim is also picking up on this, but he can't exactly place where he's seen her before. He really doesn't have any sort of idea. This case does not go as planned. An unexpected challenge forces her hand, and it scares her so badly she begins to lose focus. The second episode of the show Furious crescendos with this, and the very last frame is so haunting. I was completely hooked. The twist, the pace, it is exactly what makes Furious, Hulu's new thriller series, so addictive. And just Catherine starting to slip, and Alice is closing in, using the killer's own secrets, her own hidden past she's tried desperately to shed in order to close in on the killer. It's just such a tangled mess. And just when you think you know why, when Alice thinks she knows why Catherine is doing this, Catherine's MO changes in a way that violates everything that we think that she stands for. Who we thought she was, why she's killing in the first place, it goes against it all. Furious premieres July 27th on Hulu and Hulu on Disney+. As of right now, all 4 adults have been charged, like I said, with 16 counts of felony child endangerment.
There was 4 adults involved here.
Bond was initially set at $300,000 for all 4 individuals, which is not the case anymore. But first, let's get into what we know about the 4 first. Elizabeth Siders, the 33-year-old, the alleged mother, is the one that a lot of people have opinions about online. She is the alleged mother of all 16 children, and netizens have started pinpointing out that her demeanor in the virtual court hearing was not what they were expecting. I guess people going in, they were comparing this case a lot to the Turpin case, where the parents were, I don't want to say that these parents are not similar, but I think they were expecting a very evil demeanor. I think they were going in expecting a cruel, heartless mother who wanted to abuse her children, perhaps for fun, perhaps for her own sake of pleasure. We don't know, right? But instead, they see the court hearing and they see a woman who looks a little bit more confused, more than anything. Like, she looks very dejected and confused. And netizens have noticed a mark on her left arm. It looks like a ligature mark. So the mark on her left arm does seem too high up to be a mark from handcuffs.
That's a ligature mark.
And it seems like it's prominently on just one arm. I don't see it matching on the other arm. It's unclear if this is a ligature mark or when it was, where she got it. Like, it's just...
This whole wacky, fucking whack-ass piece of shit white person's being terrible case, it's really, like, got to me. Like, this case is, like, more important to me than the O.J. Simpson case or the, you know, or the JonBenet Ramsey or any of those things. Like, this case I care about because it's like, that's who we are as Americans now. We neglect 16 kids. That's who we are. It reflects badly on all of us.
Netizens are a little bit skeptical of the mark. Yeah. People have also further dug deeper into her past. There are pictures of Elizabeth from before she marries Gary Jr., and I think it's gone viral because it's just so jarring to see the difference in the way she looks. She looks like a very normal person. I don't know if that's an offensive word to use, but she looks incredibly normal. She looks well adjusted. She looks like a typical teenager. And then you see her mugshot, and yeah, 15 years has passed, but it just doesn't make sense how she got set on this trajectory of life. They look like two completely different people. In addition to that, according to records,
I love this game. This is my favorite game. It's got the most scope and the most replayability. I wish it was online. It's my only real problem. Like 76 is a better game technically because you're online and you can play with others. That's my only real issue with this game. But then I don't play with others when I do play online games. So, I mean, I'm a solo guy now. Who cares if it's a single player game? I was thinking maybe Grand Theft Auto would be better if it was just an offline mode. I'm going to fire it back up and just see what the performance is like. Maybe it's the fact that I'm online that's making it all shitty. I don't know. But I will fire GTA 5 one more time and try to go into single player mode. Yes, on the weapon workbench, I was trying to... Oh no, that's the mag shear. I need the mag storm. Yeah, mag storm. Depleted uranium rounds that can penetrate any armor, and that's good. Kill robots now. High velocity sounds cool. But I need platinum and titanium. Well, let's go back and buy out... I don't know. Jemison Merc, I guess. Yeah, I'll come back here, but I'm going to go out and make a weapon mod trip, I guess, to Alpha Centauri. The game is engaging to me in a way that like No Man's Sky wasn't, and like even Eve in some ways isn't combat. I'm trying to come on down here to the lodge or whatever, the commercial district. Yeah.
Elizabeth and Gary Jr. were married when Elizabeth was just 15 years old and Gary Jr. was 18 years old. Elizabeth's family have also come out on Facebook to allege that Gary Jr. started isolating Elizabeth from them when they got married when she was 15, which it's believed that they had to go out of state to legally get married. Marriage records show that Elizabeth being 15, Gary being 18, that would not be legal in the state of Ohio. But it is in the next state over in West Virginia, which is where they went to file their marriage license.
That's crazy.
And 2 months after, they give birth to a child. One politician from West Virginia who helped pass a bill banning child marriages in West Virginia states, West Virginia was one of the only states in the country that didn't have a floor for the marriage at all. There were records in the past 20 years, like not 100 years ago, not 200 years ago, 20 years of children as low as 8 years old being married to grown adults, people in their 50s, 60s. Allegedly, one of her brothers, Jeremy Russell, this is Elizabeth's brother, alleged brother, has posted on Facebook, "My sister just wrapped her life up." I'm not entirely sure what that means. I don't know if it means like her life is over now that she's facing these charges, but he said,
Yes, the AI something. In GTA Enhanced, is there a way to tell it to log into story mode every single time I come in? No. Let's see the load time to do story mode. This canister appears to be done. I don't think it's totally done, but it's getting there. And I believe I will open a new one. That's trash. Ooh, I got a bunch of them. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Is that one? No, that's empty. So that's all trash. I've got 2 left. 2 left. Didn't I buy these on the first? Oops. Yeah, is there only 2 left? Maybe one fell. That's trash. other... Oh, there's my my fireplace controller. That's cool. Yeah, that's all of these, I think. So, but we got enough to get through the month. This is Granddaddy Purple at 97, or Dutch Treat at 96. We'll do the hybrid, I believe. Yes. I'm going to see if this new canister works with this old coil, but I think this thing's dead. Yeah, this is dead. So, is this better on OBS? Is it the fact that I'm online? No, it just isn't getting a good frame rate. Ugh. Sure. It's running better, but it's not running well on OBS. I don't know. Maybe I should try windowed mode. I will run it like this if it runs well on OBS. Oh, these frames are fucking terrible.
What? You don't see nothing? I pity.
Ugh. No, it's no good. Why? It didn't used to be this bad. Maybe that's it. Maybe the frame gen?
I think you wore out your welcome. It's about time to go raise up.
Ugh, terrible. Yeah, it's just not running well, unfortunately. Yeah. It's weird because this is, yeah, like all these other games are running totally fine. EVE Online, all of it. But not fucking GTA 5. I don't know. I could just keep all these resources at the lodge. $639 out of $950. $950 is terrible. Is there a way to add storage in Starfield to the Starborn Guardian? Because 900 isn't enough. Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh, 13 digibits. Oh, there. I need this advanced hard target. £80. It's about 100 pounds. Oh, at least I can go. Let's go. I could start dumping it all in the lodge. But first I will make weapon upgrades.
Due to indoctrination, it is 100% real. 20 kids and younger than me, the math equals immature piece of shit man involved. I met this dude a couple months ago, shook my hand like a baby would, super soft hands, definitely never worked a day in his life. I should have took him out that night. It's been 15 years, you lost touch with your family, followed another, and look what happened.
Oh, he's also bashing the sister, you're saying?
Yeah.
And he said he met Gary Jr. a couple months ago?
Yeah.
Like just recently?
Mm-hmm.
Did he say he knew or didn't know the kids?
It seems like he's insinuating he didn't know that they had that many kids. A lot of the relatives have come out and they've stated that they knew that they had kids, but they didn't know exactly how many.
That's a pretty wild statement to say, though.
Yeah, how do you not know? Like, even my relatives that I don't talk to, I have a general idea, pretty firm idea, actually, of how many children they have. Yeah, it is odd. There is, though, a huge debate on whether or not Elizabeth, because she was married at 15 years old and had her first child, it's actually alleged that she had her very first child or gave birth to her very first child when she was 13.
It was actually the cartridge got screwed up. Oh, good. It was just the cart, not my pen. That's good because it saves me money. Oh, yeah, thermometer, huh? Like 82 degrees. Yeah, I wouldn't mind putting this somewhere where I could see it. Yeah, like that. There we go. Like pull the trash from all of these twists. Okay. Throw this away and go pee. I'll be right back.
13. That child did not end up making it. The question is, was she groomed and kept almost as some sort of breeding machine, some sort of breeder? How much is she a victim in all of this? How much is she a perpetrator? Which, side note, all 4 defendants have been assigned public defenders. Elizabeth's attorney has been incredibly outspoken in this entire case, and some might even say, like, maybe a little too outspoken. He states in an interview that when he went to go talk to Elizabeth, he didn't really know what he was walking into with this case. Like, I'm sure he Googled it and it's bad. But he says that when he walked in there, he doesn't know what he was expecting, but he sees Elizabeth and he describes her as being very timid and exhausted.
I asked her if she had seen any of the coverage that has been online for the better part of a day now. She hasn't. She does not know how the home, the conditions, the investigation is being described. And I chose not to share all of those details with her at this point, because she does seem so fragile. The person that I met with, though, is not someone who comes across as pure evil.
All the defense attorneys have taken a very strong, seemingly a strong disliking towards the prosecutors describing this case as, quote, pure evil.
Evil requires malice, and the person that I saw there, Elizabeth, she doesn't have that in her eyes.
He says the thing that shocked him the most is one of the very first questions that she asked him was, are the kids okay? When can I see the kids? Do you know anything about where they are?
Usually when people are in jail, they ask, can you get me out of here? When can I get out? So I think that was telling.
Which a lot of people are saying, like, well, the bar is so low. Like, that's a little bit of a... People might agree that Elizabeth is a victim in her own sense and perhaps a perpetrator in a different sense to the children. But I guess that statement was just kind of a little like, what? Elizabeth's attorney has filed a request for the judge to lower Elizabeth's bond, which has initially been set at $300,000. The argument being that, quote, the defendant is a 33-year-old mother with no known criminal history. There's been no indication that the defendant has been anything but cooperative with law enforcement since the initiation of this case. The attorney argues that she's not a danger to the community. She's not a risk to herself. She's not a risk to the children because all 16 children have been removed by the state. The attorney continues, through conversations with counsel, the defendant maintains that her principal desire is to reunite with her children. She understands that reunification of any sort is an impossibility if she does not appear before this court.
So did Elizabeth's attorney say anything about if she's a victim? Did they point fingers at...
Yes, he said that Elizabeth does not see herself as a victim, but he's still investigating. The prosecutors are still investigating. He's kind of hinting to the fact that he believes that she is. Does that mean that she should get away with no charges? I don't know, right? Like, I don't know if that's what he's insinuating. But he does state that he feels the $300,000 bond is excessive and it violates the 8th Amendment. So the 8th Amendment protection is against excessive bail. But it's interesting because he doesn't ask to lower the bond. He asks for a reconnaissance bond. So
What is that?
it just, like, no bond. Yeah. He argues that the investigators themselves have documented this home being in extreme poverty. So he's like, I mean, how do you expect her to come up with $300,000? That's not even in the realm of possibility. One person comments about Elizabeth and her motion to be released. What if she gets pregnant while she's out on bond?
By who?
But what if she does? I mean, she's gotten pregnant so many times. Why has she gotten pregnant? We don't know if someone has been forcing it upon her. We don't know if this is a choice that she willingly makes to get pregnant. What if she goes out on bond and gets pregnant? That would be yet another child brought into this world to be neglected and abused. I guess they're arguing, forget everything else. Like, what if she gets pregnant? A lot of other people who are a bit more sympathetic to Elizabeth are saying that they don't think that she should be let out on bond just because jail might actually be good for her.
Her living condition is pretty dire, you know, like...
Not in the sense of, like, she needs, well, she probably does need a lot of mental health care as well, but just the facilities is probably an upgrade from the house that they were living in. Others have no sympathy. I will say there are a group of people who genuinely don't think sympathy is warranted in this case. So I would say I would break it up into a few different camps. I think there is one camp who sees Elizabeth as part of the victims. So they see her kind of as part of the 16 children. They think that maybe she was restrained and forcibly impregnated all those times. They don't know, but they think that something weird must have happened in order for her to subject herself to this life. They think that she is a victim through and through. Then you have a group in the middle where they think that she was the victim. She was clearly groomed in the beginning, but maybe somewhere along the way, the lines between victim and perpetrator are getting a little bit blurry, and she still had some duty to protect her 16 children. And there were still moments where she was at a hospital where she could have alerted some authorities if there were any abuse ongoing. Then you have a group of people who say it doesn't matter if she started as a victim. At the end of the day, there are 16 victims that she neglected. And they say, quote, she smelled them every day as they laid near their feces. She heard their hunger cries. She saw the insects and roaches crawling on them. She saw their ignored tears. She didn't care. Her bond should not be revoked. Which, speaking of, there are rumors circulating, and some are saying that they have inside sources that have confirmed Elizabeth is pregnant in custody, that when they took her in, she was pregnant. This has not been proven. This has not been confirmed by any authorities, and I don't know how these inside sources would be able to, I mean, is that not like a HIPAA violation? It's kind of crazy, but that's the rumor going on. Elizabeth's attorney states,
I have previously stated that she was not necessarily characterized herself as a victim, but the investigation, prosecutor's office, investigation in my office is still locked up.
He says, I think this is a case more so of isolation than a case of evil. And I think there's an important distinction here. So this is the part where I feel like maybe the lawyer needs to stop doing some interviews. I think dispelling rumors or even advocating for your client are all really great things, but I think some of the arguments he makes is kind of like the Attorney General of Ohio, where it's like, I don't know why you said that, and now you're making people oppose you for no reason. So he's saying things like, he's insinuating this is more of a case of poverty than it is neglect. And it has a lot of people riled up because they're like, no, I grew up impoverished. Or some people are saying, no, I have children and I went through a time where I didn't have any money and I never treated any child like that.
Yeah.
So it's just it's a very tricky situation I think he's finding himself in.
Not the best approach.
Yeah, and he says, quote, because if that's all you know, and you have to think, someone at 15 years old doesn't know a whole lot about being an adult, about being a mother, about being a wife. That's been your worldview for the past 17, 18 years. You get shaped by that. And he continues to emphasize this is maybe more so about isolation than it is about evil. He states, I don't think we've seen any evidence to prove or to suggest that the children were locked or forced to remain in that 12 by 12 room. He says about Elizabeth being pregnant so frequently.
So what she's told me repeatedly is that she and Gary wanted a big family. I don't know if they wanted a family that was this big, but they repeatedly said, she's repeatedly said to me that she wanted a big family. She said that kids are a gift from God.
He says he was told by Elizabeth that some of the older kids had phones and their own social media. He said that it just doesn't jive with the way the case has been described to the public. He says it's his understanding that the kids can communicate and there's nothing to suggest that they were anything like, quote, feral kids, that term that is being used in the media. To which one netizen comments, the kids had social media, but the oldest couldn't even spell their own name at 18. The police literally said these children were feral, and if they had arrived a later day, some of them might have not even made it. The math is not mathing here. Others are commenting, well, he's just going off of what his client is telling him. Facts speak differently. Others stand a little bit more in the middle saying, this is just a lot to unpack. And the lawyer's perspective is definitely something to consider. Inside jokes and social media access don't necessarily disprove confinement, but it does paint a very different picture than what was initially presented. A lot of Elizabeth's family have also come out on Facebook to talk about how she was a normal teenage girl until Gary Jr. isolated her. And to make things murkier, Gary Jr.'s side of the family have also spoken out. So there's a guy named Ronnie Fletcher. He's the son-in-law of Gary Sider Sr. So this is Gary Jr.'s brother-in-law, Elizabeth's brother-in-law, I guess, by marriage. So Gary Jr. has a sister, and Ronnie is married to that sister.
Okay.
He comes out to do an interview where he states,
I mean, we've had death threats. We've been told that we need to be put in front of a, execution line of guns and, killed and, burned in, what I mean? It's been bad. Gary and Lynn did not raise their children that way. They're the 4 daughters that got out are successful members of society. We've raised our children. Our children have, college degrees or, whatever, and for us to be put into all this, and there's generational incest and, this is going on generational, it's not true.
So there's allegations of incest and stuff. It's not true. This is all into that one home. The last time we heard from them, we gave them a car, and it's probably close to a year now. Other than Lynn calling us and asking us for money or when they needed help with the water bill or whatever, if we had it, we sent it. If we didn't, one of the other daughters did. So we've
Who's
done.
Lynn? I'm sorry.
Lynn is Christina Siders, the grandma. They call her Lynn. Christina Lynn Siders.
She calls her. Okay.
So we've done what we could for that family at the arm's length that they was keeping us at.
Ronnie reportedly states that he knew that they had a large family, but, they thought it was probably closer to 10 children. And he only found out the truth when the news broke online. He says, if we would have known that it was like that in that home, we would have done something about it, even if it was just go there and take the kids ourselves or give them money. He says his family is terrified for their lives, and now they have to live like hermits because everyone's upset with them. He says, quote, how am I supposed to start a business in this community when I'm being stapled to the face of pure evil? Ronnie says about the prospect of Elizabeth being seen as a victim, he says she's willingly there at the home. She did not have a good home life when they got together, escaped to Gary Sr. and Lynn's home. So he's almost saying she escaped her rough family life to come here. And no one forced her to stay. That seems to be what he's insinuating. Elizabeth's family has fought back on some of those statements in their own post. Gary Sr.'s attorney has also chimed in, who is also another public defender, but he says, I do know that there's been a lot of social media postings, and family members, or just some family members, have sort of wanted to chime in with their 2 cents. I take some of that in with a grain of salt. One of the most vocal voices in this case thus far is Elizabeth's alleged brother, Joey. Joey posts a lot of videos where he's lip-syncing to country songs, typically in a very exaggerated fashion, and he's kind of bopping up and down as if he's riding a horse. I'm not entirely sure. It's more akin to when you're practicing being a pop star in your bedroom at 3 a.m. than a typical TikTok trend.
What I do.
It's a lot. But also, I am the last person to judge considering my very embarrassingly extensive digital footprint. But he does seem like he's been out there for a while. And that is moderately important considering netizens have accused him of trying to use this case to try and get famous. He's been quite vocal about supporting Elizabeth. Joey will post videos on Facebook where he's lip-syncing to the words,
I don't give a damn about what people think of me anymore. If you want to judge me, do it. It no longer concerns me.
I actually have no clue where this audio is from. It does sound like AI Vin Diesel. Pretty sure it's AI Vin Diesel because when I go on TikTok and I look up that sound, it's a bunch of Vin Diesel clips in interviews, but the words don't match with his lips. I think it's AI Vin Diesel, but it could also not be. It could be Vin Diesel, real Vin Diesel. But he writes in the video, pro-Elizabeth, king of gone country. I guess.
King of gone country?
Yeah, I don't know if that's he just likes calling something gone country and
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
being the king of it, I suppose, right? But one of the top comments reads, praying for her and her children, pro-reunification. He's also making AI photos of himself and his sister hugging. It looks like it's outside of jail. Right outside the gates of jail. Not outside of jail, but in front of the jail.
But has he say anything specific, or is just these random posts?
It's more so random posts, and he does lay down some allegations. However, it doesn't appear that he was really present in Elizabeth's life, so it's unclear how much
She knows. Oh, he knows.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not saying anything about the case. It's just free Elizabeth.
Yeah, and maybe more so emotionally compelling arguments, but not so many where I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
But emotionally compelling in the sense of it does make you feel very sympathetic. Right. But he captions things like family over everything, blood bonds unbreakable. Joey's also fighting back to internet users who have been posting negative things about him and his family. And he writes in all caps, don't worry, guys. I'm not worried about what people say on my posts. They're just immature humans that don't know their asses from holes in the ground. A box of rocks are smarter than half the people saying stuff. And if you don't like me, why are you coming to my page? He's also reposting a lot of supporters' threads on Facebook that reads, "For those that feel Elizabeth is a human being who fell through the cracks, who spent her entire life in a cycle of abuse, neglect, and trauma. She is housed in Ohio Regional Jail, scared, alone, uneducated, and visibly emotional in a court hearing.
Yeah, they're
She
actually
needed..."
worried about her state of mind. But you neglected 16 kids. You did neglect them, even if you were chained to a wall or something. I'd break the goddamn wall if I had to. I don't know what it is. You did neglect 16 kids, though.
Help. She still needs help. For those of us who have compassion for her, here's how you can help her now.
I have compassion for her, but you neglected 16 kids. Get jail. Jail. Ooh, pirates here. I'm so quick to wish jail on other people. I think I will use an X-Tech to burn on this thing. It does more damage to aliens. That's good. I don't have the credits, really. Okay, so good. Have I done the disruptor? I'm out of the adhesive. Oh, I can get a better thing. That's increase accuracy, increase damage. I'm out of europium for overclocked. I could extend this thing when I don't want to. Out of adhesive. Okay, so what else? I think I've done all the stuff that I want to do to my weapons. Yes, I believe. Out of adhesive. Yeah, but they're accurate and explosive. Out of adhesive. Oh, yeah, let's do that. But I'll have to buy adhesive, which means resting for 2 days and going out there and buying adhesive. That's okay, you know, doing the stuff that makes the combat easier. I stay. But it's ending. Oh, finally done with the copper or fire crystals. Probably fire crystals. Yep, so gotta go get fire crystals.
You can send her a meal through iCare, and you can add money to her commissary.
I love my job. Like every time one of these cases arises, it's like it's endless drama that I can just put on my channel that makes my shit like more attractive to other people. And while I don't know, I think I kind of missed the whole React content revolution and stuff. I do like reacting to this stuff. I do. 1.138. Okay, let's go log over. Okay, I need to sleep for 2 days, and I will go buy adhesive. I will go out to Poshvon and put, I don't know, how much does this Poshvon Miasmos cost? It's like 5 mil, so I'll put like 6 million at risk And I could just do this over and over again. I'm gonna try and go out and just ninja mine. They're done sleeping. Shit landing. Context. No. What? There is door campers. I lost the manuals immediately. Fucking door campers. I'll just DM this then if you're gonna be fucking assholes about it. Sick of fucking Lost being in like every aspect of this fucking game. I can't leave Jita without a door, without a Gal Mill door camp. And that's like you made the game like it's like you've made your game game gonna die like Rust if you make door camp in the reality. You are not. How to go by adhesive and something else, but I don't remember what. What was it? Adhesive and iso-centered magnet and europium. Adhesive, iso-centered magnet, and europium. Okay, so let's go get that. I'm full, huh? Yeah. I will sell it all back to the fucking vendor.
So she can get hygiene, snacks, paper, shower shoes, a hairbrush, things she clearly has done without for decades. They argue that, quote, if she was uncaring and malicious, she could have left all the babies and ran, but she stayed. She couldn't leave them, and he just kept climbing on top of her for his own gratification. There has been, I think, aside from the very controversial and, quite frankly, in my opinion, should be a legal age of their marriage. I think that a lot of people have been drawing from the setup of society and in large personal anecdotes. So I couldn't find evidence, hard evidence, of a lot of the different arguments from all the different camps.
Yeah.
So I think there is a lot of emotions getting involved with this case. I mean, of course, when you're dealing with 16 children who are found in that type of condition, it makes you try to think of how that happened. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that she was also being used, and some people have insinuated that perhaps Gary Jr. is the biggest abuser, and even the grandparents have been abused. So there's just a lot of circulating theories out there. Others are posting on Facebook supporting Joey, saying things like, I believe she was likely the only thing standing between those children and death. So I think there's a lot of nuance to this case, where you do have a large group of people who are arguing that this is a systematic problem, where when the system fails women girls at the age of 15, allows them to get married, allows them to live in these impoverished conditions with no form of education. Of course, this is how their life is going to turn out. And so there must be some level of sympathy that must be given to these individuals. But then you have another group of people who argue that there have actually been a lot of women in far worse conditions, whether it be in this country or in developing nations, that have the innate internal maternal instinct to protect their kids no matter the cost, because they believe that is biological in a woman when they become a mother. So there's been a lot of arguments and like both sides of the coin, I guess. It just really depends, right? But then Joey does start kind of bringing up some weird stuff. Okay, so Joey starts messaging a guy named Debojit Das, who claims to be an ex-boyfriend of the eldest daughter of the 16 children. I don't know. I feel like Joey's getting scammed. I mean, maybe scammed is not the appropriate word.
Is this a real person with a face and everything, or no?
No, they're just like messaging Joey, from what I can tell so far. I mean, that could change based on the recording of this episode, and this could very well be a real situation that's occurring. But I feel like Joey is getting bamboozled. Okay, so this guy is talking to Joey, and they're just instant messaging, and Joey is telling him like, oh, I haven't seen my niece since around 2008, which is now 2026. So he hasn't seen his niece since 8 years ago. He mentions that because the last time I seen them, they were still under 5. So this is where it gets a little bit confusing, because the math is not mathing. This is allegedly the boyfriend of the eldest daughter, but she would have been closer to 10 in 2008. I don't know. But also, like, there is a point of contention that people have of how can family members speak so passionately when they don't really know what's going on. But I can understand the conviction of wanting to defend your family members regardless of how much time has passed. But he writes, I thought my nieces didn't have internet access. Cops and the AG being the Attorney General of Ohio, lied. I just sent this, so something ain't right. So he posts on Facebook the screenshots of him talking to an individual named Debojit, who was allegedly one of the girl's ex-boyfriends. And he's like, oh, here are my screenshots of me dating your niece. So
What's
then
the screenshot, do we know?
it's just like messages of like, hi. There's like a voice note where she says hello, but it's hard to identify if that is even her. These are easily fakeable messages. I'm not saying they are faked, but it wouldn't be difficult to fake them. But he posts on Facebook, Joey is like, I thought my nieces couldn't read or write. These are messages between her and her ex-boyfriend. He says they had to break up because of their neighbor Mike. He sent proof of everything.
Damn it! I've gotta go find more adhesive now. Fucking annoying. I'll go over to the other store. Modding guns is a pain in the ass, and I can't really transport the items in this ship, which makes it annoying. I'll have to go to the lodge and dump all of these resources in the lodge and do all my weapon like modding in the lodge, which is okay, but it's not ideal. It'd be better if I could do it from the ship. I have to ride the mass transit system. I'm gonna use an amp for this because it's just annoying without it. like this game like so much more than Star Citizen. It's funny. It was so much better. Even when Star Citizen's single player thing releases like later this year or like next year, it still won't be good like this. It's stupid. Like this game's so much better than most of the games out there. Look at the scope and the beauty of it. Anyways, going to the UC Redistribution Center. Fucking door camp. I'll go out and see if they're there. Yeah, they're there. Oh wait, what am I? I'm not in a rush. Every like half an hour I'll just check.
The lies need to stop. The speculation needs to stop. Clearly the neighbors knew. Clearly she could read, write, and speak. We just want the damn truth. Praying.
Adhesive. Isocenter magnet, which I don't need anymore. And then europium. Adhesive. Europium. Yeah. Alright. I believe I will solve my inventory problem now and just do my work in the lodge. It's about the same thing as going to the ship, really. It's easy enough to get back there. Lodge is north, and I forgot. Couldn't she make the jetpack good?
night and day from my nieces and nephews. Yeah, so it's just,
Yeah, it's just so unclear.
yeah, but I also think the argument stands, but not really, in the sense of I don't think the point of contention is if they can read or write. I think just the fact that they were found in those conditions is the point.
Yeah.
Also, Joey has served time for endangering children, resulting in serious physical harm to a child, felony of the 3rd degree. So the court sentenced Joey Russell to a 36-month prison term, which was the maximum penalty for his crime.
To who? Do we know? Is it a family member? Or?
Seems like it. Yeah. A woman named Tiffany Saunders posts on Facebook again, and it's very hard to verify any of these Facebook posts, but she says, I'm making this post for the sake of truth and truth only, but for clarity. I'll go ahead and say this about the situation because I'm moving on because I have to. Lots of you know Lynn, aka Christina Siders. So this is the grandmother. Is my grandma Diana's first cousin. Okay, it gets confusing. It's not really necessary, right? She's saying that they're related in that way, but she's also related to Elizabeth Siders because her daughter's biological father and Elizabeth's mom are sibling. Anyway, I think this is where people are alleging that Elizabeth and Gary Jr. are distant cousins. I couldn't find proof that they are distant cousins other than rumors and then like some very confusing words of who's related to who, but I did sit there and I worked out this little family tree, and they are not biologically related if this is what people are basing off of that allegation from.
Oh, I see.
Right. But I don't know, maybe there's other proof somewhere out there. Tiffany continues to write, these are some of the pictures of Elizabeth that I took right before or right around when her and Gary Jr. met. She had her whole life ahead of her. While part of me wonders if she wasn't mentally conditioned to think most of this was okay, the mom in me knows it doesn't matter. There's absolutely no excuse for dragging your kids or any human through your BS to this degree. In my opinion, she's guilty to an extent simply because she is an adult. The justice system will handle the situation however it sees fit. I'm cool with that because, what should happen in a situation like this? What does real justice look like here? I don't know, because that's a decision I'm way underqualified to make. But I feel like this also needs to be said. Lots of people failed those babies, and they continue to fail lots of others all over and keep the pattern continuing by not intervening when things aren't quite right. People all over the USA right now keep saying, oh my God, how does this even happen? Most people can't fathom, and I really wish I couldn't either, but here's an idea: generational poverty, deeply embedded trauma, mental and physical illness, systemic failure by other family and community members, all mixed.
It's a lot of killing problems rearing their ugly head. Doing a lot of Starfield crafting work. Starfield mats. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to enter. I was just using the box as a way to record. Is there a drug that makes researching easier? I can't remember. Synapse Alpha or Neurojack. Well, nice thing about the lodge is the doctor is just like across the street.
Into one big horrible mess. It's nearly impossible to escape any unhealthy situation without the proper tools, without the proper resources. Maybe I'm wrong to believe this, but I think with only a couple exceptions in this particular case, like the tremendous amount of kids they had, actual living conditions, these poor children were, and in fact, I mean, the children were basically hidden away in a 12 by 12 room. All the rest of this story, there are very similar situations all over the area, and
what did the kids do to pass the time? Did they go crazy and build like fucking weird like fictional worlds in their heads and writing, or what? What did they do?
most people turn a blind eye to it. From the child marriage to no education, living in unhealthy environments, and living in extreme poverty, it's all pretty much normal to a lot of people. I personally think it's almost like it's deeply embedded for people to turn a blind eye because they're already struggling themselves. Or these are uncomfortable situations and topics to think about. That has also been a huge thing where people are saying, like, I don't know why Americans are so shocked right now that this is happening in their country when you can just go to West Virginia and see one of the most impoverished states.
He doesn't sell it. Damn it. I'll go back to the lodge and dump all these resources there. I don't know. I didn't see what I needed. While I'm here, I should buy meds from him. Synapse Alpha. Oh, okay, so I can probably sit in this chair and wait. I should buy all of his meds. This is something I need to do anyways. No med... Oh, yeah, here's some med packs. Trauma and emergency kits, and then... I mean, Infantry Alpha is range damage. Yeah, like, Infantry Alpha is super good. I need to start memorizing, like, what these all do. DR, yeah, Ackerman, Immobilizer, and all that stuff. Yeah, so... let's wait in the chair. I've been waiting 2 days to see if a shipment of Neurojack will come in. Synapse Alpha and Neurojack. What is it required to make Neurojack? Yeah, Synapse Alpha, Neurologic, or Recon Stim. Okay, so Reliant Medical, Dr. Alexa. So I'm in the right place. I'm going to buy the Recon Stims just in case I have Neurologics. Where do I get Neurologic? Okay, so Jemison does sell it, and I probably have it then. So, yeah, all I need now is Synapse Alpha, and I could produce these research meds and get even further, I think. So do sit down and do wait. We're looking for Synapse Alpha, and that'll be good enough anyways, if not. Hate waiting. It's such a stupid system. Okay, so yep, just asking questions.
It's in the entire nation, and see that this is something that's happening out in the open and it's pretty blatant.
Interesting.
So I do think it's a very nuanced conversation of
It is. It's a
how
nuanced
much
case.
does poverty impact one's
Like,
ability to be
remove
able
culpability or,
to
like, legal
have
culpability.
autonomy over the amount of children they have, but also how to be able to care for the children. And how much is it malice versus, oh, this is what my parents did to raise me, so I'm going to do the same thing and I don't know anything else or anything better. So I guess that is a very nuanced conversation that's taking place. And I think depending on everybody's socioeconomic backgrounds, people have a lot of different stances. I do think this is a conversation where it is really important to probably face privilege when you feel like you have a very strong negative opinion, right? I guess. See how much that plays into it, which has been, something people have been talking about.
Well, I've got a poverty bias against them, though, which is that, yeah, I know lots and lots of poor people that don't neglect their kids. I had a friend, his mother had six kids. There was Nadia and Anna. Six kids, I think it was in the end. Plus, they had a baby. Then they had a newer baby. So I had a friend who had six kids. They were middle class. The father made good money, and so did the mother. She was a teacher. And they had six kids, and they were poor. I mean, they were middle class, but they were poor, and they did not neglect their kids, and they had six of them. Hello? Hello? Hey. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, you still want me to come to dinner then? Because I can also just cook if you want. Oh, okay, you want me to come get it? Okay, yes, I will come get it, yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm coming. All right, bye. Okay. I will go get my dinner. Apparently, my mom has leftovers she wants me to go get, so I will go do that. Do you have Sinus Alpha? If you don't, I will rest again. I will go use the restroom in my mom's house and get food. Do you have Sinus Alpha? No, you don't. Oh, but I will buy emergency kits, Heart Plus, med packs, trauma packs, infantry alpha, and I will wait again. And while I wait, I will go take care of my real life stuff here. I'm going to scoop the cat box before I leave, so I don't have to do it later tonight, and get that out of the way. And I probably don't have to water the garden today either because it rained all day, which is good. I will scoop the cat box before I leave. We'll listen to this video, I guess. I put my headphones away, but I'm not going to leave just yet. I'm going to listen to this video while I scoop the cat box. I'll be right back.
But because still 16 children seems beyond excessive, even in those conditions, right? It seems like an outlier. people have been trying to find a motive. Like, was this some sort of obsession? Was having children an obsession for Elizabeth or Gary Jr.'s or both? Elizabeth's attorney did say that Elizabeth told him children are a gift from God and she loves having kids. Like, was it that? Was this some sort of like 4-person cult, 1-person cult, 2-person cult? Because again, the wording children are a gift from God is very specific. And Elizabeth's older brother believes that she was, quote, indoctrinated, which is again a very specific word. Or were they getting something else of having the children? Primarily, the big motive question was state care. So the prosecutor responds to a question from a reporter about whether or not the family was receiving state benefits for everyone, which again would answer a very big motive question.
To my knowledge, only the two elderly, the two oldest, Mr. Grandma and Grandpa, were the only ones I'm aware of that were receiving benefits at that time, at the time of this incident.
So they're not using the children to get some sort of state-funded assistance. So why do they keep having kids? We really don't know. I mean, none of the children were ever enrolled in schools. And I think that this case has been kind of a reckoning on a lot of state-funded systems. So the first question was, a lot of the children seem to have been born in local area hospitals, which is what Elizabeth's attorney has alleged. Which means if Elizabeth is going to hospitals and giving birth to these children, was there not any point any medical intervention should have stepped in? So that seems to be a big question of like, was there failure there? Then there's another question of why is Ohio so relaxed with homeschool laws? Back then, the law did get changed. A bill was passed. So apparently back then, you would have to tell administrators of a school what you were doing to homeschool your children. Like you would have to give them like a whole blueprint of your whole plan to educate your kids because they can't just be running around not being able to read and write. That was the whole objective, right? There's a lot of paperwork that gets processed. A lot of people get involved. Now, apparently, you can walk in and say, I'm going to homeschool my kid, and that's it.
That's crazy.
You don't have to tell them what you're doing. I guess this is the whole, like, it's my kid. I don't know the fucking argument, okay? I really don't know. Yeah. So the question is, like, were they really that good at hiding the children, like the Attorney General of Ohio State? Or is the system just, like, not really doing its job? Mm-hmm. One resident does recall seeing at least some of the kids once at a local yard sale, and she did in fact notice that they appeared dirty, but she just assumed like the dirt and grime on them was they had been playing outside. The police haven't confirmed that every single child belongs to Elizabeth and Gary Jr. There are DNA tests being done. There are some people out there that believe and are speculating that older children could have given birth to some of the younger children. This is basically an internet rumor. A lot of that speculation seems to stem from the idea that they believe there is no physical way in which Elizabeth could be able to give birth to 4 sets of twins back to back. So remember in 2022, she had a set of twins that passed in the hospital, but her last births were allegedly 4 sets of twins.
Yeah.
And so they're just saying like your body is incapable of doing that. Like that would be nearly impossible, especially in the malnourished, lack of nutrition state that Elizabeth was probably living in. It just doesn't make sense to them how that's possible. But authorities have not confirmed that the children were essayed or harmed in that way or that there was any incest going on. So I just do want to make that very clear. Elizabeth's attorney states again that he believes that all 16 children belong to Elizabeth.
Okay,
A
guys,
reporter did ask the prosecutor, has any testing been done to
Unfortunately, I've got to go up there and do real life stuff. I'll be right back. I scooped the cat box. I'm going to take the recycling up. Oh, it's Sunday. I've got to do the trash. Yeah, it's good that I did the trash. So, I suppose I'll add some more things then. Recycle, trash. This box should go. That stuff. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, this is gone. I'm sure this is too old. We'll use a little bit of space in the trash can. Okay. Take recycling up. Maybe I'll take both recycling. Okay, BRB guys, I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh. Well, okay. Hi, Sissy. Hi. My mom gave me dinner, so I don't have to do shit. Just gonna throw it all on a plate and eat it later. That stuff. And then I'll have a swig of milk. Now, on to the next task, which is I want you to reload that. Play, and then I'm going to mix a drink. I'll be right back. That's really best use it, I guess. I like the raspberry stick. It's good. Interesting to taste. Okay. I don't know why I paid for Mortal. I'm not playing it. Fucking dumb. Playing a free game over Mortal. Did we charge? Yeah, you're still charging, but... Okay. I'm gonna wait 24 hours and go back to...
Sure that all 16 children belong to the same person? He responds vaguely, I can't address that. Did the children have birth certificates? The prosecutor takes a moment and responds very carefully.
I don't know that we have all of their birth certificates. Let me answer that.
Were they all registered with the state?
Again, a little bit beyond what I can tell. I answered you what I know at this point.
So things could have changed. It seems like they did locate most of the birth certificates, but one reporter asked the prosecutors, do you know of any children's services safety checks conducted at that home? Were there any mandatory reportings, especially by hospitals or medical officials?
Yeah, I can't address that, sorry.
As of filming this, of the 4 adults, one of them has already been released. Gary Sr., the grandpa, has since pled not guilty by reason of insanity. He is demanding an evaluation. Well, I guess his attorney is demanding an evaluation to determine whether or not he's competent to stand trial.
He's not.
And the reason that he was released is not even because of his potential incompetency. It's the fact that July 8th, they were scheduled for a preliminary hearing, and as they were transporting Gary Sr. to the courthouse from the jail, he falls. They take him to the hospital because he fell. They run a bunch of tests on him, and they realize, holy shit, he's got so many serious medical conditions that require specialized care, which is basically the only reason they let Gary Sr. out on bond. The prosecutor on this case says to the community very bluntly, practically, and I don't know if you folks know this or not, but when defendants are housed in county jails, it is the county's responsibility to pay for the medical care. Prisons are for defendants who have been convicted. Then the state of Ohio has to pay for it. But he's still an innocent man that has not been convicted yet, so the county was going to be on the hook for his medical care. Vinton County, also one of the smallest rural counties in Ohio.
Mr. Sider Sr. has a serious medical condition that requires specialized care. His medical care.
Kitty. Oh, you're a wet pussy. We love wet pussy. Yeah. Ooh, wet pussy. I haven't touched wet pussy in a while. Oh, my wet pussy. How you doing? I love my kitty. I love my little kitty, my little wet pussy. Well, but we love wet pussy. And she was like, you left me out in the rain. I'm like, but I love wet pussy, though. I'm kidding, kitty. Any chance you have an interest in a 30 sync? I'm sorry, this is a bank alt. Oops, I didn't loot the box. I keep forgetting this guy distracted me. Ooh, 35 grand.
Could potentially bankrupt Vinton County.
The prosecutor states we were not going to put that burden also on our local taxpayers, so it was agreed that we would do a recognizance bond so that he could get the medical treatment that the doctors say that he needs, and it won't cost the county that money. If he
No sinus alpha the last 3 days, which makes no sense. I'll try one more day, but maybe there's like some kind of limit on when you can reach sinus alpha. I could go to other Reliant medical things. I could try the doctor, I suppose, but I'll still have to drop all of these resources. That's the main thing. I will wait 2 more days and see. I'm patient. It still feels like the most high-res game I've ever played in terms of like close detail. When you're close up on something, it looks like it has the best graphics I've ever seen in a game, really. This guy's like sitting there. Are we just chilling in this chair waiting for your drug shipment to come in? How much of a junkie am I, man? I spent all my time outside the liquor store and the drugstore, even in video games. Like I spent all my time in a dope house or outside a liquor store in video games. Imagine real life.
he's released from the hospital, he will then be equipped with
Hi,
a
wet
GPS
pussy.
monitor.
Oh.
The medical care is going to be paid for probably on a federal level, I would imagine. That's what I think would happen. I'm not too well versed in like the pipeline of medical care for individuals who have no access.
That's interesting.
It seems like it would be taken care of on a federal level, but I'm not entirely sure. His attorney states he's entitled to his presumption of innocence and that his guilt must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The state needs to prove that they may, the facts may bear out or they may not, that he may be found not guilty or not competent or himself a victim. So until we all know what's going on, I would ask the viewers to take a breath, take a step back, and let the process play out. Which, speaking of, a gag order is now in place for the prosecutors, which is not like entirely uncommon for high profile cases, but essentially the defense attorneys have filed stating that there have been lots of statements made by the prosecution that seem to be prejudicing the right to a fair trial. Basically saying it's pure evil, calling it the House of Horrors, calling them just like feral children, all of these things they think is not good. We are just going to have to wait to see how this plays out in court, which, by the way, I do think maybe the Attorney General of Ohio should stop talking about this case because of some of the problematic remarks that he's made, but that's an opinion, right? I guess we will just have to see how this plays out in court, whether all of them are going to... I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. There is maybe an argument that potentially black mold is in the house. That seems to be an angle that could be played. Black mold poisoning can be similar to dementia and cause brain fog, sudden mood swings, depression, anxiety, insomnia, chronic fatigue, headaches. I don't know. Some people believe that the grandma was taking care of the kids, and when her health declined, it caused this entire thing to go down. But all we know right now is each charge carries a minimum sentence of 2 to 8 years in prison with a maximum sentence of 12 years. So a potential maximum sentence on all 16 counts could end up being 192 years for each defendant. State social workers say they've received dozens of calls from local residents in the county offering donations, offering to help with long-term care for the children.
The community came together. We'll take care of the kids.
They just approved $1 million to support the children. They're estimating
these kids in 10 years are going to be fucking amazing. They're going to get together, brothers and sisters and stuff. They're going to stand for a photo, and they're going to look a lot better. I believe in you guys.
The care to be around $100 to $250 per.
There's always going to be a morning after. There's always a morning after. It's always darkest right before the dawn. The sheer lack of humanity of the whole situation. But you guys are still humans, and you're going to be fucking amazing in 10 years. Give it time.
Per day.
Your life isn't over. Don't give up yet.
Per child for the rest of this fiscal year. But I just don't know, like, how much that will impact. I think that there probably will need to be a lot more resources poured into the 16 children if the conditions are as bad and as...
It's time for a GoFundMe if there ever was one.
Extreme.
Ooh, your feet are cold, kitty. Yeah, you have cold feet. Stop standing on my bare skin. Yeah, your feet are too cold to be standing on my bare legs. Yeah. Yeah, come get a nice warm lap then. Yeah, you want some lap, kitty? Get yourself some nice lap. Yeah. Yeah, cute. Oh, kitty. Get yourself some nice warm lap. You've been out there in the cold for a while. Just pull yourself up a chair and have a nice seat. Get yourself some nice warm human lap. What could be better for a kitty than a nice warm human lap to sit in? Her master that she loves so much. Yep, she loves me. I love her. We get along like peas and carrots. Why is my screen black? Oh, because I logged. Go back in again. Did you freeze? No, you just didn't. Wait, the correct. Oh, why are you leaving, kitty? Oh.
As the prosecutors are describing them to be, which I tend to agree with just based off the pictures that I saw of the outside of the house looking in. But what are your thoughts on this case? That is so far what we have on the 16 children's case in Ohio, the House of Horrors. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah, it's
Be
good.
safe.
This was a great video.
Starfield, Starfield, Starfield. The best game Bethesda has ever made. The worst game of all time. And the reason why Trump got elected? I mean, maybe, right? Well, I don't know. Probably not. Today, we're gonna take a rock hard look at Starfield, definitively concluding if it is in fact good or bad, as well as having a larger conversation about internet discourse, seeing if the hate the game receives online is justified, and figuring out why there's such a harsh discrepancy between fans and critics. And look, I'll be upfront here in saying that I am not a Bethesda hater, and neither am I a Bethesda fanboy. I am in fact a third, much more mysterious option. My goal here isn't just to defend or tear down Starfield, but actually see how we got here and analyze why. Originally on the path to answer that question, I spent a long-ass time looking at the Fallout series to draw a definitive line for Bethesda's path leading up to Starfield, but when I realized I had a Starfield video that was over half about Fallout, I cut that shit so cleanly in half that it would make your mama cry. And Lord knows, you are not the shoulder she'll be leaning on for support. Anyways, now you got two separate videos to shove down that malleable gullet of yours. So yeah, go check out my 2 goddamn hour Fallout video first if you want to. I think the argument here is stronger for it, but if you're one of those folks who likes to act all high and mighty with your time, you could just start here too. That's fine. Asshole. Oh, too busy for little old me. Oh, Glorp, yeah, I like the guy and everything, but 2 frickin' hours? You know what? You disgust me. So, Bethesda, the game studio which has been around since 1986, well known today for their Elder Scrolls games, and notably the 5th installment in that series, 2011's Skyrim. Or the 15 fucking million re-releases of Skyrim since 2011. Even the casual gamer has probably touched the digital grass of Tamriel, as Skyrim has landed itself in the top 10 highest selling games of all time with 60 million copies, just above Terraria, which tangentially was incredibly surprising to see on that list. The Elder Scrolls games are a series of open-world RPGs with big-ass open worlds to explore, and they date all the way back to 1994, with many of the games accredited as helping to push the genre of open-world games forward. Daggerfall marked a larger and more reactive open world. Morrowind showed the freedom that a 3D open world can achieve, Oblivion marking one of the most realistic weather and foliage systems at the time, and Skyrim just setting a gold standard for the modern open-world RPG. The vast amount of content and level of detail in the environment was fairly unparalleled for the time. These games are all notably pretty buggy, too. Like ragdoll flinging, quest disabling, game crashing, save corrupting type shit. We're not talking ants here, we're talking millipedes, or tarantulas. Fallout is another core IP of Bethesda's too, a series of post-apocalyptic games which Bethesda is now probably as much, if not more, known for than the Elder Scrolls to the general public. But unlike the Elder Scrolls, they didn't start the Fallout franchise, just carefully removed it from the cold, decrepit hands of Interplay. But again, you can learn 2 hours worth of information about that in the last video. Anyways, Bethesda, leading up to the release of Starfield, was probably at the most hated they had ever been before. How? How could this studio, who had released 5 different versions of Skyrim over the span of a single decade, fall so hard from grace? Well, since Skyrim originally released in 2011, all Bethesda had released is the somewhat contested Fallout 4, and then a few years later, one of the most universally trashed games of all time.
76.
Fallout 76 took the components of Fallout 4, which deviated the most from the core of what Fallout was known for originally, and made those new components basically its own online game, boiling down the formula of what was a more story-focused RPG game to a loot-and-shoot multiplayer game with very little in the way of dialogue. That may have been fine and all in concept, as long as gamers knew what they were getting, but in execution, it was poorly marketed, buggy as hell, had literally no NPCs to talk to, and just felt like a glitched carcass of a game. It also was the reason why Biden got elected in 2020. I mean, probably not. But what if? And even though Bethesda has consistently worked on adding content to and fixing the game to the original promised vision over the span of 6 fucking years, most gamers will shake their head and shit their pants at the mention of the game, despite most of them likely never even trying it, spending their time instead either gambling their future children's college fund on Counter-Strike cases or modding an old PS1 with a 4090 so that they can run their VR scat games in a nostalgic way. Needless to say, Bethesda needed an absolute slam dunk after significant reputation damage like that. They needed something fresh, engaging, a magnum opus Bethesda title that could redefine the open world as they had so many years back. A game that the director of the company, Todd Howard, had always dreamed of making. Starfield. Imagine if you could take the fun exploration of Skyrim, but put it into a sci-fi world. No, not Fallout. Imagine if that world was endless. Like, imagine if the universe was infinite and every planet was computer generated, so the content was essentially unending. No, not No Man's Sky. Well, actually, kinda No Man's Sky. Imagine for a moment No Man's Sky as promised, mixed with Skyrim. An already massive RPG mixed with an infinite galaxy to explore. I mean, literally. No Man's Sky Rim. Job.
No Man's Skyrim job! No Man's Skyrim job.
This would be the biggest Bethesda game, without question, completely surpassing and eclipsing the statewide map of Fallout 76. Not just in terms of size, either. No, this game has so much fucking dialogue that your only hope is that—
I'm back at the Gal Bank. How is that possible, motherfucker? What? No. Where is the fucking lodge compared to me? You're fucking stupid. Due East. You're so annoying. Fucking stupid problems.
the Hindus are right, and on your 10th reincarnation, you can finally experience Sarah Morgan's ultra-rare final line of dialogue where she admits to you that she was always more attracted to your dad and only married you to get closer to him.
Don't let me leave, Merv!
Much like Skyrim, you can play the game in any way that you want. Are you a deli whore? A sandwich-crazed slut?
I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all the sandwiches and put them, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches.
Do you just want to maximize your ship for its sandwich carrying potential, making all of your tables and floors slick from salami grease, the odor of—
Yeah, that's why I like Starfield. That doesn't tell you what to do. It actually is quite the opposite. It's like it's got good guidance for running quests, but it doesn't tell you what to do in anywhere.
Lunch meat emanating from your ship so strongly that it drives away any sign of alien life? Do you wish to force your crewmates to unionize and demand HR for baloney sickness compensation? Well, here, you can do that. The plot, written by George R.R. Martin— fuck, that's Elden Ring. In order to build hype, the game is talked about in terms of perfection, promising things that are just vague enough to get away with saying, well, technically. And everybody lined up like dogs at the door, pissing all over themselves and drooling on the doormat of Todd Howard's bathroom, awaiting this brand new game. I mean, this is the year of Baldur's Gate 3. After all, anything and everything just might be possible. Maybe this one really is the game of our dreams, a game that unlocks the world of sci-fi and gaming in a similar way to how Elder Scrolls did for fantasy. I mean, they've been working on this game for 8 years. 8 fucking years. So the hype, much like an interplanetary ship, skyrocketed, to the point that if Bethesda had released anything short of a complete redefinition of the genre, fans would raise hell and probably cause another civil war or some shit. And while we patiently await the Civil War part, oh golly, my goodness gracious, have gamers turned comment sections into decimated battlefields, lining the trenches with thousands of angry 12-year-olds who all salute their leaders in war and put their life, anime avatar, on the line for the cause. But let's back up here and look a little more closely at that hype and the launch.
Houston, we've had a problem.
What the fuck?
Starfield was set to release on September 6, 2023, but for the 1%ers out there who had the dosh to purchase the $100 digital deluxe
That's what I did.
edition, they could start playing on September 1st. However, review copies went out late August, and before any gamers could get a chance to sniff that salami grease themselves, leakers got their nubs on the game and started posting as much as they could. One man, a very brave soldier indeed, Memphian94, posted an incredibly poorly recorded 45 minutes of gameplay with the infamous quote,
it takes time. You're gonna have to read it. Can't just jump into it. You're gonna just jump around how I was for a minute. Todd, no offense, man. That's a good game.
That's a good
Turns
game.
out Darren here worked at a warehouse where he had been, let's say, borrowing copies of the game and selling them online early before the release date. And yeah, the law caught up with our boy. He was charged on theft of property valued between $2,500 and $10,000, which is a really fucking wide range. He was also charged with possession of marijuana, which quite frankly is bullshit. I mean, how do you expect us to even enjoy Starfield if we can't
without marijuana
rip a fat fucking bowl before?
I know, right? That's how I feel too, motherfucker.
Beforehand. A few days later,
I don't care about his
U/G
marijuana use. I care about you caring. Fuck you, shaming you.
GAO8E7 comes onto the scene, and his leaks aren't laced with the thick fumes of weed and those tiny little diced onions from McDonald's. No, he has his scope aimed clearly and is breaking down the game in the way that all fans were so anxious for. Images of Earth appear. Images of ships and menus. Most importantly though, GAO gives the starving fanbase some juicy fucking details on exactly how the fully explorable planets work, explaining that you can only explore them in smaller chunks that load where you land. That these areas are freely explorable, but in order to get to the other side of the planet, you have to fast travel to it. It's not like you can just roam all the way around the world as we may have imagined. He says that generally, fast travel seems to be a massive part of the game and the main means of transportation, not necessarily using your ship. On top of that, he says that it doesn't seem like there's any way to manually dock your ship on a planet. There's just a cutscene of landing once you choose your chunk you wish to fast travel to. The fan base is instantly divided. Some saying, who cares? Is it really crucial to be able to run for 30 hours straight on any given planet? Some become skeptical of the game, getting worried about what fast travel seems to be a massive part of the game and the main means of transportation, not necessarily using your ship. On top of that, he says that it doesn't seem like there's any way to manually dock your ship on a planet. There's just a cutscene of landing once you choose your chunk you wish to fast travel to. The fan base is instantly divided. Some saying, who cares? Is it really crucial to be able to run for 30 hours straight on any given planet? Some become skeptical of the game, getting worried about what else might not look like what they had hoped for, and some start fucking fuming. The buildup of rage causes steam to fly out of their ears, and their left leg starts involuntarily spasming into the air, like when you pet a dog in that one really good spot behind the ear. Oh, good boy. Soon enough, articles came, and they did not, in fact, stop coming. Todd Howard lied. Todd, how could you? Todd, you were supposed to be the orbiter of truth. Todd, you were supposed to be our papa, our shining star in the dark night sky, the one to lead us forward to our destiny, carry us away to safety as a worried mother would with her newborn baby boy. Now, people started digging up clips. Gotcha! Todd never technically lied. He told us this. He told us everything about this. Listen to this interview. Catch this moment. Look at this second of this clip. I promise you, it's true. It's true. God is dead, and Todd has taken his place. He's never done us wrong, okay? He never promised free exploration. He never did. But it was too late. The negative narratives had started to grow like a cancer. And much like a cancer, it was bad. But then, just as everything seemed to be getting worse, the review embargo drops like a bomb. And the game gets... Wow. Wait, what? The game gets raving reviews. Starfield raises the bar for its genre and for the medium as a whole in countless ways. Every now and then, a new game comes along that changes our perception of what the industry is capable of. Starfield is that game. Starfield is, in a nutshell, everything it needed to be and so much more than we could have hoped for. The reviews are banana bonkers good, until IGN speaks up. No, not cool Spanish tapas style IGN, big gulp holstered American IGN, who said, it wasn't until a dozen or so hours in that I unlocked enough upgrades that things started to gel for me. Starfield is absolutely one of those games that takes way too long to get to the good part. It's never a great sign when somebody recommends a game on the grounds that it gets good after more than a dozen hours, but that's very much the kind of game Starfield is. Huh. So the game doesn't get good for 12 hours? God damn it!
I don't know. I think the first mission's pretty fun. Like, you know, you meet Lynn and Heller, and they drag you through the cave, and you see that there's like farming, kind of like No Man's Sky, and it blows your mind. And then you're like, oh, okay, you know, what else happens? You go outside and you meet Barrett, and then a bunch of pirates land. and then you fight the pirates, and then Barrett gives you a ship, and at that point they stop telling you what to do, which blows your mind. And you're like, wait, I've got a spaceship? And remember, this used to be revolutionary. It was for Star Citizen, and it is for No Man's Sky, and it is for Starfield, and only 3 games, well, no, there's been more. There's like 10 games like that, like X4 and stuff, but there's only been like 10 games like that in history that gave you that kind of freedom. Here's a starship and all of a universe to explore. And yeah, it's featureless, and there's not enough hand-drawn stuff where the AI should be working, and there's not enough AI where the hand-drawn stuff is, and there's all these issues. But it's like, I don't know, but it doesn't take 12 hours to enjoy Starfield. It takes an hour. It takes an hour to reach that point where you're on a starship and Barrett's like, yeah, I suggest you go see the Lodge and take on the MSQ if you want, but you can go anywhere. The robot will follow you and he'll be your companion and all this stuff. And that's all so memorable and so fun that I can describe it pretty accurately back to you because I've done it like 10 times. And how is that not fun? That's fun. That's one of the greatest game entries I've ever seen. Now, it's boring if you've done it 20 times, just like Skyrim or Oblivion. Leaving the sewer in Oblivion is fucking boring. But I mean, of course, but I mean, but it was really like the game's not boring for the first 12 hours in any way or form. On top of that, you could be done in an hour and then spend the other 11 hours of the 12 hours just clearing sites and being like, oh my god, this game is like Borderlands. It is Borderlands. It's like you go anywhere on any map in Starfield, and there's like monuments all over the place that are like fucking, that's like I don't really see how they can say that Borderlands is good, but this is bad, because this is like Borderlands times infinitesimal. Borderlands will provide you endless content, especially Borderlands 4 and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. But I mean, Starfield is the Terraria Minecraft version of Borderlands. So if you like that endless Rage 1, Rage 2 gameplay where you go to some fucking Far Cry monument and you just kill them all and you get stronger as you go. If you like Metal Gear Solid 4, Phantom Pain, I don't really see how Starfield is not your game, because it's a lot fucking better. It gives you a lot more, And that thing she said about sandwiches, it's not really a joke. Like, I did it myself with helmets and digiframes from all over the galaxy, and you could just fill your ship with that, because it's proof that you've been all over the goddamn galaxy and you've killed so many people that you have 5,000 helmets, or you have you have 5,000 digiframes because you've entered 5,000 offices. And it's a good game like that, where it's like the digiframes and the helmets end up feeling more important than the MSQ, because you're like, I've been playing this endless survival sim for a long time, survival looter shooter for a long time. And that's the same for 76. 76 is no different. Everything I just said about Starfield is also true of 76. 76 will supply you endless Rage 1, Rage 2, Borderlands gameplay forever. And yes, it's meaningful if you keep doing it. You just keep getting stronger and stronger, and the guys die faster, and they send more, and the monuments morph into like these crazy amorphous labyrinths and stuff, and all this stuff about Starfield that a lot of other people can't seem to see because they think it's about the MSQ. The MSQ, I'm sorry, but the MSQ serves only one purpose, which is to queue New Game Plus. Other than, and put ISK and guns in your pockets. I'm sorry, credits and guns in your pockets. That's what the MSQ is for. It doesn't, there's no, I'm sure there's some story to it, but I never really paid attention. I don't really fucking care. But when you beat it, you have the best ship in the game, and you have the best loot in the game, and you've done the storyline, and it's ready to flip the game over, and you can start over again. Sooner or later, you have to ask yourself, what is it about this game that I enjoy? I'm going to go do that, And that's how I ended up like really loving Starfield, because it's like, you know, I all the time I'm upgrading my guns, I'm sweeping monuments, and I'm sucking every bit of loot out of all of it and translating it into upgrading my gear. It's a gear upgrade system that was superior to stuff like Terra. Terra had a good, you know, endless gear upgrade system where you could get plus 99 pauldrons and plus 99 helmet and plus 99 fucking gloves and plus 99 chest piece and all that. You just kept running grinders trying to get it stronger, kind of like Phantasy Star Online. And I like systems like that. I mean, there's not that many games like that. There's Phantasy Star Online, Borderlands 3 and beyond, Starfield, Skyrim, Oblivion Remastered, Fallout 3, Fallout 4. There's a few other games like this, but there's like 20 games in all of existence that actually give you this kind of freedom of replayability. And the average gamer that only plays Starfield for 60 hours or something before they just quit, they don't have a good grasp of what a good game is, because they're looking for some kind of stellar RPG experience. But I mean, that's not what Bethesda's ever been. I wouldn't say any of their storylines are memorable. Their lore is memorable, but their fucking storylines are not. I don't even know who the villain is in most games, because it's not memorable. But the fucking sandbox is fucking memorable. Like, I remember why I got into Bethesda in the first place. I picked up Morrowind on one of my best friend's consoles, Luke Fairch. Well, I'm not even gonna say his full name, but anyways, and I was playing Morrowind, and I played his copy. Oh, sorry, his save, and I left Balmora. Oh, I've got to clear my voicemails. Yeah. I left Balmora and I walked south down along the river for like 2.5 hours. And I was like, what the fuck, man? This game's so fucking big. What the fuck? It was 2.5 hours because I explored everything that I came across. It was just insane. By the time I got down there south, I found this place called the Dren Plantation. And the Dren Plantation is a large netch farm in the Ascadian Isles. It is owned and run by the Duke's brother Orvis Dren, who is head of the Kimona Tong. And so it's the brother of the guy who runs the Kimona Tong. So you have to understand, the Kimona Tong, they're like the local crime syndicate. So think like the Yakuza or something like that, right? And so the Dren Plantation is like the place where the warlord's, the crime lord's brother puts all the family money. It is inhabited by guards, both Dark Elf and Nord, and an Imperial netch herder and slaves who are all either Khajiit or Argonian. Dren has quite the smuggling operation going, as evidenced by the many crates with moon sugar near the docks and elsewhere on the grounds. But not just that, but there's also the loot in the Dren Plantation, which is like all of the armor that he's got stashed. Almost every character on Dren's plantation is well armed. Many carry ebony weaponry. Larlo Lethri in the southwest is armed with a Daedric Daikatana. And as you walk around, you're like, oh my god, these guys have such crazy loot. The key to the locked and trapped doors, there are 2 bags containing 100 gold. Upstairs behind Orvis Dren is a bookcase with Daedric Greaves worth 25,000 septums, an ebony cuirass worth 19,000 septums, and an Indoral helmet. And that's what I blew my mind about, because if you do the was it not the Kimona Tong, they're the Assassin's Guild, I think, or maybe it is the Kimona Tong. But if you do the Thieves Guild in Morrowind, you can. And I discovered this the first 2.5 hours of ever playing any Bethesda game way back when I was like 17. No, I was like 6. I was like younger, 15, 16. No, I probably would have been like 16, I think, something like that. And I played Morrowind on my friend's Xbox Original, and I wandered down the river. And as I walked in the Dren Plantation, I went upstairs and I started looking at the loot that was just sitting around Orvis Dren. And my friends, they were sitting in the fucking. By that point, 2.5 hours later, my friends had all come home from work because I was just there after school, but they all worked shifts at the they were painting for my friend's stepfather. And they come home at like 7:15. I'm just chilling in their house because I've got marijuana and I'm there to smoke them up. I'm the kid who brings the marijuana on parties with you. I'm not the guy who goes working for the fucking painter. And they're all happy to see me because I've got a fat sack of fucking dank marijuana, and my friend Luke, my other friend Luke is there, and he has no idea about Morrowind, so he's just getting stoned and watching me play Morrowind. All my other friends come home, and I'm wandering around Orvis Dren's fucking bookcase, and I stumble on the Daedric Greaves, and my friend Michael, he shits a brick. He's like, "Wait, what? Go back there right there." And he was like, "What?" And he was like, "Look at that loot. It's worth 27,000 septums." And I'll never forget what he said. He was like, "What? All that loot that you're looking at is better than anything I've ever seen in this game after 60 hours. And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know." And then I proceeded to jump on the table for some reason. And then I crouched, and it would just let me steal all of the loot around Orvis Dren. And he was like, "Oh my God, you got me 125,000 septums worth of loot." And I was like, "Yeah, let's take it back to town." And he was like, "Well, you can't, it's stolen, you can't sell it." And I was like, "Oh, you can't sell stolen loot?" And he was like, "Well, if you pass the Thieves Guild, yeah, you can." And I'll never forget, it's the same feeling, this feeling of finding these 3 pieces of loot that are worth 27, I mean, if you pull it, it's gonna say, do you see it? The Daedric Brutes are worth 20,000 septums. There were 40, the Greaves are worth 44,000 septums. That was what happened to me the first time I ever played Morrowind, and my friends come home, and my friend Michael's like, "Oh my God, dude, you just got me 110,000 septums. Save the game." And I was like, okay. I mean, I'm not dead. I didn't spend any items or anything. And he was like, yeah, save the game. And I was like, okay. And I saved the game. And he was like, "Thank you, dude. Thank you." And he meant it too, from the bottom of his heart. He was like, "Thank you, dude. Thank you." And I was like, "What?" And all I did was find some loot. And he was like, no, you don't understand. And I didn't understand. I understand now, even by today's standards of Fallout 76, where I only have ever banked like 35,000 caps or something like this. An item in a Bethesda game worth 44,000 septums or 22,000 septums or something like this. And this is why I'm a Bethesda kid, is I keep trying to stumble on the Orvis the Orvis Dren plantation. And I learned everything there was to learn about the lore of Orvis Dren and the Dren plantation. And it has no role in the main game. There's no quest to go there or anything like that. It's just this place that you're meant to find that's full of this armor that's worth hundreds of thousands of Morrowind septums, like and I mean hundreds of thousands. Do you see it? 35,000, 70,000. There's a bunch of pieces here. 15,000, 14,000, and there was like 10 or 12 pieces like this that were all worth like between 40,000 and 100,000 septums. And my friend is like, "You're a really good Morrowind player." And I was like, "No, I've never played this game before. All I did was follow the river down and fight a bunch of mud crabs. And then I walked south and I ended up at Dren's Via. So I started stumbling around, and then I found the most valuable loot in the game, because I am gifted at that. I am gifted at doing that. I will stumble into the best loot in the game. It's just something I can inherently do. I don't know why. I'm always like, "Oh, I found that a long time ago." Like in Elden Ring, the best possible place to farm souls if you're solo and you don't want to exploit or fuck around is exactly where I started farming day 3 or something like that. And even my friends were like, "No, I believe your spot is superior." And it is the best spot in Elden Ring. And I started that spot day 3, and I taught everybody I ever knew about that spot. And they're like, "You're right, that spot outside Bestial Sanctum. Those things that are the things with the hats, they're just these crazy demons with hats and stuff. And they're easy as hell to backstab and kill. And they do a lot of damage if you let them hit you. But if you just kill them, they pay out like 1,200 souls or something. So after killing like 30 of them, you have like 50,000 souls, which is a lot in a game where, you know, you only ever get up to like 350,000 before you spend it all on levels and stuff like that. So like, and I'm always good at finding the best spot in the game. I'm not bad at doing that. I wasn't bad at doing it in Morrowind. I wasn't bad at doing it. Okay, like the first place I went in Oblivion when I first ever played Oblivion was directly into the Mage's Tower in the Imperial City. And I leveled lockpick, and I found the Grey Ghost, and I researched on the internet how to be a thief because I had already played Morrowind and I knew what to do. And I figured out the thieves, I figured out stealing, and then so in the first 2 days of playing Morrowind, I went to the fucking Mage's Tower in the Oblivion Center, the Oblivion City, what's it called? Cyrodiil. Or not, the Imperial City. And I went to the Mage Tower in Imperial City and I looted out the main Mage's Tower, and then I just sold it to the Grey Fox or whatever it is to sell stolen stuff. I forget what it all is. And and I did that like day 4, and I was like sitting on like 60,000 fucking Imperial City gold or whatever, and I was like, but there's nothing we're buying except for like that katana in the lady's shop. You know, it's like there's nothing worth spending this money on, so I would just spend it on alchemy training and buying alchemy mats and making food and fatigue pots. And then I got obsessed with making fatigue pots from potions. And my friend came back 2 months later and he was like, how far are you in the MSQ? And I was like, oh, I don't know, I'm in the city. And he was like, what do you mean the city? And I was like, I'm in the Imperial City. And he's like, you mean you just like never even went to like Prior Maberel or whatever, or what's it called, Chapel Hall or whatever the fuck it's called, the place you go? And I was like, no, I didn't go to the first MSQ place. I didn't even know. I think it's probably in my list somewhere, but I just didn't go there. You know, I just have been stealing for 2 months. I've stole everything there is in Imperial City. And he was like, are you serious? I was like, yeah, and I've been selling it too. Look at how much money I have. And he was like, oh my God, dude, you have like 450,000 centimes. And I was like, yeah, I steal and I sell stuff. I don't care about, you know, to me, the greatness about Oblivion is stealing. It's stealing. That's what makes Oblivion so good, is you can just steal everything that isn't moving and sell it to the Thieves Guild, which, you know, that's what made ESO good when it first came out too. But they don't, I don't know, but they didn't, I don't know if they really followed how important that is of a gameplay loop. I think they kind of made it sort of one and the same in Starfield, and it's okay when you find magazines and stuff, but you're like not very interested in finding the items in Starfield, which I think was kind of the greatest thing. That was the greatest mistake that it should make. Every once in a while in Starfield, you should open a box, because that's how Morrowind is. You should open a box in Morrowind, and you should see a 52,000 credit crazy ass sword with all of the advantages and all that stuff, right? But Starfield isn't like that. And then it's kind of weird because Daggerfall is. Morrowind's like that. I don't think Oblivion is, kind of, but Morrowind is. You can just open a chest, and if you're a high enough level, you're going to find some crazy ass piece of loot in there, some necklace that's worthless to you, but it sells to the vendor for 40,000 septims or whatever. And that's what's missing from these modern games. You can't come up on loot anymore. It's all the same desktop digiframes or whatever. And that's what was so good about WoW. Like, okay, the first time I hit level 60 on a priest, I was wandering around outside of Jera, and that's how I met Order of the Ancients and my friend Bagon and all that. They were all there outside Aranicus, which is a dragon outside of Jera, outside of Orgrimmar and stuff. And I just joined their raid because they were constantly fighting hordes. So I like started healing them while they were fighting horde at this dragon spawn, and the horde would kill them, or the dragon would kill them, or the dragon would kill the horde, or the dragon would kill me. One of the 5 things, and the dragon would kill all the randoms around that were trying to help too. So everybody was trying to kill Aranicus, and this is how I met Order of the Ancients. I hop in the raid, and the loot falls, and I do get a cloak. I got a priest cloak on the first Aranicus thing. I just outrolled all the other clothies in the fucking raid, and I took that cloak. And my friend Derek, he was there. He was, I think of it as thief, but because back then it requires skill, but it's actually rogue. Rogue doesn't require skill, not really. It does, but it's not really like it used to be. And so he was like the best classic rogue I've ever met to this day, except for my other friend Coltrane. He was better. Coltrane got famous. And Coltrane was the first field marshal I ever met. But I was just saying, and he was in that raid. Both Coltrane and Derek were in that raid. They were fucking crazy people. So was Bagon, and so was my friend John was there. Or no, so not John. That would have been a recruiter. That's my friend Mike. But there's all these other people there. And I'll never forget getting that cloak. It made me instantly more powerful than most of the priests on the server. It just bumped my eye level and made my heals stronger to this point where, and then they had me put a fire resistance on it. You know, it was just crazy. And they were like, do you want to join our guild? You're actually a really good healer. And I was like, sure, yeah. I joined their guild, and they took me to T2. Like, they took me all the way to Neff. They were dedicated. They had a guy in there named Novaria, and Novaria's uncle worked at Blizzard, just like fucking what's his name? Pirate Software, right? And so Novaria was giving us all this lore information 2 years before it came, which was just fucking crazy, but it was also useless. He told us that we should get ready for BWL, because he was like, they're testing BWL now, and you guys are going to be in Blackwing Lair for the next 2 years, which we were. And he was right about this, but we didn't see it coming because BWL wasn't unlocked at that point in BRD, in the Blackrock Depths. And so, like, we were getting this insider information from somebody in our fucking raid. It was kind of crazy. Bagon can corroborate all of these fucking stories. He was there too. It's just fucking crazy. But yeah, that Aranicus kill, right? But you got to remember, I'm a fresh 60. I'm a priest in blues, and I stumble across the best guild in the server and the best loot and the best world dragon that you could farm at that time. And I got a piece of loot off that first dragon, even though it was their raid and their people. I outrolled their raid and their people, and I pulled a cloak off that pole. When I got that cloak, they were like, you got to join this raid. You are now like more geared than most of our healers. And I was like, okay. And I took the invite. I was like, sure, yeah, I don't know this guild I'm currently in. I don't really talk to them. And I joined them, and it was the best thing I ever did. And I'm still friends with those people. I play with them retail this season, 20 years later or something like that. They're good people. I just don't really want to be around them very much. I don't really want to hang out with people that I used to be around 25 years ago. But getting to Aranicus and pulling that cape, like day 3 of being a 60, that wasn't an accident. That stuff happens to me all the time. I will come up on a dragon's hoard of loot. One of the first days I was ever playing Rust, I shot a kid with a compound bow, or no, I think it was a revolver on the road, I think it was, and he had like 5 metal kits and 2 stacks of ammo and 4 fucking, pythons and like 3 fucking Tommies, and it was just insane. I was like, oh my god, and I'm like, this is my front door, and he was just dead. I killed him with the right outside my front door, and I just ran home with that fucking gear, and it was insane. That was the only automatic weapons I saw for another 5 months or something. I sat compound bow for 5 more months. But those guns, that day 3 or day 4 or something, I just killed some kid with a revolver. And I didn't know that I had 4 full metal kits off a revolver kill. And that was like day 4 of Rust. Now, my friends, up until probably the 2nd year, they would have told you that I suck and I don't move and I stand still and I die to random fire and I get sniped and all this stuff because I haven't played a live shooter game ever. The only live, well, I did. I played Battlefield 1943 and Battlefield Bad Company 1 and Battlefield Bad Company 2 live, and I was a level 50 sniper level, general level sniper. But I mean, like, but that's not the same thing as like Rust. It's really not. Like Bad Company is not the same thing as Rust at all. So I really wasn't good. My friends would tell you when I first started Rust, like I wasn't good. I couldn't get kills. I just wasn't something I could do. Then I decided that I wanted to get better at it, and now I win Fortnite matches. I've come a long way. But yeah, that first kit that I ever got, it was like 4 Tommies and 3 fucking Pythons and 4 metal kits. And it was just insane. I was like, what the fuck? I had no idea what it even was. It sat in my box the entire wipe. I didn't use any of the weapons. Because I was just like, I don't know. I don't normally roll with a machine gun. If I fire this gun off, everybody in the neighborhood is going to come directly to me and kill me, which is still true, So I'm just like, why would I leave the gun? Why would I leave the base with the guns? And they rotted away in the chest. We were famous for that. Pen pals, none of us were confident in using automatic weapons. My friend Lucky, when I first met her, she was like, I pursue melee. And I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, I will only melee. And I was like, what? That's insane. This is a machine gun game. And she was like, no, I'm not good enough to use machine guns, and I don't play shooters, and I don't like guns, and I'm only going to melee. And to her credit, the first 6 or 7 months that I knew her, she kicked fucking ass lost Melee. She was so good at Melee. She would wait. She'd tuck around a corner and stuff. She'd wait, crouch and stuff. She'd come running out there, and take down some double barrel dude or whatever. No warning, nothing. She's just in there fucking spearing some dude really fast. And she was really good at Melee. She was fucking good at it. She took it like Elden Ring. She was fucking like playing Melee like it was a skill set. But I mean, the idea of only playing Rust Melee is so goddamn ignorant and noob and dumb and bad that it was like endearing to us. We were like, okay, sure, let her Melee. Who the fuck cares? I took her into my clan the first month I met her, and she just kept meleeing people, and I was like, that's fine by me. I'm not going to tell you not to do that, but I mean, like, most people in the game have automatic weapons. You wouldn't normally want to push some dude with a machine gun with a melee weapon. I used to make that point to her. Like, the first day I met her, I made that point to her. I was like, I don't think you want to push machine guys with melee weapons. So she did eventually get really genuinely fucking good. The last month that I knew her, we were playing a lot of what's it called, Valorant, and she's fucking really genuinely fucking good at Valorant, like way better than me. Like she got really good at Valorant. Like she was like higher ranked, and so whatever, so she went from melee only in Rust because she was terrified of guns to like clearing regionals in fucking Valorant and shit. And that's what Rust will do to you. It changes you. It's kind of funny. It makes you force examine your own skill level and whether you'd like to raise it or not, I would say. And you might have these preconceptions about what your personality is or what your style is, like Lucky and her fucking choice to be melee the first 6 months that I knew her. And it did cripple her style. It crippled her style really bad to the point where we just would thrust guns in her hands to which she would shoot us with. We were like in the base, and she would just I would thrust the gun in her hands, and I would tell her, we're going to a raid, Lucky, take a machine gun, and she would just shoot me in the face with it. And then she would spin a wheel being like, somebody else has to die. And then she would spin a wheel with all of our names on it, and then she would shoot us in the base. Whoever the fucking you spin the wheel. Spin the wheel is a really fun game. You put all the names of your clan on a wheel, and you spin the wheel, and whoever lands on the wheel, everybody in the clan shoots with an automatic weapon. And I don't know why, but we used to play that game quite a lot. We used to do that a lot, like an embarrassing amount, a lot of times, to the point where we'd have to tell ourselves to stop. We did it so much. So whatever. So anyways, we learned that if you shoot two teammates inside of your base with automatic weapons, it sounds like a raid. So a lot of people come to your front door. We learned this rather early. The friendly fire draws the attention of enemies, and it might get you raided because we did it so much. We shot each other in our own base so much and just spawned again. Rust used to be so fun, like way more fun than WoW.
Suddenly, 12 hours becomes a number nailed to Starfield, brought up in any conversation that came up around it for weeks to come. I mean, what could possibly happen 12 hours into the game that changes it so drastically? How could everyone just agree with this bizarrely specific take from IGN? Is there some massive story beat that you need to get to for it to become interesting? Well, kinda a little, I guess, but we'll get...
No, most gamers are fucking lemmings, and they get their fucking game news from terribles who don't use proper like rigs or proper frame rate or proper file balance or proper settings and stuff. And the guy in the bad who's a game journalist because he doesn't know how to be good at video games, so he went to game journalism to be his mainstay. That bad decides your opinion for you. No, thank you. I'm looking at a gameplay video, and if the gameplay looks good, I'm playing the game. I don't give a flying fuck about what IGN says about Starfield. Never did, never will give two rats' ass what a fucking journalist tells me about a game. The only thing I care for a journalist to tell me about a game is whether it exists and when it's coming. I don't care about what you think the gameplay is or whether it's good or not. I don't agree with most of the things game journalists say, so I think the only fucking thing of value that a game journalist can do is warn me if a game is coming. That's it. That's about the only value they have. I don't give a flying fuck whether or not you think Baldur's Gate 3 is good. Tell somebody who plays Fortnite all day that Baldur's Gate 3 is good. And I'm a guy who plays Fortnite all day. Motherfucker, Baldur's Gate 3 is not good. It's the slowest game almost ever made. If you like fast games, Baldur's Gate 3 isn't it. So now, is Baldur's Gate 3 a good game? Yes, but most of the world won't play it because they grew up on Call of Duty. You can't really say it's a good game if you base your decision off that. Will Call of Duty players be able to make their way through Baldur's Gate 3? Sure, I guess, yeah. Might happen. But the pacing is going to make them sick, And that's just true. But the games media polished the knob of Baldur's Gate 3 and fucking Larian Studios for 5 years or whatever it's been, 3 years, something like that. And I don't really understand that, because it's like most of the video game community does not have the discipline to be a Dungeons and Dragons player. So why did you fucking... This is the games media for you. They're this incompetent. Why did you polish the knob of Baldur's Gate 3 over Starfield when you know that most of these Call of Duty kids are going to be able to fucking play Starfield over Baldur's Gate 3 because at least Starfield has guns? You know, like Baldur's Gate 3 has really long, slow fucking, you know, conversations and really long, slow tactical battles. And that's not something most of the world is willing to do. Consult how well the RTS industry has done. Most of the world isn't willing to sit there and do strategy like that. They need a faster fix than that. That's why Call of Duty reigns king, or whatever you want to call it. Valorant, Call of Duty, CSGO 2, they're all the same game. Far Cry, Battlefield, they're all the same game basically. And those kids, they won't touch Baldur's Gate 3 with a 10-foot clown pole. They won't do it. And they'll call the game clown. They'll be like, no, this game's too slow and there's no guns in it. It's just not my style. That's the problem with glazing Baldur's Gate 3 over Starfield. Because Starfield can put Call of Duty butts in the seat. Baldur's Gate 3 cannot. Hey, 13,300, that's good. I want to go do combat now. You've had me do story missions for a long time now. Shadows and Neon. I suppose I'll just continue that, never mind.
You see, at the time Starfield came out, I was hungry. Starving,
Yeah, I was
in
hungry
fact.
for a game.
I could have eaten an entire $2.50 Armored Horse. I hadn't played a good single-player game in a while, and I'll admit, the hype got to me. I was watching the interviews, I was checking the threads.
Yeah, the hype got to me. I was into that game. I was like, I'm going to buy the Starfield watch. But then I couldn't get my hands on it.
I'd played Oblivion
I still want a Chronomark watch. I think that would be a very good thing.
earlier that year and forgot how much I
I
truly
have
love.
a Chronomark watch now. It's like on my wrist. This is a Chronomark watch. It's much, much better. It's like a Google watch that does Google things, and it's way, way better than a Chronomark watch. So I don't care. It's the same exact design, same shape, same color as a Galaxy watch. And so I have a Chronomark watch on my wrist in my estimation.
Loved Bethesda game.
The only thing the Chronomark watch does that's better than this watch at all is that it tells you what time it is in Starfield if you're currently playing the game, which I thought was such a cool implementation. So you don't have to look down at the lower left corner of the screen to see what the date is or whatever when you're playing Starfield. You can't. You've got to go into the inventory menu and escape out and then come to here and look at this and see that it's 10:33 local time, 23:39 UT. This information was broadcast to, if you sync your account to the Chronomark watch, which is like kind of like that GTA dog app that they did for 5, where you can play the dog that you meet in the story game. And like and it was like a cool thing where it's like you could press a button on your Chronomark watch, and only if you were playing Starfield and you had a synced save running, the sync save would translate to the watch somehow what time it was in the game. And that's what I thought was so cool about the watch. I was like, oh, it'll tell me what time it is in Starfield? That's kind of cool. And I thought, wow, is the game that deep where you're going to want to know what time it is in the game? And yes, it is kind of like that. It's crazy, it is. So I still want the watch, just so I would dual wield the Chronomark watch, so just so I could check what time it is in Starfield, because I love Starfield. I've unabashedly loved Starfield ever since they did the first major patch. And I came back being like, well, you killed my save with a ship technician bug. But I mean, like, I'm coming back now, and it's been good since then. It's been boring at times when the patches hadn't hit yet, but it's been good.
How much fun I had exploring the worlds, finding new things to do and people to fuck with. It had been a while, years probably, since I'd touched one of their games, and coming back to the familiarly glitchy engine just felt right. So, a sci-fi epic with that feeling? The T-posed cozy gaming of Bethesda mixed with space exploration and aliens? Sign me the fuck up, baby! They could do anything they want with that, go as wild as they want. I mean, think about how far the universe in Fallout can go and stretch that 10 times further. I mean, I knew I was gonna play this game no matter what. So once reviews came out and confirmed it was a generational achievement, I pre-ordered the game, patiently waiting for the 1%ers who had early access to let me have my turn on the Xbox. Mom said so! The first few days of release were peaceful, the reviews seemingly confirmed, but that peace did not last long.
Hey, Bethesda, Bethesda. Oi, cow, shut your fucking cake hole. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring! You take everything we love, all our emotions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit! Crap ideology into everything! Every single solitary fucking thing!
This guy does not represent gamers in anywhere form. He represents bald, fat, middle-aged, malding idiots. I know, because I'm one of them. He represents me. He doesn't represent gamers. No, I don't agree with him either. He doesn't represent my argument. I disagree with him about the woke shit. I don't care about that.
Yeah, you might have seen that.
In Fallout 1, you can make a character that is woke. I don't think there's a difference between 1 and 76 or Starfield. What was there in Fallout 1 that isn't there in Starfield in terms of character choice? Nothing. You can make a woke character in any of these games, and you can care about pronouns if you care about pronouns, or you can not care if you don't care. How does it ruin the game?
That one already. Somehow a single slider allowing for the choice of pronouns, which is barely mentioned.
Yeah, like what? It's like not a part of the game. It doesn't really matter.
And has
what they mean by pronouns is they mean gender. Is it a girl? Is it a dude?
no impact.
They don't mean, oh, it's a she, her, like a trans person or whatever. They mean, are you female or not?
All on literally any fucking gameplay was enough to set this poor pig man into his innate Anglo-Saxon conquerors.
Yeah, he is a pig. Fuck him.
And in lieu of women to conquer, this warrior is epically poning the gaze, all from the safety of his poo-stained gamer chair. It's kind of amazing that one of the more popular critiques of Bethesda is that their RPGs don't allow for enough role-playing, and yet when they make small and simple additions to allow you to make your character a little bit more unique, it's received like this. But this is far from the only critique Starfield had early on. Imagine the year is 2011, and Bethesda releases Skyrim. It releases in such a poor state that the game is borderline unplayable, the PC build crashing in the intro cutscene every other time you try to even play the game, making it completely unlaunchable. Actually, don't imagine that at all, because that's exactly how this now certified classic game was released. Okay. Instead, let's imagine that live streaming and game recording capabilities were at the point that they are now back then. Imagine that every single bug and glitch, every single crash and save corruption was caught live and being sent out and clipped by everyone on the internet. We would literally have compilations of thousands of hours of bugs and crashes, showcasing how awful and not worth your money this godforsaken game is. Imagine now that Starfield was released in that timeline where it was live streamed and every glitch was captured. Or wait, fuck, it did release in that timeline. Remember that little game Cyberpunk 2077? The game that was so glitchy that nobody could play it, so bad that it forced PlayStation Network and Xbox to extend refund policies and completely remove it from the store so that people would stop buying and then refunding it? Well, guess what, dick suckers? I played Cyberpunk at launch and got maybe 1 or 2 T-pose bugs and 1 broken quest in my like 60 or so hours of playing. For all intents and purposes, it felt like playing any new open world game, and I really enjoyed my time with it. That was my experience, and it doesn't speak for everyone, certainly not those with consoles, but that's to say that glitches, and especially glitches on PC, are extremely dependent on systems and components. Your favorite streamer seeing 4 bugs in 6 hours doesn't actually mean that you'd see any at all. In my playthrough of Starfield of almost 90 hours at launch, I only encountered a handful of bugs, most of which were just funny.
Sir, you trying to go somewhere, or?
All of this is not to say that we can't complain about bugs and shouldn't demand better, especially when it comes to performance. And yeah, Cyberpunk was fucked. I just got lucky. I'm well aware of that. But to claim that Starfield wasn't better in terms of bugginess on release compared to, like, Skyrim, for example, is just blatantly untrue. Anyways, it pretty quickly became very popular in most internet forums and circles to shit on the game constantly, complain about the bugs, constantly parroting the 12 hours of bad content that starts the game, calling it a flop, calling the developers who probably barely worked on the game and definitely didn't put in unpaid overtime lazy. Sections of the internet became tornadoes of hate for the game, picking up speed rapidly and devastating normally peaceful places full of love like Reddit and the YouTube comments section. The smart took advantage of this storm and fucked the shit out of it. One of the worst offenders in this realm would be the streamer, Asmongold. Hey, everybody, thanks for coming out. I mean, wow, what a great crowd. What an amazing turnout, you know? Hey, have you guys ever heard of this fucking game, Starfield? Yeah, let's talk about that. I mean, what? We explore space and shoot things? Sounds like just about every video game I've ever played before. Yeah, I mean, from the studio who brought you Buggy Piece of Crap #1 and Buggy Piece of Crap #2, we finally got a new IP. Buggy Piece of Shit. Turns out the entire thing is empty, though. I guess they spent so much time marketing it that they forgot to make the damn thing. I'm just messing around here, folks. God, you guys are hot and cool and sexy.
Hi, beautiful kitty. I love
But I
you
mean,
so much.
seriously, Bethesda, did you guys hear about this? They added pronouns to the game? I mean, what is this? Nazi fucking Germany? I mean, seriously, people? What's next? Are they gonna add women to the game now, too? You fucking suck, dude. Shut up. Hey, man. No, you shut up. 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 But, have you guys seen the NPC faces? Let's go! Fuck! Yes, 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 yes. And look,
Asmongold panned this game.
he's not doing anything new here, just reacting to clips and kind of stealing content. It's the name of the game on Twitch, but ultimately he's just serving up the most lukewarm-ass takes possible and stating them to his ravenous fan base of children. Asmongold's videos on Starfield, of which I counted at least 27 on his main channel and around 45 on his clips channel, have altogether amassed over 26 fucking million views. I mean, give or take. I tried to count it myself, but there's a lot, that's for sure. This is simply the sad state of internet discourse at this point. I'd be silly to blame Slenderman here for that, but there's a few particular clips that just stopped me in my tracks. This particular video from the Clips channel is by no means the top earner views-wise, but it's still got a lot of eyes on it, having had racked up almost 600,000 views. Are white men extinct in Starfield?
Are white men extinct? I barely see them anywhere. I have a feeling they're extinct dinosaurs. All I see are women and people of colors. It's not just racist, the game is sexist too. 80% of NPC leaders and soldier types are women. I get the girl power fantasy, but it's getting out of hand. Let me think.
but whoever bonked my dog upside the head with a cartoon hammer.
I think that there's always going to be a problem whenever you have like a military thing and you have like men and women that have 50% representation. It's just not what's going on, right? And you're putting out like historically it's never been what's happened. It's just not real, right? It's not what people do. It's not what people do.
Okay, look, to be generous, the point Asmon's trying to make is that if you can recognize that the game is pushing current day social issues through in a very clear way, it can break the immersion. And, like, sure, yeah, I could definitely see that. If in the game, every single time you talk to a character, they asked you what your preferred pronouns are, or if there was only one white character in the game whose only trait was repenting for the crimes of their ancestors, I'd maybe understand a point like this, but that's just not the fucking case in any way, shape, or form. So we can imagine hyper-fast space travel, but the line for immersion is drawn when too many girls are boss. I don't know about you guys, but when I play video games, my focus isn't usually on counting the genitals of every single fucking NPC.
It is for those losers.
In the game. Maybe you guys should lay off the gooning for a little bit. Just a thought. This is absolutely not the only clip here that spreads some questionable messages either. You got classics like, Starfield is no longer a woke game.
You are a sight for sore eyes.
Easily defeated.
Before spacers broke into the outpost, I was relaying. Torres ain't bad as far as COs go.
Enemy activity in the area has ceased.
Finally, true equality.
And, can anyone legitimately explain to me what the joke actually is in this highlighted chat message? Like, don't get me wrong, your robot companion punching a random NPC is undeniably funny. Little Bethesda bugs are always goofy fun, but how exactly does it become about equality? Is the equality that men get punched too much so women should too? Is it that this should be the response to women wanting equality? This one is more on Asmon's editor than him himself, but...
No, it's funny watching the robot punch that NPC. I think it's hilarious. And it also makes a commentary about the gender fucking tribalism. A little bit. Like, it's permissible for a robot to punch a woman, but the man can't do it and the woman can't do it. So it's sort of funny, like, if there was anybody that was going to punch this annoying NPC, it's the robot. And it does make you smile a little bit, because it is comical for gender reasons. Otherwise, you're just being bad. It's like, otherwise it's a bad actor. Anybody else punching the NPC is a bad actor, but the robot doing it is hilarious.
Clearly, they know their audience and how to
I want to see it again. It was kind
I
of
don't
fun.
think I need to explain this too much further. It just sucks pretty hard to see a streamer with a platform this big making a video with this many views discussing these kinds of garbage points, making them not only seem worth giving attention to, but actually discussing and partially agreeing with in this case. You want to complain about cringy inclusion writing in Dragon Age or something, fine, there's at least more of a conversation to be had there, but fucking Starfield? Are you kidding me, dude? Bethesda, the company that makes all evil characters fucking Looney Tune villains so that there's no chance that they can be accused of questionable morals. The company that will have an underground fucking railroad and Preston Garvey in a game just to never discuss slavery or racism in any way, shape, or form other than kind of through metaphor, maybe, I guess, not really, I don't know. And you'd think by looking at literally any video
I forgot about Marcus Garvey.
title on his channel that Asmongold fucking hates this game. Yet, in one of his other clips, Asmongold reveals that he's mostly enjoying his time with it. And that video with 1.2 million views is titled Completely Negative Review of Starfield, which is a video of him watching a review that immediately says it's a pretty good game. And Asmon then reveals that he actually has some 50 odd hours of gameplay in and said he's liking the fucking game. So yeah, these 75 odd videos are pretty clearly a cash grab attempt, capitalizing on and stirring the shitstorm of Bethesda doom and gloom, undoubtedly making some pretty insane dosh while doing so. Anyways, again, I don't really know much about Asmongold apart from this and now some recent drama, and I shouldn't be attacking his appearance so much, it's cheap shot. So Asmon, if you're viewing this and you're not only seeing the color green from permanent OLED burn-in yet, sorry about that, alright? You know, I'm sure you'll find yourself a wonderful woman who will love to get lost in your luscious locks of hair, but as it turns out, I'm just not that lucky lady. And don't get me wrong, Asmon is far from the only person who juiced this hatred train. I mean, hell, I'll probably use a clickbaity title here and do the same thing. I think a lot of people online are guilty of milking Bethesda hate and giving ice-cold takes. Fallout 76 especially constantly gets talked about by people who have never played it or haven't checked in on it again since launch to see how much further it's come. One example of a YouTuber who I really respect, and as many commenters on my Fallout video pointed out have taken at least a little bit of inspiration from in my format here, is Nakey Jakey. Okay, not that much, dude. Fuck off. I'd like to be very clear up front. Jakey's video on Bethesda and Starfield is a good video. It makes a lot of solid critiques, some of which I've unintentionally also hit on here, and in the Fallout video, as I intentionally wasn't watching any content around those games during writing, but there's a few things in there that I do wish would have been addressed. First off, yeah, Bethesda's game design is, in a sense, outdated, but I don't think it's gonna be changing anytime soon, and in some ways, I don't think that's actually bad. I've literally heard Bethesda's games be referred to as cozy games for this reason, and I would kind of agree. I think it's part of the reason I still like to play them so much. In the same way, Source Engine just feels like home to me after years of TF2 and Gmod playing, the broken sandbox of Bethesda, which always feels somewhat familiar, can be kind of comforting. I think Bethesda, if anything, is actually leaning into this and has found it marketable, with Fallout 76 being the full culmination of the comforting explore, loot, and shoot gameplay that they've been moving towards for about a decade. Fallout 76 is the biggest thing I would have liked Jakey to comment on more. There's no real mention of the fact the game has been consistently updated, and now, for better or for worse, is kind of an entirely different game than what came out at launch, but maybe he didn't know. And to be fair, Jakey doesn't have to have revolutionary ideas to make a video. The Bethesda video is still entertaining, very well shot and edited, and makes good points. But I think the fact this performed almost as well as his videos with the same titling structure on Rockstar and Naughty Dog that really impacted the discourse around these companies at large, I think goes to show how much appetite the internet has for slamming on Bethesda. Rockstar at the time was pretty universally loved, but Jakey's video popped off because it made points that weren't really being made. Jakey says himself in the beginning of the video that this one is for him, and I get it. I didn't want to make my first video on Starfield because it could get views or it's a hot topic. I just played the game, saw the discourse, and felt like I had some things I wanted to say. However, I do think it's at least important to acknowledge and realize the divisiveness and instant views you get out of hating Bethesda. The internet is ravenous for Bethesda hate, and that hungry bunch is only seeming to grow. I saw this myself in the response to my Fallout video. Tons of people seem to just pour into the comments to shit on Bethesda, where in my mind, I had at least made an effort to try and give them as many positives as I did negatives. But here I am, talking about Starfield and complaining about Bethesda, and ultimately, at the end of the day, trying to build a following off of it. Anyways, how about we just talk about gaming in 2023?
And the game of the year is...
...2023 was a truly historic year for gaming. We had an unbelievably impressive pool of games come out, some indie gems, some familiar games, some completely new, some busted at launch, and some perfectly crafted. But one game reigns supreme above all the others, claiming every Game of the Year award, the hearts of many gamers, as well as ringing the bells of atonement for developers worldwide. Apparently. And that game is Baldur's Gate 3. Now, let me be very honest. I haven't played it. I'm very excited to play it at some point, but right now I don't have 500 hours to spare, alright? I have important things to do, like perfectly recreating the moment of my conception with my Mario and Luigi amiibos. From what I understand, from what I've heard and seen, this game does do things that really can redefine what modern games can aspire to. The scale is, in a word, big as hell. Bruh. Not really just talking about the map and world, but talking about the scale of the dialogue systems and the different outcomes. A discourse started around the game, a pretty fucking stupid discourse which asked a lot of questions, all of which were fucking stupid. I could go on and on about this for 23 minutes and 51 seconds, but as luck may have it, there's an absolutely sublime video essay exactly that length by the YouTuber Noodle that says pretty much everything I could say better and faster and sexier than I probably could. Actually, I take that last one back. I can be real. To sum up a larger sentiment though, the idea that games need to be getting bigger and bigger and include more and more is not something we should be running with and expecting. We can celebrate it when it happens, for sure. Baldur's Gate 3 seems to be one of those generational achievements that deserves love and respect, but we don't need to shame hardworking developers when other games don't achieve that same thing. Imagine that tomorrow, Billie Eilish releases a 200-track album that spans every single genre, titled Billy's Blumpkin, and it's perfect. The definition of a sonic masterpiece, a magnum opus musical work which actively redefines every known genre and sets new standards for production across the fucking board. I mean, who knew Billy could rap in Chinese so well? And the accent was only a little bit racist. And let's be real here too, that John Cena feature went hard as fuck. If that happened, would you start demanding that every single artist you like only releases 200-track multi-genre albums from here on out? You really want to hear Stevie Wonder rapping in Chinese? So yeah, basically, if we take this standard that Baldur's Gate 3 supposedly set anywhere else, it makes zero fucking sense. And that brings us back around to Starfield. Bethesda games aim to do everything. Not only do they aim to do everything, in each game they promise more. It's the same stuff you love, but with bigger worlds, bigger systems, bigger and better gameplay. Everything is going to be the last game on steroids. Or fentanyl, maybe. Fuck, I got the needles mixed up. God damn it. With Fallout 4 and 76, Bethesda made weapon crafting and modding a lot of gamers' favorite tools, so Starfield absolutely had to have that. And they expanded on this system pretty massively, at least compared to Fallout 4. They unfortunately also now have to shoehorn in a base crafting system, which doesn't feel great or make any sense here really, but if they didn't include it, the freaks who have 2,000 hours in Fallout 4 would start Googling how to build a fucking barn. On top of that, the largest promise in marketing is procedurally generated worlds, massive planets to explore that are infinitely generated with unlimited gameplay potential. If Bethesda was to release anything short of what No Man's Sky has been able to achieve now, after working on fixing their game since 2016, there were already going to be hundreds of thousands of people complaining. There are gamers who only care about the main quest. There are gamers who only care about being able to loot and steal anything in front of them. There are gamers who just like collecting random items from around the map.
Yeah, I don't care about the quests.
There are gamers who just want more detailed models of the feet and more open-toed shoes. I mean, look, Bethesda isn't just making a game here. They are making a financial risk each and every time they even come to the drawing board. If they aren't taking into consideration the interests of all of their consumers, they could be putting hundreds of workers out of jobs. It's no wonder that big games feel less creative these days. Risks not paying off means entire companies go out of business. And while being at Microsoft may seem on paper to make that less of a worry, earlier this year, Mr. Gates himself fired 650 people from the gaming departments at Microsoft alone. So I'm pretty sure the fucking
This guy's good, I hope he goes far.
pressure is on. Bethesda also isn't quite the AAA developer some make them out to be.
Ubisoft Montreal.
For example, at the time of making 2013's Assassin's Creed 4, had 3,000 employees at their company compared to the measly 100 who worked on Skyrim. And yeah, not all 3,000 of those employees were obviously working on Assassin's Creed 4 because Ubisoft has a bunch of different games they're releasing every year. If Assassin's Creed performs shit, Far Cry might perform great. Or Mario and Rabbids might perform great. Spoiler
Mario
alert.
Rabbids Kingdom Battle.
Bethesda seems to be more or less a one game at a time type of company, so for them, if Skyrim didn't get any sales, they very well might not be around today. The Microsoft acquisition maybe at first seemed like it could give Bethesda the flexibility to do whatever, but again, in the unstable ass market they exist in today, and the massive layoffs Microsoft has been doing with the flick of a wrist, I'm sure Bethesda doesn't really feel at peace. Microsoft didn't just acquire Bethesda in their deal either. They acquired ZeniMax Media, which is the parent company to Bethesda, and in the last year, 4 studios were completely shut down under the ZeniMax hood, notably Arcane Austin, the developers of modern classics like Dishonored and Prey. Also shut down was Tango Gameworks, the developer of the Evil Within series, Ghostwire Tokyo, and their recent darling, Hi-Fi Rush. ZeniMax had been letting these companies
It's weird, I played all those games, but I don't think they're very good games.
operate, despite that they either weren't making them that much money or were at times working at a
Actually, I don't know. Evil Within 2 was okay. I remember one where, like, most of the time your vision is blood red as you kind of make your way through this whole storyline, and I can't remember. It's like Can't remember the name of that fucking game, but it was good. Was it From Dusk Till Dawn? Or no. There's a whole bunch of storyline games like that. I get them all mixed up.
Loss, but Microsoft was not so forgiving. They chopped those studios' heads off and collected the IP like stones for their Infinity Gauntlet, which, at the very least, they only seem to be using for masturbatory purposes. The next Elder Scrolls is, well, somewhere around the corner, hiding its cute little head, and I can only hope that Bethesda has heard the response to Starfield and the general critiques around it and has some plans. Some plans to focus on making a handful of systems in the game very successful and not spreading their attention so thin that eventually the veneer wipes off and what you're left with is something raw, gross, and yucky, icky, nasty. What we'll probably get is more of the same. Loot and shoot, Fantasy Edition. I've seen angry commenters online saying Bethesda should learn their lesson from Starfield, but like, what lesson? The game had 10 million players at launch, the best launch in the company's history. Why look back? But I guess we can hope. I mean, what do you think Bethesda has to say about all this?
The other kids in the block would say, you know, I'm gonna play quarterback for the Cowboys, and I'd be like, I'm gonna make video games, and everyone's gonna play them. Like, you dork. Go back to the chess club. Who's laughing now? Yes, I was in the chess club.
Todd isn't blind, and neither is Bethesda. They worked for almost a decade on this passion project that Todd had dreamed of making since he was an 8-year-old sleeping in his little rocket bed, imagining, what if we could actually crank this bitch into top gear? They saw that Starfield released to a ton of love, with a rippling of hatred brewing in the deep waters, and they witnessed that ripple grow into a tsunami. I mean, Todd, are you seeing this shit? Do you see what they're saying about your fucking dream game? Starfield is getting canned so hard on Steam that, believe it or not, it is currently Bethesda's worst reviewed game at 59%, lower than 76, which sits at 75% respectively, and even their shoddy VR ports of
Those are still like 3/4 really good games.
Skyrim and Fallout. Well, we know for a fact that Todd is in fact seeing this shit, or at least somebody at Bethesda is, because they adapted the bold and probably worst possible strategy of fucking replying to the Steam reviews. Yeah, that's right. Bethesda PR is firing on all cylinders, deciding to do the first thing any online creator learns not to do, which is responding to the trolls. Do you really think Ass Pizza 420, whose top played game is Stepsis Dungeon Simulator, is genuinely interested in a response to his review which reads, "This fucking game sucks." A few people responded to my Fallout video mentioning the name Emil Pugliario, to which I said, what? Pugliario? Turns out he's very much a higher up at Bethesda, serving as the design and writing director on Starfield, as well as the lead writer on Fallout 3, 4, and senior writer on Skyrim. It seems, to the hardcore Bethesda haters, Emil is the new target now that they've milked Sir Todd dry to the bone, specifically coming at him for a handful of statements he's made around his approach to design, his view of Fallout and the lore, and his praise and defense of Starfield. Emil has definitely said some things that gel with the boring direction Bethesda's focus has moved towards, expertly failing the read the room challenge with comments like, Starfield is the best game Bethesda has ever made. But it certainly doesn't seem fair to blame the entire state of Bethesda on him alone. We can't singularly blame Todd really either. It seems like across the board, scope issues and lack of singular vision creeps around in many ways. Yeah, the writing director probably does play a role in the bad writing in the game, but I can guarantee you it's way more complicated than that. Bethesda had a rare wall-to-wall unionization just recently and a resulting strike. Wall-to-wall in this case meaning that unlike the more typical practice of a specific section of a gaming company unionizing, often the quality testers, the whole ass company from writers to developers unionized. I'm going out on a limb here, but your entire fucking workforce doesn't usually band together to unionize unless there's some big issues happening at the company, often starting at upper management and trickling down to all employees after. This unionization should be a good thing for us fans. In fact, that recent strike was to keep Bethesda from outsourcing quality assurance to outside companies, and who knows what else has been outsourced in the past. I imagine there's a good amount of uncredited writers from third-party companies who are pumping out the dialogue that everybody complains about so much, although, again, that's me totally guessing. One can hope that with a union in place, shitty managers and bad practices can be called out and fixed internally, because I hate to break it to you, but you have no fucking clue what's happening behind closed doors at Bethesda, and neither do I. trying to scapegoat or harass particular team members, literally petitioning for their fucking firing, seems like a fool's errand, you goddamn fool, you. Also, the reason Starfield might be disappointing to you certainly isn't because they didn't have a fucking design document for the game, and if you're...
I think I found a magazine here. Oh yeah, Vibrant Scripture 5 permanently increases sneak damage by an additional 1%, sneak bonus by an additional 1%, and melee sneak attack damage by an additional 5%, which I don't care about, but the magazine's good that I don't have to worry about it. Those are pill bottles, yeah. Oh, my kitty. She's falling asleep in my lap. She's such a beautiful little kitty. Search for clues. I'm guessing it's going to be the computer. This wasn't it. What do I do? Okay, I'm sorry, my kitty. I've got to get up and go pee. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom, kitty. I'm sorry. Yep. Go. Sorry, kitty. Gotta pee. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that, kitty. You can come back if you want to sit. I don't know what I do.
Really all in on the Emil hate and the design document meme, Never Knows Best spent 2 fucking hours debunking and explaining that away. In short, no games use singular design documents these days, but Bethesda has made it clear that they do in fact document everything. Never Knows Best video provides a really great general example of how misinformation can spread and grow on a platform like YouTube through what might be well-intentioned creators. So yeah, if that's interesting to you, go check it out, because it is very well written and thought-provoking. But you better not go click on that shit until you completely finish this video. Like, subscribe, hit the motherfucking bell. And also, if you do decide to check out his video, don't get pushed away by the Asmongold fans who brigaded the comments and acted as if the video either at all defends Starfield or talks about Asmon for more than like 2 fucking minutes. Just go give my boy a like, alright? That's a fucking battlefield over there. Alright. As much as I love complaining about online internet discourse, I think the time has come to answer the question each and every one of you has been asking from the moment your ass popped out the womb so fast that you smacked your head against the opposite wall and caused the doctor to say, "God damn, that boy is fast as hell." That's right, I'll finally explain, my friends, and I appreciate your patience. We can finally have an answer. What is the Glorp opinion on Starfield? So I think it's like, okay. It's an alright game with a lot of issues for sure that's overly hated due to the false expectations through marketing and the continuous shitstorm of hate that's been growing against Bethesda for a decade plus. I definitely don't think it's nearly as good as some early reviews let out, but I certainly don't think it's as bad as some Steam reviewers might lead you to believe. The game is a mixed bag, as is every Bethesda game, I think, but there are some core issues here that are unique to this game over the others that actually make it, I think, a worse Bethesda game specifically. Let's start with a quick and broad story overview. In this game, you are you, whoever you decide to make yourself. In my case, I finally decided to actually roleplay for the first time in a Bethesda game, and I chose to be the quintessential Reddit moderator. Only ever being able to choose the cringy jokes and snarky replies hurt, but I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes these boys tick. Your beginnings are humble and boring, as you start as a simple space miner using your mighty tool to break big chunks of rock for corporation. However, something's weird, so you follow your boss and a fellow miner to see this new funky ore that's recently been uncovered. It seems fucked up and dangerous, so you violently smack the shit out of it and have the kind of euphoric out-of-body experience that'll take you back to when your friend offered you a brownie and, oh my god, dude, something's wrong with that brownie, I don't feel so good. All of a sudden, just as you're texting your friends, telling them they've gotta try this shit, bro, I figured out why you and your brother have such a difficult relationship, it's all just energy and love, your ass gets slapped back to reality as out of nowhere, a shit ton of people come down from the sky and try to fucking kill you. As you're trying to fend for your life, still coming down from the high of a fucking lifetime, some random dude flies down and says, "Hey man, I've tripped balls before too. Why don't you just steal my spaceship and go hang out with my friends?" So you do, and his friends turn out to be this group called Constellation, a voracious group of space explorers who are all pretty much caricatures. Talking to these guys feels like the equivalent of cuddling with a Danny DeVito cutout, where the cardboard just ain't doing it for you, because you know those real curves and flaps would feel so much better and hold so much more moisture. Sarah Morgan is the courageous leader with a drive to explore the unknown. You got the space cowboy Sam, whose personality trait is, having a daughter, I guess. You got old Money Pockets, there's the goofy yapper who gave you his ship, the religious little boy, the ex-cultist, the Russian dude, the best character, Robot, and this girl, who's like a nerd, I guess. I don't know. They don't really give her much. She's just kind of there. With the help of your new friends, you want to track down more of those psychedelic space rocks because they're doing something really funny and everybody really wants to laugh at it. So you travel around, going to new planets in search of the funny rocks, and along the way, you meet a bunch of new people and find new things to do. This is where it becomes a Bethesda game, the moment the hand-holding stops. Once you meet Constellation, you could just give them the finger and go travel aimlessly. Granted, you can't explore exactly like in other Bethesda games from here, but we'll get back to that later. 3 major factions exist, completely separate from Constellation.
Even on just Jemison, you can explore Jemison, and it's exactly like Skyrim, except without the MSQ being queued at major cities. Other than that, I would say exploring Jemison, the first planet, is pretty much like exploring Skyrim. And remember, there's 3,000 planets in this. Now, Skyrim has a lot more lore and MSQ and storyline, but remember, this is a sandbox. You can't really add that much storyline to it. It's mostly about like travel and combat and growth and looting and
do quests with. The Vanguards, who are a civilian army formed to protect the world. The Freestar Rangers, who are basically boring space cowboys with very little in the way of personality. And the Pirates, who do pirate stuff and are
I don't need a summary of Starfield here. I'm going to get off this. They always descend into a summary of Starfield to try to sell the game on you, and I don't need that. Oh my god, I've got 18 videos going, and there's
to get up there and perform
anyway,
the whole
this is Hysteria podcast with Megan Kelly.
The whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos.
If Megan Kelly says that feminism is shrill,
holy I'm sorry. Go spend time with your kids. Welcome to another episode of This Guy, the show where we spotlight one guy making America worse and explain why they suck. I'm Erin Ryan, host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
And I'm Alyssa Mastromonaco, the other host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
There are some stars who are known for their ability to reinvent themselves, like Madonna, Beyonce.
Oh, Kitty, you want out? Yeah, you want out? Okay, I'll let you out, yeah. You gotta be back in an hour, though, for dinner. You ready? Okay. Yeah, I'll let you out. Yeah, you can freely roam. Yeah. Stop. Yeah. Alright, there you go. You get some rain? Alright, get some rain. Okay, you good? Coming back? It's raining. Did you forget? You come back inside? No? Alright, you must stay outside. Why do I hear gunfire? That's Fallout, or sorry, that's the gunfire though. That's what it sounds like. Pat, 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 pat.
David Bowie.
Hear it? That's Bethesda gunfire. That's what NPC gunfire sounds like in Bethesda games. Pat, 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 pat. It's always got like a drum beat rolled, or sorry, like a beat to it. Where do I go? What do I do? Investigate the abandoned asteroid mine. Where the hell is that? Oh, that's like down there. Okay. Finally, some combat.
There are others who can't quite make it not come across as though they're clout-chasing phonies, like the Cracker Barrel logo or Justin Timberlake. And today's guy, semi-respected journalist turned perpetually apoplectic pod Karen, Megan Kelly.
At first glance, Kelly is a woman of infinite ambition, but looking closer, she's the JoJo Siwa of the right. Willing to don ideology like egregious blonde Utah curl hair extensions if said extensions get her more money and attention.
Which, to be fair, is what most people in media are trying to do. But most people, even the phonies, are better at feigning
authenticity for some reason
than Kelly is. And to paraphrase Kurt Vonnegut, we should be careful who we pretend to be. After this many iterations of Meghan that look a lot like opportunistic pretending, I don't even know if Megyn Kelly knows who the real Megyn Kelly is.
I just hope at this point, when she looks in the mirror, she doesn't think she sees Charlize Theron, but more on that later.
Charlize Theron would never with the extensions. Megyn Marie Kelly, which is spelled M-E-G-Y-N because it's short for Meg Gynecologist Kelly, was born on November 18th, 1970 in Champaign, Illinois, the youngest of 3 children. Her dad, Edward, was an education professor at SUNY Albany. Her mom, Linda, was a nurse.
Her dad's job moved the family to a small suburb of Albany called Del Mar when she was 9. Del Mar is known for its tree-lined streets, small-town feel, and about 20 years ago was named one of the best places to live by CNN Money magazine.
How do people in Del Mar feel about her now? Well, Kelly was inducted into Bethlehem Central High School's Alumni Hall of Fame a few years back, but after she made her insane comments defending Jeffrey Epstein last November, a petition garnered more than 800 signatures to have her name removed. Somewhere between Meghan getting inducted in 2021 and Meghan losing her marbles in 2025, her high school scrapped the Alumni Hall of Fame entirely. But in high school, Meghan lived the 80s suburban dream. She had big, puffy aquanet hair. She was co-captain of the cheerleading squad. Somebody who knew her back then tells Hysteria that there were no indications that she would grow up to be such a jerk. She was a popular cheerleader, but she wasn't a mean popular cheerleader, although that's not her original nose. When her dad died when she was 15, the family had to scrape by on her mother's salary, but that didn't stop Meghan from dreaming big. In her high school yearbook, she said her 3 goals were college, government, wealth.
She once took a career aptitude test that determined that the ideal job for her would be news. But Syracuse University disagreed. She was denied admission to the school's broadcast journalism program in the 80s and was forced to settle for studying political science instead.
After Syracuse, she went to SUNY Albany for law school. She did normal law school things like edit the law review, alongside slightly less normal law school things like sit on a panel that reviewed sexual misconduct complaints against faculty members. Kelly has said that this experience made her want to be a prosecutor.
Until she discovered what prosecutors make. Meghan wants money, remember? So she became a corporate lawyer and did a little aerobics instructing on the side. She even appeared as a backup extra in an ab-focused workout video.
I looked for this footage, couldn't find it. I'm sure it was great, though. I'm sure it was like 90s-tastic. Meghan had it all. A good job, abs, a doctor husband named Daniel Kendall, a new nose at some point. According to the Daily Mail, she and the anesthesiologist had a beautiful church wedding in Chicago 18 days after 9/11 in 2001, followed by a reception at the Waldorf. The couple were picked up in a Rolls Royce.
Not even Osama bin Laden could stop Megyn Kelly's wedding reception.
That's ambition. Eventually, Meghan's law career propelled her to conservative goober mega firm Jones Day. One of her clients was Experian, the credit reporting bureau.
An inspiring story of a teacher and a nurse's kid from Albany growing up to stand up for the big guy.
Meghan hated corporate law because everybody hates corporate law. It's miserable. Of her decision to quit the legal profession, she said, quote, "I knew it was time to get out one day. It was around my 6th year of practice when I was driving home on the Kennedy in Chicago. It was 3 a.m., tears were pouring down my face. I was so exhausted, and I thought to myself, what if I just had a car accident where I broke a bone? I don't want to hurt myself, I don't want to die, but if I just broke my femur, that would keep me out of work for a good 3 months.
Honestly, relatable. Who hasn't fantasized about getting hit by a car during a bad week at work? Except maybe me once.
By the early 2000s, the woman then known as Megyn Kendall was ready to move on to the exciting world of local news. As the story goes, Kendall and a friend produced a demo tape of her doing her best journalist impersonation and started cold calling local station managers.
It must have been a pretty good demo tape, as in 2003, local ABC affiliate WJL.
They're like, wait, this lady is actually a really good anchor. Just we don't even have to train her. Let's just hire her.
TV hired her as a general assignment reporter. Among the stories she covered in local news were Samuel Alito and John Roberts' Supreme Court confirmation hearings.
The station's news director, Bill Lord, later told a profiler that he'd literally never hired somebody off the street with no journalism experience before. Is Megyn Kelly enough? 2004 Megyn Kelly would say this is an insane conspiracy theory not worthy of discussion as there are no facts to back it up. 2026 Megyn Kelly would do 5 different shows on it and somehow figure out a way to call Meghan Markle a bitch in the process.
The local station was in the process of hiring Kelly for a full-time job in 2004, but she got restless and she just sent her tape to the Fox News Washington bureau chief, Kim Hume, the wife of anchorman Brit Hume.
These all seem like very ambitious moves, like going to the NFL Combine after getting second place in a local punt, pass, and kick competition.
Brit Hume was impressed. Writing in Time magazine years later, he'd say of Meghan, she was a lawyer and new to the business, but her tape displayed as full a set of the qualities of a network correspondent as I've ever seen. Great looks, strong voice, authoritative yet cheerful presence, and obvious intelligence. In other words, limitless potential.
As Hume implied, Meghan had something special working in her favor. She was hot. And Fox News chief Roger Ailes was indomitably, unstoppably horny. When Hume set Ailes' then Meghan Kendall's tape, Ailes' finely attuned journalistic sensibilities and penis had a positive reaction. Here's what he told one reporter years into her Fox News success, but before her testimony about Ailes' sexual harassment would be instrumental in bringing him down. Quote, "She's obviously a beautiful girl, beautiful woman, and very intelligent, law degree, a lot of credentials there. She has an excellent voice, and a lot of people overlook voice."
Roger, it's her voice, Ailes.
Not long after her hiring by Fox News, Kelly's first marriage would end. Both she and her first husband had been pretty mum about the forces driving them apart, but years later, on 2 separate occasions, Kelly implied in interviews that she'd been cheated on, but not by her current husband.
So it sounded like she was implying that her first husband had been the cheater.
Yes, which is what prompted her ex to speak to the Daily Mail, clarifying that cheating wasn't what drove them apart, and rather it was just a clash of personalities. He told the Mail, quote, "I wanted a wife, and she wanted a wife. We both needed someone to cook and clean and support us. She has very much a type A personality. I couldn't imagine her staying at home. She needed more of a type B husband. Sometimes with 2 professionals, it doesn't work out. We were both working extremely hard and both excelling at what we did," end quote.
Print that, Evie magazine. The entire birth rate crisis in this country is due to the fact that everybody wants to have a wife and nobody wants to be a wife because wives get all the shitty jobs.
Oh, absolutely. So, freshly divorced, Kelly, the upstart Fox News contributor, had a star-making moment in 2006 when a 27-year-old stripper accused 3 Duke lacrosse players of raping her at a party where she'd been hired to provide entertainment.
The accuser was black, the accused were white, and most national news coverage treated her accusations as though this was yet another case of entitled racist white boys preying on a marginalized woman.
But as more information came to light, the prosecutor's case fell apart. Kelly had been among the first national news personalities to question the woman's narrative, and when the players were exonerated from the rape, but not the racism, she went from being a figure of national scorn to one who had taken a risky stance and was proven correct.
Ailes was Kelly's most powerful champion at Fox, but he wasn't the only sex pest that would help develop Megyn Kelly, journalist. During her early years, she would often appear alongside another famed sex pest, Fox News' Bill O'Reilly.
O'Reilly would use the diminutive terms Miss Megyn and call her an anchorette during these affectionately adversarial appearances. In a 2010 interview with GQ featuring a photo of Megyn awkwardly posing on a chair as though letting out a giant fart, Kelly said of O'Reilly, "He really looks out for young women. That's a fact." Now, looking out for young women is an odd way to say he was harassing them. In 2017, O'Reilly was dismissed from the network after the New York Times revealed that Fox News had settled 6 sexual harassment lawsuits for the bow tie spinning amount of $45 million. O'Reilly was on tape calling female colleagues and appearing to masturbate on the phone, among other gross things. But I digress.
A couple of years into her Fox News tenure, an internet entrepreneur named Doug Brunt convinced a mutual friend to set him up on a date with the sassy blonde Fox News lady he had a crush on. In 2008, Kelly and Brunt were married. Kelly had their first child, a boy named Yates, in 2009, a second child, a girl named Yardley, in 2011.
Yardley? Oh my god, they name all their kids after fucking, like, Irish poets?
Their third, a boy named Thatcher, in
Oh my god, you named him Thatcher after Margaret Thatcher, you fucking complete cheeseball, cornball.
2013.
Those are horse names. Also,
they're horse names.
So, as a fellow hard-driving lady who waited until the very last possible second to have children, in the moments before my eggs shriveled into tiny little pellets, I completely respect and support that timeline for motherhood. Wait until the last minute, that's what I say. But imagining being pregnant and going through childbirth for a 3rd time at age 43 is making me want to jump ass first into a vat of ice.
Not to mention, she was still ascendant at Fox during those years. She got her own show in 2010. How did she manage to continue climbing at Fox while having 3 babies in 6 years?
Well, Alyssa, Fox News' maternity leave policy meant that she was able to recover from childbirth and bond with her babies without endangering her job, as all women should be allowed to do.
Wow, the same kind of policy that Fox News personalities rail against the rest of the country having guaranteed access to?
Absolutely. The second reason Megyn Kelly was able to have the high-powered career and the family at the same time without losing her marbles was that in 2011, Douglas Brunt sold his company so that he could stay home and write novels while packing the kids' lunches and doing things like school pickups and diaper changes in bedtime.
So Megyn Kelly has what cultural conservatives would
He ended up being like the actual wife.
characterize as a wife.
Yes, and feminists would call a decent husband. During this time, Kelly hadn't gone full asshole yet. She was still Megyn 1.0, the formidable, self-styled, independent voice of reason, alongside other more strident Fox News personalities. The start of peak Megyn Kelly 1.0 came on election night 2012, when a pompous and delusional Karl Rove insisted that the Fox News decision desk projection that gave Ohio to Obama and thus handed him the election was flawed. And this happened.
Karl Rove is now here, along with Michael Barone, who's been back there with the decision desk. And we'd like to refer to this as Cage Match 2012. Bring it, go.
Shut up, you. Shut up, all you
Cuyahoga
fucking
County
losers.
still. I just, there are some Republican suburbs in Cuyahoga County, but the precincts that are in are about 68%. It was
Okay, I believe I will feed my cat and eat dinner now, so I'll be right back. I'm just going to get my dinner.
Obama. It was about 68% Obama 4 years ago.
So I'm just raising the question of our responsibility to call these things when it appears to ordinary Americans that we are not leading the pack for the sake of leading the pack. Now, this is not a cage match, as you would say.
No,
polite
it's a respectful
intellectual
discussion between two brilliant guys.
The next fall, her primetime show, The Kelly File, launched. It quickly became a huge hit.
During these years, Kelly sometimes had moments that caused feminists to scratch their heads before offering reluctant applause. Like in 2011, when a conservative radio host named Mike Gallagher whined to her colleague Chris Wallace that Kelly taking maternity leave was a racket. After she returned from leave, she ripped him a new one on her show.
Would you care to explain those remarks, Mr. Gallagher? Maternity leave? It's a racket?
Well, first of all, everybody on your show, they're rats and traitors. I kept saying when this first hit the fan, I said, please tell me, I want to get to Megyn. Did she hear it? Is she aware of it? No response. It was crickets. So everybody on
not only that, but I gave a couple of interviews over the summer to some publications, and the reporters all asked me about it, saying, how about this pinhead, Mike Gallagher? And I said, yeah, he is. Right. What a moronic thing to say.
Well, I mean, are you going to disagree that there is now, again, I'm on my knees.
Are you doubling down?
Apology.
No. Are you not taking those remarks back? Is maternity leave, according to you, a racket?
Well, do men get maternity leave, Megyn? I can't believe I'm asking you this.
Guess what, honey? They do. Yes, they do. It's called the Family Medical Leave Act. If men would like to take 3 months off to go take care of their newborn baby, they can.
I mean, he deserved all of that. He was a idiot.
He walked into a buzzsaw.
He really did. He really did.
But whenever journalists asked Kelly the million-dollar question of the 2010s, are you a feminist? She'd deflect and claim that her accomplishments can and should be viewed separately from her gender.
Except she'd use her gender and feminism when it suited her and kind of dance around the word feminism when it was trendy to do so. She also appeared in a PSA with a motley crew of other women advocating for, well, I'm not sure what exactly.
One of the most heartening parts of this past year for me has been the outpouring of support I've received from women.
Together, we can get to equality.
Together, we can raise our voices.
Together, we can stand up to anything and anyone.
It's a weird one.
The name Megyn Kelly was palling around with the word feminist an awful lot during the second Obama term, but when a GQ journalist profiling her asked her point blank if she considered herself one, right after he made a comment about how viewers could see her legs through her glass desk, she had this to say, quote, I don't really love that word. That connotes a harshness and almost a shrillness that I find unattractive. The writer pressed, what is it about that word? And Kelly said, I respect women like Gloria Steinem who paved the way. But when you say feminist now, there's the message that if you're sexy and you acknowledge that part of your personality publicly, then it's somehow an affront to women. And I reject that.
Girl, that's not what feminism is.
Where did you get that definition?
Come on.
Hysteria is brought to you by Quince. The best summer pieces are the ones you end up wearing on repeat. Comfortable, versatile, and somehow right for almost every occasion. That's why I love Quince. They make elevated essentials using premium materials like European linen, organic cotton, and washable silk without the traditional retail markup. Quince's 100% European linen pants, dresses, and tops are the pieces you'll reach for all summer long. They're lightweight, effortless to style, and start at just $32. Their denim is soft and comfortable, and their organic cotton sweaters are perfect for layering when evenings cool down. Quince's beautiful 14-karat gold jewelry adds a subtle finishing touch. Simple hoops or delicate chains make even the most effortless outfit feel intentional. Everything at Quince is priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands. They work directly with ethical factories and cut out the middlemen, so you're paying for exceptional quality, not brand markup. I love Quince because I am somebody who gets a little precious with clothes when they break the bank, and I will not wear things if I think they're if I spent so much money on them that losing them would devastate me. The thing I love about Quince is I get the same high quality that I would get for pieces that I paid 2 to 3 times as much for, but I don't have that feeling of anxiety when I wear it out of the house, worrying that I'm going to get coffee on it or whatever, because Quince, easy to wash, easy to take care of, and much more cost effective without sacrificing quality. And it's not just apparel. Quince also offers elevated essentials for your home, from bedding and bath to kitchen essentials and furniture. Make your summer wardrobe feel easier. Go to quince.com/guy for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada too. That's QUINCE.com/guy for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/guy. Hysteria is brought to you by Shopify. Starting a business is a big deal, and Shopify simplifies the process. All the tools you need to launch are already included and ready from day one. Shopify's templates and AI tools get you a stunning site up and running fast, no coding needed. Shopify checkout means more customers actually buy, and returning ones can do it in a single click. If questions come up, Shopify's built-in AI assistant Sidekick is ready to help you build, troubleshoot, and keep moving. Because Shopify handles the setup and checkout, you have more free time to focus on growing your business and the tools to do it. Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide, from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to small businesses just getting started. When it comes to launching a business, the way people want to be spending their time is on the actual business, not on all the busy work in the background and the setup and everything. And Shopify is such an easy tool to use to help you focus on the things that you're actually excited about and not the things that bum you out. All you need is the idea. Shopify handles the rest. Start your free trial at shopify.com/hysteria. She was not a feminist, but Vanity Fair declared her an improbable feminist icon in a piece that surely went through vetting by Meghan's people. During interviews around this time, she'd cite general interest role models like Oprah Winfrey because, in her words, quote, "In all her years coming up, she never wallowed in any sort of victimhood. She didn't play the gender card and she didn't play the race card. She was just so good we couldn't ignore her. That's my example. Just get to the table and then do better than everybody else," end quote. Kelly also expressed admiration for Hillary Clinton during those years, or as she said in one interview, "I'm proud of women in politics on both sides of the aisle because I think there's still a general approach to female candidates where people try to tar them as either nuts or sluts."
Women who talk like this sound just as silly as Hollywood Nepo babies who claim they earned everything without their parents' help.
Megyn Kelly wasn't lying during those soft-focused girl power years. She wasn't a feminist. She was simply self-righteous. She was living a life that was only made possible by the work of feminists and cared deeply about feminist issues that affected her personally. And let people call her a feminist if it got her on stage with Sheryl Sandberg.
Back in those days, Megyn Kelly was even an ally to trans people, even interviewing Laverne Cox, the first trans actress to be nominated for an Emmy.
In Houston, I helped fight back an ordinance that would have allowed men in ladies' rooms, and we defeated that ordinance in a Democrat city 2-1.
Allow
Families,
men
black,
in the
brown,
ladies'
and
room,
white, Republican,
rooms,
Democrat, will not
allow
accept
trans
this, Megyn.
women in ladies' rooms.
Pardon? I don't want an 8-year-old granddaughter walking into a bathroom with a 30-year-old man there. And no one else does. Anyone who has a grandmother, mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter,
But
granddaughter
what if that man
doesn't
looks
want
like
them
a
exposed to
woman
that.
and she would never know that this is? What if that man looks like a woman
No,
and she would
Megyn,
never
you're
know that this
missing
is?
this.
I don't think I'm missing anything.
She was woke. She was kind of woke.
If it seems like we're being uncharacteristically effusive, it's not because we're trying to throw shine on Megyn Kelly. We're setting you up to see how eagerly she shifts into whatever iteration will capture the biggest audience.
Kelly's career wasn't all conference feminism, fist pumps, and giving chauvinists the sass, while Roger Ailes' leg cams loomed just out of frame. She also had a few bloopers that foreshadowed the worst impulses of the dark Megyn 3.0 of today, like this 2015 primetime interview with Jim Bob and Michelle Duggar, the parentals of the hit reality show 19 Kids and Counting, which was yanked from air after it was revealed that one of the Duggar children, Josh, had molested 5 girls, including some of his own sisters, when he was between 12 and 16 years old.
You do not view Josh as a pedophile? No. What I'm asking you is, can you understand the critics' reaction to this news?
I can understand that, but I think we've never... I know that every one of us have done things wrong. That's why Jesus came. I feel like this is more about there's an agenda.
I feel like my son isn't a pedophile after he slept with a bunch of children.
And there's people that are purposing to try to bring things out and twisting them to hurt and slander.
Many critics found Kelly's interview to be egregiously enabling. Apparently, when the news of Josh Duggar's first round of predatory behavior toward children broke, Kelly had never even seen an episode of 19 Kids and Counting.
Josh Duggar was subsequently caught in the Ashley Madison hack, which revealed that he'd been using a dating service tailored toward married people trying to have affairs. And in 2021, he was caught with a cache of child sexual abuse materials. He was convicted of possessing and distributing CSAM in 2021.
I can't believe he was convicted of
and
that.
Was sentenced to more than 12 years in prison.
I'm glad Megyn gave his parents a chance to make excuses for him, though.
Let's not forget about the racism either. While Megyn 1.0 would go viral for being slightly less insane than other people on Fox News, she frequently stepped in it on issues of race. In 2010, for example, Megyn glommed onto stories about the so-called new Black Panther Party. 2 members of the fringe group had been charged with voter intimidation after standing outside of a Philadelphia polling station in 2008. Even though charges were dropped, conservatives went nuts conspiracy mongering, even implying that Attorney General Eric Holder was somehow in cahoots with the new Black Panther Party.
After she was let go from NBC, which, don't worry, we'll get to, a former Fox News contributor named Kristen Powers characterized this appearance on Kelly's show to discuss the new Black Panther Party as one of the most bizarre of her career.
I'll tell you, because you clearly don't know the facts of this case. They got an injunction.
I actually do
Let
know
me finish. They got an injunction against Samir Shabazz, barring him from appearing at any polling station forevermore, any place.
Okay.
They then downgraded their own injunction after they won it and said, you know what, we changed our minds. He's only barred from going to Philly and only through 2012. Moreover, they got an injunction against 2 other members of the Black Panther Party and the party itself. They then got rid of that injunction altogether.
Megyn.
So don't tell me that they did all they could.
Unlistenable. It's like
Kristen up and moved to Italy after that.
Kelly would also frequently have Mark Furman on her show to offer his legal analysis. Prior to his time at Fox, Furman was best known for being a racist police officer whose habitual use of the N-word screwed up the LAPD's chances of convicting O.J. Simpson of the murder of his ex-wife and another man. In fact, if there's one constant in Megyn Kelly's career, it's her comfort at nibbling at the corners of and sometimes taking big old chomps of racism.
Santa Claus should not be a white man anymore. And when I saw this headline, I kind of laughed and I said, oh, this is so ridiculous. Yet another person claiming it's racist to have a white Santa, you know? And by the way, for all you kids watching at home, Santa just is white, but this person is just arguing that maybe we should also have a black Santa. But, you know, Santa is what he is, and just so you know, we're just debating this because someone wrote about it, kids.
If you were a young kid and you were African American and your Santa Claus was white, it would affect you when you went to school. Maybe you wouldn't feel that you were part of that tradition.
Just because it makes you feel uncomfortable doesn't mean it has to change. You know, I mean, Jesus was a white man too, but you know, it's like
Megyn.
He was a historical figure. I mean, that's a verifiable fact, as is Santa. I just want the kids watching to know that. But my point is, how do you just revise it?
What a weird thing to say.
Santa isn't real, you fucking
She
nut.
took that so seriously.
Perhaps the sound of all the racism got lost in between the sound of Sheryl Sandberg whooping about girl power, or media reporters like the Washington Post's Dan Zak, writing in a 2013 piece, Megyn Kelly is very easy to like. Megyn Kelly is a good and decent person. The story of on-air Megyn Kelly is a story of off-air Megyn Kelly. End of story. Well, it wasn't the end of story because that article ran on December 11th, 2013, the same day that the Santa is white comment, but before it aired. And the article now contains a footnote noting as much. Even when she was getting glazed, the racist at the core of the sheltered suburban girl was always on the cusp of peeking out.
But her Daily Show fodder clips were eclipsed in 2015 when Kelly got into it with then-candidate Donald Trump. Hosting the first debate of the Republican primary, Kelly opened with a heater.
Mr. Trump, one of the things people love about you is you speak your mind and you don't use a politician's filter. However, that is not without its downsides, in particular when it comes to women. You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account
Only Rosie
several...
O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't. Your Twitter account...
Thank you.
For the record, it was well beyond Rosie O'Donnell.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Your Twitter account has several disparaging comments about women's looks. You once told a contestant on Celebrity Apprentice it would be a pretty picture to see her on her knees. Does that sound to you like the temperament of a man we should elect as president? And how will you answer the charge from Hillary Clinton, who is likely to be the Democratic nominee, that you are part of the war on women?
He's gotten old.
Yeah, he's gotten really old. I mean, that's not the main takeaway here, but like, he is liquefying.
Yeah.
This before our very eyes.
Trump recalled the event later, characterizing Kelly as having blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever.
What's that mean?
Gross.
Yuck. Apparently, before the debate, Trump had been doing that weird thing he used to do with some female journalists with Kelly. He'd cut out newspaper articles about her and send them to her with his signature on them. Ugh. Sometimes he'd call her to say he'd enjoyed a segment she'd done. He used to do this to one of my former coworkers.
Really?
Also. Yeah.
It's predatory.
It's super weird.
So he was hitting on her and he was mad that she didn't reciprocate.
I mean, in 2016, Roger Ailes, the Robert Redford to Megyn Kelly's Michelle Pfeiffer.
A nice up-close and personal reference.
Kelly's mentor, Ailes, was exposed as a sex pest by Gretchen Carlson, another Fox blonde, when Carlson filed a public lawsuit. She took a giant risk by filing the suit alone and putting her name on it, which forced the hands of other women at the network who had been keeping quiet in order to preserve their relationships with Ailes. It wasn't until Kelly reluctantly admitted to lawyers that Ailes had harassed her too that the case took on more weight and Ailes was eventually ousted.
This whole fracas was dramatized in the 2019 film Bombshell. Academy Award winner Charlize Theron played Megyn Kelly, which is very flattering casting for Kelly and an insult to serial killer Eileen Wuornos.
It is.
Good
I
monster
love Eileen
reference.
Wuornos.
Now, look, maybe Eileen Wuornos was right. That's all I have to say. Now,
Maybe
Kelly
she's
did not
right.
like Gretchen Carlson, and in this case, she tried to have her feminist but not feminist hero cake and eat it too. Carlson was the one who showed actual bravery in the situation. Kelly had covered for Ailes and publicly praised him for years until she was basically dragged kicking and screaming into the fray. She's never made her disdain for Carlson a secret. In 2025, she said, "I didn't like Gretchen Carlson," who was kind of looking for help in a way. The whole question was, can he be this thing who she has alleged he is? And I was really not inclined to help her and stick a knife in him.
Kelly didn't detail the harassment publicly until months after Ailes had been shit-canned. And of course, when she did that, she put it in her memoir, Settle for More, for which she got a multi-million-dollar advance.
She always settles for more money. Staffers at Fox grumbled about how she'd ridden Carlson's coattails to try to position herself as a Me Too warrior, only after the dam had started to break on Ailes. The Ailes business and her ensuing self-congratulatory book tour led some Fox colleagues to call her me again. But lucky for Kelly, after the 2016 election, lots of mainstream media outlets went a little bit crazy trying to overcorrect for what they perceived as a failure to understand or reach Trump voters. And Kelly's refusal to cave to Trump's bullying gave media execs the impression that Joe and Susie America would like to see more of Kelly.
One of those media execs was NBC chairman Andrew Lack. Lack offered Kelly a bonkers contract worth $69 million that promised to basically plaster Kelly's face all over NBC News. Morning show? Yep. Sunday News Magazine? Sure, why not? Special reporting on things like elections? Also yes. Interviewing Vladimir Putin? Sure, give it a whirl, kid.
Now, Meghan 1.0 had styled herself as a sharp, lawyerly, staunch independent who cared nothing for ideology beyond puncturing bullshit. Meghan 2.0, or NBC Meghan or Morning Show Meghan, was done with politics entirely. She was wearing pastels, her makeup was softer, her hair was bouncier, but her time at NBC was not great. Her evening news magazine sucked, and nobody watched it.
At Today, she replaced Tamron Hall and Al Roker, both of whom are black. Given her history of saying idiotic things about race, this was a bad look.
And as a morning show host, Megyn Kelly had about as much charm and bounce as Baroness Schrader stiffly trying to play ball with the Von Trapp children. Even Meghan 2.0's voice was oddly different.
Hey guys, it's great to be with you, Matt and Savannah. So, as part of this forum, President Putin will be taking part in a panel, and I am lucky enough to have been asked to moderate that.
This was whiplash-inducing because it seemed so fake. This woman who had turned her good debate question about sexism into such a big part of her personality that it took up multiple chapters of her memoir was within a matter of months pivoting to exclaiming OMG at mimosas and trying yoga on TV for the first time. Okay, Meghan.
She also pissed off Jane Fonda, who, to be fair, probably came into this interview situation not exactly stoked to be talking to Fox News darling Megyn Kelly.
You've been an example to everyone in how to age beautifully and with strength and unapologetically. You admit you've had work done, which I think is to your credit, but you look amazing. Why did you say, I read that you said you felt, you're not proud to admit that you've had work done. Why not?
We really want to talk about that now?
Well, one of the things people think about when they look at you is how amazing you look.
Well, thanks. Good attitude, good posture. Take care of myself. But let me tell you why I love this movie that we did, Our Souls at Night.
Oh my God.
Rather than plastic surgery.
Fonda was asked about the exchange days later, clarifying, no, it wasn't like I was upset. I was stunned. It was so inappropriate. It showed she's not that good an interviewer.
Inappropriate, yeah.
Ouch.
Dagger.
I felt that one. Rather than just let it go, Kelly fired back on her show and insulted Fonda's patriotism using a very fresh topical reference from the early 1970s.
Look, I gave her the chance to empower other women, young and old, on a subject which she purports to know well, and she rejected it. That's okay. But I have no regrets about that question. Nor am I in the market for a lesson from Jane Fonda on what is and is not appropriate. After all, this is a woman whose name is synonymous with outrage. Look at her treatment of our military during the Vietnam War. Many of our veterans still call her Hanoi Jane.
That's what you called her. You called her Hanoi Jane. But I mean,
Thanks to her radio broadcast, which attempted to shame American troops, she posed on an anti-aircraft gun used to shoot down our American pilots. She called our POWs hypocrites and liars and referred to their torture as understandable. Even she had to apologize years later for that gun picture, but not for the rest of it. By the way, she still says she is not proud of America.
I wonder if she ever had issue with what Donald Trump said about John McCain she's so worked up about.
Yeah. Interesting. The audience didn't like Kelly's shtick either. In her first year on Today, ratings slumped and never recovered. The only stories she seemed to get some traction on were related to the Me Too movement, which was at its fevered height during her short-lived stint at NBC. Unfortunately, one of the most prominent scandals of the era happened at NBC, and Kelly's enthusiastic glomming onto the Matt Lauer story didn't exactly help her in-house reputation.
Oh, no.
It's almost fitting that what ultimately put Megyn Kelly's NBC morning show out of its misery is another one of her classic Megyn moments. Kitty. And by that, I mean casually saying something stupid about race.
But what is racist? Because truly, you do get in trouble if you are a white person who puts on blackface on Halloween, or a black person who puts on whiteface for Halloween. Like, back when I was a kid, that was okay as long as you were dressing up as like a character. There was a controversy on The Real Housewives of New York with Luann, as she dressed as Diana Ross, and she made her skin look darker than it really is, and people said that that was racist. And I don't know, I thought, like, who doesn't love Diana Ross? She wants to look like Diana Ross for one day. I don't know how, like, that...
You're going to justify blackface?
Got racist on Halloween. It's not like...
You are a right winger. It's funny. You're a right winger.
She's walking around.
I have not seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
I can see why she got rejected from Syracuse's broadcasting
Yeah,
program.
that's a hill to die on.
Yeah, it's like deliberately stupid.
Yeah.
By the way, the person we spoke with who grew up with Meghan in Del Mar, New York, which is actually a pretty liberal enclave, that person said that she'd never seen a Halloween costume in town featuring a kid in blackface, like never. And she and Meghan grew up together. Meghan's full of shit.
Lots to unpack here. Note the all-white panel. Note the fact that Kelly's bad show shoved aside 2 black anchors. Note her entire racist CV. Her NBC colleagues slammed her comments, and a smattering of coverage gleefully skewering Kelly ensued. It seemed like in those days you couldn't open a website without coming across a Megyn Kelly takedown.
According to one such takedown after the blackface comments, Kelly's executive producer was heard sobbing so loudly that other NBC staffers could hear it through the floor. NBC Nightly News featured a segment explaining why blackface was bad, and the next day Kelly opened her show like this.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm Megyn Kelly, and I want to begin with 2 words. I'm sorry. You may have heard that yesterday we had a discussion here about political correctness and Halloween costumes. And that conversation turned to whether it is ever okay for a person of one race to dress up as
No, it didn't. You just stepped in it. You're an idiot because you are a racist.
Another.
And they played you like a fucking harp. And now you're trying to apologize and cry for the camera? Why? Because they played you like a fucking an instrument.
A black person making their face lighter or a white person.
They came in there trying to do that to you. Are you aware of it? They saw an opening and they used it.
Making theirs darker to make a costume complete.
The apology is just you admitting weakness.
Defended the idea, saying as long as it was respectful and.
But nobody respects you. You like blackface.
Part of a Halloween costume, it seemed okay.
You defended blackface.
Okay. Well, I was wrong, and I am sorry.
Well, at least you
One of the
admitted
great parts of sitting in this chair each day is getting to discuss different points of view. Sometimes I talk, and sometimes I listen.
You've had so much Botox that there's no indication of an actual emotion on your face. I can't tell. Your skin doesn't move, and your mouth is completely slack.
And yesterday, I learned.
No smile, no frown, no tears, nothing. Just a fucking sociopath.
I learned that given the history of blackface being used in awful ways by racists in this country,
like you,
it is not okay for that to be part of any costume.
But you said it was. But you argue with them and you said it was.
Halloween or otherwise.
She learned.
She practiced that in front of a
blackface
mirror.
is bad.
She practiced that in front of a mirror.
It wasn't enough to save her show. And as her team negotiated her exit, seeking the entire value of her bloated contract, her agent at CAA dropped her due to a conflict of interest. And then another agency, UTA, refused to take her on because of the whole blackface thing. Eventually, she got the entire value of her contract, tens of...
You know what they mean when they say the agent bows out because of a conflict of interest? It means that the agent doesn't like the client anymore.
Millions of dollars to suck on TV for less than 2 years, but had to sign a non-disparagement clause that kept her from shit-talking NBC since.
Leading up to the dismissal, she'd been trying to make nice with Fox News again. She went to the mat for Brett Kavanaugh when Democrats were making the outrageous ask that sexual assault claims against him be thoroughly investigated before he was handed a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court. But it wasn't enough. Kavanaugh got his confirmation, but Megyn Kelly had burned her bridges at Fox and failed to build any at NBC. Time for Megyn 3.0 to emerge from the chrysalis of every woman likability, thanks to a little help from her then pal Ben Shapiro.
In late 2020, Shapiro encouraged Kelly to go independent, and so she set up her own media company, Devil May Care Media, where she has quickly risen the podcast ranks.
Devil May Care? You put the word devil in your production company?
appealing to the worst people in America.
Megan 3.0 has barrel curls. She's wearing a halter top. She's saying swear. She doesn't fucking care. She's a human guitar riff. She's old enough for the Denny's senior discount with the swagger of an 80s teen sassing the security guard after being caught shoplifting belly button rings from Claire's. She's rich enough to buy a minor league baseball team but insists on getting extensions that look like they were applied in a beauty school in Myrtle Beach. That's a choice. I'm sorry. The old Megan can't come to the phone right now.
Ah, she's in her reputation era.
Look what you made me do, leftists. Hysteria is brought to you by Honeylove. A few years ago, I realized I was absolutely fed up with painful underwire bras and itchy materials. Then I found Honeylove. They make comfortable bras with no slipping, no constant adjusting, just a secure, flattering fit that actually... 2024, Kelly finally buried the hatchet with her best frenemy, Donald Trump, and announced she was voting for him.
Come up here, Megan. She ripped a guy apart.
Hi, everybody. Hey, it's great to see you.
He doesn't like her.
I won't take up much of your time, but I do want to tell you the main reasons I am voting for Donald Trump. He got mocked by the left for saying he would be a protector of women.
Not the left.
He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him.
My God, listen to you lie, you dumb fucking B-word.
He will close the border. He will keep the boys out of girls' sports and where they don't belong.
God.
He will defend her right to have a mullet.
I mean, here's the thing. I feel like the only contagion here is like J.K. Rowling syndrome. She's like, caught it. She's caught the trans delusional, like, ugh. Yeah, bizarre.
When the New York Times asked her about her previous comments about Trump possibly being a sexual predator, Megan 3.0 said, I don't know whether that happened or it didn't, but do I find that a deal breaker for a possible politician? Not really.
Okay, cool. Now she's dispatched with the empathy kabuki. In January, she claimed that women protesting ICE were obese and unattractive and chided that she didn't think any of those people were having sex.
If you're having positive interactions with men, where like you're going to bed with them and they're treating you well, you're not going out there and looking at all these men as the devil enemies who you want to hurt and kill and stop. All of them have deeply unhappy personal
My God, you are insane.
lives, and it's manifesting on the streets of Minneapolis.
Guitar riff, Megan. Damn, you're such a badass. You're such a badass. And you're also the same age as my grandma was when I was in kindergarten. You're old enough to have babysat me, Megan. This is unseemly.
Somebody get this bitch a leather jacket.
Yeah, leather jacket with like Thunderbirds across the back. Megan 1.0 aimed to be the most canny person in the room. Megan 2.0 aimed to be the friendliest. Megan 3.0 is the cuntiest. Her takes are so predictably cruel that they're boring. It's like she knows that the only way to break through the noise is to scream the most offensive thing in the loudest possible voice. Like after the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minneapolis by immigration enforcement officers, when she claimed that she didn't feel sorry for them because people who don't want to get killed by federal officers should stay home.
I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Preddy, but I don't. I don't. Do you know why I was shot by Border Patrol this weekend? Because I kept my ass inside and out of their operations. It's very simple. If I felt strongly enough about something the government...
Stay inside. Let the cops do what they need to do. If the cops kill somebody, you should have been home.
...was doing, that I would go out and protest, I would do it peacefully on the sidewalk without interfering, via a whistle, via shouting, via my body... via any other way. I would make my objections known by standing there without interfering, because interfering is where you go south. And if you do anything that resembles...
That's right. Just don't ever question them. Just do as they tell you to do.
Resisting.
Don't resist. They'll kill you and it's your fault.
You're in serious trouble.
My God, the fox went straight through your blood vein.
So
she's so
how does
badass.
she feel about January 6th?
Yeah, I don't know. There is no cohesion. There is no cohesion.
She's chaotic. She's just hatefully chaotic.
Yeah. Meghan 3.0 seems even more desperate to get attention than ever. It's hard in a crowded field, but Meghan is a striver. While her podcast has no trouble attracting an audience, it's near the top of the charts of the right-leaning podcasts, she's never part of the national conversation for saying something incisive or smart. It's just for acting like a cunt or glomming onto topics that everybody is already talking about, offering nothing of value beyond more noise. It's cheap.
She's constantly trying to pick fights with female celebrities in a way that feels, frankly, a little boring. She lashes out at figures like Michelle Obama, who she called a bitch for some reason, and Meghan Markle, who she seems to genuinely be jealous of, indulging loony theories about her, like in this clip where she speculated that her pregnancy belly was fake.
Here's the problem. We don't like you, Meghan Markle. We don't like you. And no amount of posting videos that you think are going to humanize you will make us like you. You've already shown us your true colors. We know who you are. You helped kill the queen.
Oh my God, you helped kill the queen? You're fucking stupid. That's what you think?
You didn't give two shits about calling the royal family racist while Prince Philip was on his deathbed and casting aspersions on him. You have completely undermined all the amazing gifts that this family has given you as nothing and suggested that they didn't care you were suicidal. And
my God, where you wear the red well. You bloody, terrible person.
They were the ones who drove you there. The other thing I'm going to say, and I know this is weird.
It is.
Maybe.
But it is weird. One of those.
When Siths are in their full horror, I don't know what the word is. Full effect, full tragedy. When a Sith is in full tragedy, they'll dress in full red like this, and they'll try to run the rivers red with blood.
Conspiracy theories on the internet, and there are many people who long before today are convinced she used surrogates and that her pregnancies were fake, one or both of them. And this is the only time that I've actually...
What the fuck are you talking about? You're crazy.
...indulged the theory. Because if we...
That's my honest response. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're fucking crazy. Like, what happened to you? Consult Google, you dumb crazy person.
Show that video again. That belly looks very abnormal. That it looks very strange. If you look up close in the video, and I encourage people, look at this.
So weird.
It looks like there's like a bag or like some sort of something shoved up under a dress. It does not look like a pregnant belly. It looks all bumpy. It's very strange.
Okay. So let's just like humor the premise.
Okay.
So does she think that if Meghan Markle had a fake belly, that she was just taking paper bags, putting them in a pillowcase and taping them to her stomach?
Meghan Markle, if she was going to have a fake belly, she's smart enough to engineer this huge plot to fuck the royal family. She helped kill the queen, allegedly. If she's smart enough to do all those things, if she's so wily, then why would she not be wily enough to get a moon bump? Or like a good
100%.
prosthetic. Her fixation on Markle feels kind of pathological. Her YouTube channel even has created a supercut of her best takedowns of Meghan Markle. It's an hour and 18 minutes long. Kelly has gotten more racist, louder, angrier. Honestly, I hate using this word because I think it's often deployed in a sexist way, but she's a real Karen. At her big age, she's still complaining. The Emily Ratajkowski's essay for New York Magazine's The Cut is too slutty. Didn't she just complain that in her imagination people protesting ICE were too ugly to fuck? Like, do you want people to fuck or not, Meghan? Like, look at her having a conniption about the Super Bowl halftime show.
To get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos,
He's
not
just
for
letting
one
her
small
cook.
group.
He's just letting her cook. He's like, let her cook.
But for the country.
He has to sit there and listen to this.
This attitude that you have right here is why you
hang on.
Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of...
He's like, oh my God, you have to bow down to it too. She's thrusting it in.
Radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not...
My God, she talks like Begon.
Not allowing that here. Whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American.
Jesus.
Okay,
That's what
so
they told her to say, so she said it.
if Megyn Kelly says
that's what they told her to say, so she said it. Is it an easy enough concept to understand?
Feminism is shrill.
They'll fire her if she doesn't.
Holy shit. I'm sorry. Go spend time with your kids. Fox News personalities have always served as semi-attractive avatars for scared old men, but Megyn 3.0's entire appeal is based on the fact that rotten-souled losers enjoy watching somebody who's richer and prettier than they are saying their ugly thoughts out loud.
Turns out that all that posturing about caring about survivors of sex crimes during Megyn's 1.0 and 2.0 was also an act. When pundit Mark Halperin was exposed as a sex pest in 2017, Kelly had initially presented herself as a sympathetic ally to the women he'd pestered. After all, she also had dealt with harassment at work. But then in 2025, she gave Mark Halperin his own podcast on her network.
Okay. She's also dabbled in Jeffrey Epstein apologia. Here's something gross and weird she said in November 2025.
This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10, I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. You know?
No, there isn't. Jesus fucking Christ.
Is around the same age
fucking
as
daughter. I think you need to talk to your kids. Jesus fucking Christ.
Many of Epstein's victims were, but it's also like, okay, what's your point? Arguing semantics about a sex trafficker? The fuck?
Also, 15 years old is not barely legal in any...
It's not barely legal. Do not touch 15-year-olds. Don't touch 5-year-olds. It's the same difference. Fuck you. You're evil.
State, but don't take it from us. Take it from a 14-year-old girl taking down Megyn.
I feel that way about 17-year-old girls. I think it's okay for a 16-year-old boy or an 18-year-old boy to sleep with a 17-year-old girl, but that's the narrow thing. Or like a 14-year-old boy. But yeah, a 17-year-old girl's range is like 14 to 18. Any past that, and you're fucking wrong. You're wrong. It's either the kid's too young or the guy's too old. One or the other. And so there's like a 4-year range for a 17-year-old girl. If she's around anybody else out of that range, fucking bad. Oh, sorry, my fucking camera froze. Sorry about that.
Ellie.
Here's the part you seem confused about. Under federal law, anyone under 18 is a child. No asterisk. What you said wasn't factual. It was minimizing. It was making abuse sound like a technicality.
Oh my God, it's a real girl. Look how beautiful she is. Like, I don't mean like beauty. I'm talking about like in her soul. Like, look how wonderful this woman is who's about to give Megyn Kelly a real fight.
And Megyn, here's the part you really need to hear. If a 14-year-old has to get on the internet and explain to a grown adult with national platform that children are children and there's no age where abuse suddenly becomes less bad, then the problem isn't confusion, it's corruption. If my voice makes you uncomfortable, good, it should. Because the minute adults start defending predators by debating the age of a child, you're not protecting the truth. You're protecting the predator. And you shouldn't need a freshman to tell you that.
Yes. Good for her.
Squabble up. Oh my God.
Goosebumps.
Embarrassing. Did you forget that Megyn Kelly used to be one of the few voices at Fox News who acknowledged that trans people are human beings worthy of dignity and respect? Well, the body snatcher who switched brains with Megyn Kelly in 2020 disavows not only pronouns, but the very humanity of trans people. Here she is in 2023 doing what can only be described as a villain monologue.
They say pronouns are a gateway drug. They open the door to these lies that lead to real harm to real females. I have resolved to base my conversations around gender on the same tenets that already govern my life, truth and reality.
Christianity.
I will not use preferred pronouns, a decision motivated by a growing alarm over women's rights and the safety of children. I will speak to a trans person kindly and with empathy. In their presence, I will likely try to avoid pronouns altogether, as I have no wish to intentionally provoke or upset anyone. But I will not take this gateway drug anymore.
Oh my God.
Because I have a daughter. Because I am a woman. an adult human female.
You're a Nazi. You're an adult female Nazi.
Because for far too long, I failed to see the harm and therefore helped cause it.
My favorite part of that is when she's like, I'll be...
Jesus Christ, it's 0.5% of the community. If they want to be called by their proper fucking pronoun, then let them be called by their fucking pronoun. What the fuck do you care, Nazi? Why did you focus on this that much?
Nice to trans people to their faces, but behind their back, I'm gonna like view them as
roll my eyes.
It's like
gateway drug, Erin. It's a gateway drug.
Now, whenever Megan seems like she's running out of energy, she falls on one of two things: attack a younger, hotter female celebrity, often a black woman, or open up the throttle on an anti-trans screed that seems sourced from such deep right-wing forums that normal people who aren't way too online would have no ability to understand. They sound like a rant of a person you'd move away from at a bus stop.
The New York Post explains, quote, the engraving is a meme used in transgender and furry subculture, a reference to being surprised by genitalia when someone is dressed up in an animal costume or in drag. Oh, I see a bulge. It's actually a man. It's not a woman named Luna.
When I was 13 years old, I was in Omaha, Nebraska, and there was a kid in my middle school, and he was trans, and, well, he being like born a male, but he was a trans girl. And at the time, I remember how fucking terrible I thought it might be for her to be in the boys' locker room. And yes, by the age of 15, she just went to the girls' locker room. And back then, this stuff wasn't a big thing, so nobody said anything at all. And I believe that person grew up to be a well-adjusted person with no issues or anything like that. And I don't know. It's been 20 years, but I don't think they had a major issue with society, and I don't think society had a major issue with them. And that I wish it was still like that, where I don't know, in my time I saw equality for a trans person, where the boys didn't say anything about a boy being in the girls' restroom, and the girls didn't say anything about a boy being in the girls' restroom, and like there wasn't any complaints or parents or sexism or bigotry or homophobia or anti-trans or any of that stuff. And I didn't say anything. The boys didn't say anything. The girls didn't say anything. The teachers didn't say anything. I suppose that sounds like it comes across as mum's the word. But no, right about when I was 13 years old, which was like, I don't know, the late 90s? Yeah. Yeah. By the late 90s, nobody the fuck cared if there was a boy in the girls' locker room if the girls didn't care. And so I remember this, but I don't remember weighing an opinion. I don't remember disliking the trans girl. I don't remember disliking the people who supported them. I don't remember any sort of break or fight or argument or opposition. I don't remember any shame or problems, and I suppose that's whitewashing how bad it's been for trans people, which is not what I'm intending to do. I'm saying the time that I saw it, the most drastic example of it, I don't remember any bigotry from anybody's side. This person was accepted. Maybe it's just their personality was good, something, I don't know, but I don't know. I know that the hate wasn't there. And, this was Omaha, Nebraska. I don't remember, like, that person, they were happy. Like, they seemed autistic, but so did I, and so did so many other kids, I think. I think that's the most negative thing you could say about that wonderful person, was that they seemed autistic, just like me or my friends that play Magic the Gathering or gamers and all that. Person seemed autistic. They were into boy bands a lot. I don't know. And that person was a friend of mine, and I don't remember the name now because it's been 30 years. I don't remember the name, but they were just a normal person to me. And that's what I'm trying to get at here. In my life and in my time when the locker room was an issue, and they seemed to care a great deal about bathrooms and locker rooms, apparently, with the anti-trans thing. Trans people, they were in the gender's bathroom that they identify with, and it was totally the fuck fine. I don't remember any homophobia or bigotry around it. You know, honestly, I think I saw more homophobia and bigotry out of jesting and joking from shows like South Park or Boondocks and stuff about racism and homophobia and stuff. I think I actually saw more rampant homophobia and rampant racism after the Boondocks made it okay to say the N-word. And the South Park, you remember Mr. Slave, or South Park used the F.A. blank word quite a lot in their, I don't know, 5th, 6th, 7th season, something. I don't know what the numbers are. But I swear to God, that did more for just rampant racism and homophobia when those shows made it normal for those words to be heard. That was worse for homophobia than the people were around these trans people. Now, I'm sure they were bullied, and we were in Nebraska. I'm sure that trans person has been bullied in their life. I guarantee it. But it wasn't from the kids that they were around in grade, I think that was grade 7. Yeah, that was like grade 7. And I already knew that girl was always going to be in the girls' restroom. And nobody made this thing about it. You see, I suppose that downplays it. But I don't really understand how I feel like my generation was more open-minded about this in the 90s than we are now in 2026. And so I harken back to a day when nobody said a fucking word, and it was just something that you can obviously see is a little different from normal, but nobody needs to shame anybody about it or be this dick about it or fight them or make them feel sorrow or attack them, anything like that. But after people like Megyn Kelly or I would say it's television, really, television kind of made it okay to take shots at these people. And I don't know. I think that it's just the normalization of scripts and television and humor and jokes. I don't know.
It's actually a human.
I think there was a real, like, when you look at the Boondocks, the first opening line of the first season of the first episode is like, Jesus wasn't white, Ronald Reagan is the devil, and 9/11 was an inside job. I think that's the first opening line in the Boondocks. And I'm not kidding. I think that is the opening line. They're the garden. It's called The Garden Party. I'm referring to the thing. And that blew our minds when we heard it from the television show. But it also opens this door to freely speak about things that's so crazy, it inevitably does lead to bigotry and bias, which is annoying. When people get used to the slurs and get used to the words. And so I don't know. I don't like this lady. I think she did a lot for making bigotry okay. And I don't know. I don't know why she did that. It's like in my personal experience. Oh no, this thing popped. I want you to screw in. No, there we go. Yeah, stay screwed. I think, and that wasn't the only trans person in that school, and it's never been the only trans person in any of my schools. And I don't remember a lot of bigotry around trans kids. You know, honestly, the only bigotry I've ever seen in my personal life was a friend of mine named Jason. They in South Park, they kept calling Kyle a Jew. Cartman kept calling Kyle a Jew. And subsequently, all of my white friends, they called my friend Jason a Jew for like 5 years or something like that. And yeah, he was a Jewish kid. I did it too. I'll frankly say I couldn't say I didn't engage in it, because that's what South Park was doing. And I swear to God, it's television that brings us to these biases. Eventually, we realized that Jason was upset by the fact that we called him the Jew all the time, and we stopped. And I don't remember us doing it again for the rest of our lives. That's one of my best friends, you know. I haven't spoken to him in 20 years, but I think he would say the same thing. I wouldn't say it if I really didn't feel this way. That is one of my best friends, and I hope the story gets back to him someday. But we felt great shame. I apologized one time for it. I was like, well, okay, just because it's on television, we just act like because that's the current like South Park joke that's so funny or whatever. Is Cartman calling Kyle a Jew? And I wonder sometimes if, maybe Matt and Trey didn't get some lashback from themselves over this stuff. Maybe they beat themselves up over it. I definitely beat myself up over it later. I was like, I don't care to qualify somebody by their fucking race. I just don't care to do it. And I feel great shame for doing that. And that's the one time I've ever seen somebody in my personal orbit discriminated against. We make these big deals. Well, like even the trans people that I've known throughout my whole life. You know, that's not true. There was a kid in my class who was mentally retarded, and my friends constantly called him retarded to his face. Kid named Matthew. I'm one of them. But we all did it. And that was because of South Park too. And South Park took on all of this stuff. It was like, it talked about it with Timmy. I have a very good friend who's loaned me money before named Timmy, who is mentally retarded. And Jesus Christ, you know, South Park was talking about Timmy for so long, for so many episodes and so many seasons. But I mean, I have a mentally retarded friend named Timmy. They did it in White as Kids, you know, as well. And it's like, yeah, but I actually have a friend named Timmy who's mentally retarded, and I cry thinking about how much shit he probably felt from that in his life. You know, I cry about it. But we engaged in it back then, and you know, I look back and I think like we seem to be facing some trans finger pointing, I don't know, what do you call this, inquisition, and I don't like it. Because it was never an issue before. I'm sure they face bias in their personal lives, and I'm sure they've had bullies, but I don't think society views them any different, which is kind of crazy, especially when it comes to like juries or taxes or property value or that kind of thing. Like, I don't think really people look at them differently when it comes to society very much. And so, like, all my life, I felt, maybe it's whitewashing it. I kind of feels like it is, but it's like I didn't feel a lot of discrimination out of my generation. I felt it we were sensitive to it by that point, where I would never ever call a mentally retarded person an R word. I would never call anybody else some kind of slur. And I did use the F.A. blank word to refer to straight people, rich white straight people like Rupert Murdoch or I don't know. Who's fuck it, do it live. That's Bill O'Reilly, right? People like that, I used to call the FA blank word because I felt like they actually were bigoted towards gay people. So I would call them the thing that they use to that they reserve to use against people that they dislike. And we had this whole thing about turning the firepower back around on them. And I think South Park did this too. South Park was our favorite show growing up, and it did shade how we looked at racism and all this stuff. And so I feel great shame for some of my friends who may have been felt discriminated against, but were we racist or sexist or homophobic towards them? No. Like later on, one of my best friends, he was like, one time I called up a big black man and I left an ad on Craigslist, and I called this big black man, and the big black man came over and had sex with me. And he told this story to our crew, looking to see if there was any negative reaction at all. And all of us were like, cool, hey, good for you. Not my thing, but I don't even think that's necessary to be said. It's just, whatever, and he was surprised by this. I think he thought that even though all of us were these leftist kids living on a vegan commune doing bike protests and fucking, parade protests and critical mass things, and and he thought that some kind of bias existed in all of our hearts, but no, I don't care. I've been hit on by men before, and I was just like, I'm straight, I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care about that stuff. And I wish that was the attitude of my fellow Americans. I look at this woman dressed in all red like she's looking for blood. And it's kind of crazy. I think she is. She's looking for the blood of gay people. It's kind of crazy. And I'm sorry, but my advice to her and everybody else is to chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. These are your fellow human beings. Their lives don't concern you. Stay the fuck out of it and keep your fucking opinions about their personal lives to your fucking self. It's fucking rude, and it lacks decency, and it lacks humanity.
It's not a dog.
Did she hear herself?
I was fooled by your dog ears, Lance Twiggs. I'm sorry. Like, this is a sick group. This is like a whole other issue. I mean, it's connected, but it's a whole other issue how the left tries to normalize this shit. They are allowing kids to go to school dressed as, quote, furries.
Please do. If you like dressing up as a fucking furry, you can go to school. Please go to school. Go to school, kids. You got to dress up like a furry to do it. You go right the fuck up. You go right the fuck on, motherfucker. In my life, I have dressed as a punker, a skater, a metalhead, a fucking rapper, a hip hop kid, a fucking mod, a fucking, like, I've taken on so many different like styles and all this. Grunge kid, grunge rocker. Torn, jeans and band shirts and stuff with chains and, I don't know. I've dressed in, and now I dress, what do they call it? Fitness casual. I dress fitness casual. I only have a really comfortable sweatshirt and a really comfortable pair of sweatpants or sweat shorts. I don't have logos. I don't support brands. I don't support band names anymore. I just have plain dress, and that's all I do. I don't identify as a punker. I don't identify as a metalhead. I don't identify as any of that, or Green Party, or any of that other stuff that I identified when I was a child, because it was all just some journey that I was on. But I mean, like, to me, faulting a furry for wanting to dress up as a furry is like faulting a goth kid for wanting to dress up goth, or a raver kid to dress up raver, or a gay kid to dress up gay, or a straight kid to dress fucking normal, like dress like, you know, boy next door. It's all the same bias. Who the fuck cares what you dress up like when you're in high school? I don't fucking care about that. But it seems to really rile your vagina.
With the ears and the tails. It's a...
What the fuck do you care? That person's identity is furry. Let them fucking be it. Be it. Let it be. Let it be.
Mental illness.
Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Megyn Kelly's a dumb bitch. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Megyn Kelly's a dumb bitch. Let it be.
That should not be indulged, not least because of which it is potentially contagious. It is part of a social contagion.
Oh.
It's sick.
Jesus Christ, Ma Hitler. Fucking Christ, there's cobwebs up there. Don't stick anything up there. There's cobwebs. Jesus fucking Christ, man. How long you been riding the crypt? Has Satan been up your vagine for long, or...
What is that?
So dramatic. It seems that Megyn 3.0 may be on the verge of molting into her next skin. In recent months, Kelly has played footsie with Candace Owens, complimented Nick Fuentes, and cozied up to the sort of He-Man Woman Haters podcast listeners who probably were among the masses who were sending her death threats back when she was play acting at having a feminist spine.
The Candace Owens thing is wild, as during her book tour, Kelly had openly cried with Erica Kirk on stage in Glendale, Arizona, and yet...
Yeah, it sucked what happened to Charlie Kirk. I cried when I saw it. I didn't see it, but I saw, like, the, you know, the newsreels of it.
When Owens released a...
They said there was all this blood spurting from his neck. I didn't see the actual kill. I just saw newsreel footage from Philip DeFranco and CNN. And I can cry right along with Erica Kirk, too. I'm sorry that fucking happened. Sorrow and sympathy, they're not hard to have.
Series of videos called Bride of Charlie that implied that Erica was a sex trafficker and a fraud. She just let that lie.
Yeah, it's really strange to watch a person's frontal lobe disintegrate in real time. But I feel like that's what we're watching with Megyn Kelly. She's much more of an immature asshole now in her 6th decade of life than she was as an upstart 30-something local news reporter with plucky self-confidence to pitch herself to Fox News. Wisdom and poise are supposed to come with age, not shrill rants about Haitians in front of a backdrop reminiscent of a heavy period. Yes, on one hand, it's clearly an act, but on the other, even if behind the scenes Kelly is the same whip-smart ex-lawyer as capable of cracking a joke as she is poking holes in an argument, watching her flail around trying to catch as much of the lowest common denominator as possible, all in the name of what? More millions of dollars to add to the pile that NBC threw at her to get her out the door? It's all just so undignified. I'm going to pull a quote from a 2013 Puff piece on Megyn Kelly. This was back when media reporters were fawning over her. Quote, "Moderation is a theme of Megyn Kelly's favorite film, the 1971 Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, a poster of which hangs prominently in her home. She loves the magic of it, the possibility of it, the I can change my life of it. She loves watching greedy little Veruca Salt disappear down the trash chute, another bad egg bound for justice." Any lessons there? Any lessons there, Veruca? So there you have it, Alyssa. Megyn Kelly. Where do we think she lies on her matrix of fucking guys?
Okay, well, scheming sociopath. An opportunist, right?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
Maybe the strongest one we've seen yet.
I think so.
Because, yeah, who knows what Megyn 4.0 will be? Maybe she'll just be a woman screaming on a street corner.
It's not a far jump from where she is now.
If that's what gets ratings, she's going to do it.
She is going to do it. Well, Aaron, that about wraps up the time we have for this episode of This Fucking Guy.
You will own nothing and be happy. The price of homes will be so expensive that you can't afford a home. And this is where you will end up at. A true 15-minute city with thousands of people on top of each other.
I'm gonna say this one time and one time only. If I catch you vandalizing a flock camera, I'm suddenly going to catch amnesia and go blind because I didn't see shit and I don't know nothing.
Y'all, I'm being so for real. Are y'all not terrified of the way that the world is going? Like, I'm being actually so for real.
I feel like everybody is having a hard time right now, like even the stable people. I personally am having like an identity existential crisis, but even my stable friends are like shutting down their Instagrams, like closing down their Facebooks, even if it's just for a month. I know stable people who are like losing their minds at night. Finances, government, data centers, AI, like the future. I think we're actually all collectively freaking out.
Yeah.
Am I alone with that?
No.
Okay, you guys, I just got a Camry XSE and
Camry
the Premium
SXE.
Plus, and I'm over the screen telling me what to do, okay? It keeps telling me to sit up. It can't see my face. I'm like, what? I'm sitting here. It keeps telling me to pay attention. I'm paying attention. Like, what is going on? Stop telling me what to do. How do I turn this off? Please. It's driving me nuts.
I pass 8 flock cameras on the way to my kid's school.
I missed that.
3 guys.
I missed that. Say it again.
And I'm over the screen telling me what to do, okay? It keeps telling me to sit up. It can't see my face. I'm like, what? I'm sitting here. It keeps telling me to pay attention. I'm paying attention. Like, what is going on? Stop telling me what to do. How do I turn this off? Please.
Oh, yeah.
It's driving me nuts.
Ooh.
I pass 8 flock cameras on the way to my kid's school. 3 gas stations, 2 stoplights, but 8 flock cameras. I live in a rural county. I'm passing more surveillance cameras than I am businesses.
Yeah.
That's insane. So yeah, surveillance state.
It's
coming
funny.
to a rural county near you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in privacy. This is why I don't commit crime anymore. I was like, oh, I'm a career criminal, but by 2023, you can't commit crime anymore because there's so many cameras and trackers everywhere that all movement is captured, and it is the cure for crime, kind of. It's insane. It's how I feel about it. It's so bad. Let's go play a game, I guess. I don't know what I want to play. I've been playing a lot of Starfield there. I don't know what. I'll play some Fortnite, I guess. Yeah.
Describe everyday life here in America as dystopian. That is a term that used to be for science fiction movies or novels, but now it's a term that people are using to describe what they feel is going on in this country.
So y'all, I'm the first one to have a mini data center in my house. They're paying me monthly to house this data center. Pretty sweet. So if you can't beat them, work with them, I guess, you know. So anyways, this data center went in a couple days ago, and it's producing all of your Google results in the 100 square mile from this location. So if you were to type in, hey Google, what's the weather like tomorrow? I could modify this system to say, don't worry about it, it's gonna be 500 degrees, you won't make it out alive. That's the kind of thing that this is producing. So they're paying me money to have this here, information's coming in, and I'm able to send the information out. Pretty wild. And if you want one of these in your house, let me know. They'll pay you to put one in.
I'm gonna need somebody in the federal or local government, somebody says, tell me when the Americans said, hey, we want data centers and we want monitored at all time and we want vehicles that can just shut themselves off whenever they feel it. I'm pretty sure none of us have said, oh, please, watch my every movement, Daddy, for my safety. We don't want you data centers. We don't want you AI. We don't want you flock cameras. We don't want you AI detection vehicles. We want none of this shit.
I've made videos talking about these driver monitors and how it's constantly watching you when you drive the car, but there is something that's very creepy about them. In real life, this is all that you see, is this kind of little black rectangle above the steering wheel. But if you have the right frame rate set on your camera, you can see the 2 red dots that are tracking your eyes. So you have these invisible red eyes that are constantly staring at you.
This is breaking news. Starting in 2027, refrigerator manufacturers will no longer sell refrigerators with automatic ice makers unless you have a subscription fee. That's right, starting in 2027, for 1 year, you can buy a refrigerator and it will make ice for you if you want. But after that 12-month period is over, you're gonna have to pay a $29.95 subscription fee in order to get ice made in your refrigerator. It's just every year, at the beginning of the year, you will pay a $29.95 fee, and your refrigerator will be allowed to continue to make ice. Should you fail to pay that fee, of course, you have no subscription, they will shut off your ice-making capabilities, and you will just have a regular refrigerator.
If you were raised in the 80s and 90s, how are you adjusting now? 2026, how do you feel? I'm not even gonna lie. Some days I'm not well. To think about then and think about now and know that it'll never be the same, it's something. I can remember the late 80s going to the movie theater. Me, my mama, my cousins, my aunt, 10, 11 of us, right?
No, I don't
One of
wanna
them
play
pull out a
this game.
$50
I know
bill.
I don't. No, I
Hand
know.
it to the cashier. We got popcorn, drinks,
I'm
the
not
movie
drunk
tickets,
enough.
everything. And they get change back. We in the theater fighting
My
over the cup.
my choices in dying will affect me right now. I'll go to Overwatch and I'll play Mercy.
And the armrest, because we got so much candy and chips and hot dogs in our hands, happy, smiling. I took my 15-year-old daughter to the movies today, just me and her. Got the tickets, right? Mind you, it's a 2:30 show. It ain't even late at night. Tickets, small popcorn for her, small for me, small drink, $54.86. I don't even have no more words. I can't even.
It isn't a joke. They literally want to put a mini data center on everybody's home. And the way that they're selling this to people is, wait, you'll only have to pay one flat fee of about $150 a month for Wi-Fi and electricity. Now, I know we all think we wouldn't be dumb enough to do that, would we? Except the fact that everybody's electricity cost is going up and up and up and up and up and up and up because of the data centers being put in everywhere. So listen to this.
With JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley on a financing package for a data center in El Paso, Texas, to the tune of $13 billion, mostly in debt. Amid continued demand for data centers, there has been increasing pushback from local communities about these facilities. But one company is offering a potential solution, and Diana Olick has the story in this week's Property Play. Hi, Di.
Hey, Morgan. Yeah, it's an unlikely partnership. Span, which is a startup that makes smart electrical home panels, is teaming up with NVIDIA and PulteGroup, a major U.S. home builder. Span is now making small fractional data centers, they call them nodes, that can be put on the side of residential homes. So the idea is to take advantage of unused electrical capacity on local grids, which the Span smart panels find. Now, a network of these nodes talking to each other across the country is the equivalent of a mid-sized traditional data center. So these could actually negate the need to build as many of those huge data centers. Hyperscalers and AI cloud providers just tap into the node network like a regular data center. Now, Span collaborated with NVIDIA using its technology in the system. Span claims it can install 8,000 of these units about 6 times faster and at 5 times lower cost than the construction of a typical centralized 100 megawatt data center of the same size. Now, Pulte Homes is in on the early testing phase, looking at the capabilities and economics of these nodes, which have already been deployed in a handful of communities. Okay, so why would a homeowner want this?
So
well,
we pivot
because
left
they would
and
just
they
have to pay
pivot right.
one flat
We
fee
don't
for
want
electricity
huge data centers
and Wi-Fi,
sucking up
which
the fresh
Span
water,
said would be roughly about
polluting the
$150
air.
total. So A
right?
lot
We
less
don't want
than
that.
probably your usual
So
bill.
this
Now,
is
for
their
much more on this story and the
way
latest
around it.
Property Play podcast with the CEO of a company looking to...
Hey, so did you guys notice that literally nobody cares about anything anymore?
No, we don't care.
Like, actually, like, nobody cares. Apparently, they came out on the news and they said that the aliens are here, they're among us. So I don't know what. I don't follow the news. It's just somebody came on this app and said, "Hey, did you guys know that the news said that there's aliens and blah blah blah, I don't know what." And nobody cares. There's a massive explosion threat out in Garden Grove, California, and nobody cares. People are still going to Disneyland like, "Oh, cool. If we die, we die." I don't know if it's just like people are just sick and tired of all the lies, like they've been lying to us, or, you know, I don't know what. It's just like we've had it up to here. At this point, we're just like, it is what it is. Whatever happens, happens. Like, nothing is a shock to us anymore. Or what? Like, aliens can come to our front door and we'll just open the door and be like, "Oh, hey, what's up? You want to come inside for dinner? What do you guys like?" You know?
I want to ask you something. It's kind of strange. See, I'm at Home Depot right now, right? This is Home Depot. It's Home Depot. Why would the government want to put a flock camera at every car going in and out of Home Depot? What the hell did they get out of that? Makes no sense why they want to read the plates on cars going in and out of Home Depot.
This is why I don't do anything anymore.
Tell me why.
So I just learned that they replaced 30 dirty jobs with AI, and nobody's really even talking about it. Everybody thought it would be the code writers, the spreadsheet guys that would be replaced with AI first. Nope, wrong.
Either. No, the ton of running.
Heidelberg Building Materials, they produce 60 to 70% of all the cement used in Maryland alone. Their large quarry in Union Bridge, Maryland, just bought 30 autonomous dump trucks. Those are quarry trucks, completely autonomous. They're gonna drive, dump, load, unload, everything. Completely AI controlled. So option A is a driver, $70,000 to $80,000 a year, CDL, benefits package, supports a family, has needs, is a human. Or AI truck, none of the above, doesn't even ask for a break. That money goes straight up to the CEOs, the boardroom, never comes back in the form of a job or raises. Pay attention, y'all, it's pretty big.
This is what Walmart's new AI system says when you call to ask for help.
This call and your voice may be recorded for quality or other business purposes, including fraud prevention.
Your call and your voice will be recorded for quality or other business purposes, including fraud prevention. I like how they put that at the end to kind of make your brain feel like it's a safe thing. It's not, because I looked into what other business purposes could be, and it is not limited to AI training, voice cloning data sets, emotion tracking, behavioral analysis, customer profiling, speech recognition systems. What ethically could you use that for?
So, this is wild. Google just announced that they're no longer going to be having a search bar.
What?
That they're going to be completely relying on AI to be able to come up with what you want to be looking at already. Which sucks for businesses, including myself, because you'll never be able to click on my website because there's no longer going to be the Google links. How does that work?
Explain to me what this is. I was just driving and I noticed this camera staring at me. The camera's hooking on both sides. You're not slick. What is this, Arizona? Explain to me. There's a cable going on the backside, runs up here and just goes off in the distance.
This camera is kind of out of the way, so it makes it easier to try to reverse engineer if any signals are coming from it. This is the Bluetooth that is in our environment currently. This is the Wi-Fi. Not seeing anything that stands out. Again, this camera is at the place at the entrance to a park, so it's only capturing people coming into a park. It appears to be one of the newer modules, or models. A lot of stuff on the back of the solar panel, so just seeing if we can detect any signal coming from it. Again, nothing that's standing out. Here's all the Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. We're using a stock Raspberry Pi and a Sophia Android node to monitor it. Again, nothing obvious coming off of it.
Do you want to know why they want to make society cashless? If you do something they don't like, they can freeze your card and you won't be able to buy anything.
Hey, so everyone has lost their mind. Apartment hunting, housing market, renting, whatever it is, you've absolutely lost your mind. So as I sit here apartment hunting here in Los Angeles, would you believe that I came across this place, $2,500 a month, okay, 1 bedroom, no utilities included, you have to pay for your parking, bare bones, 3 times the rent, $650 minimum credit, okay? I scroll down to the bottom and I see that in order for you to access your unit that you are paying $2,500 for, okay, you must subscribe to a monthly membership to use your key fob. If you don't, you will not be able to access your unit that you pay $2,500 for. What are we doing? I know why people are burning down warehouses, and I know why people are running up on CEOs and sending them back to their maker. People are tired, and it is only going to get worse. This is quite literally something that the average American will not just work their way out of. They will not skip a latte out of. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? What are we doing?
Nobody was excited about Memorial Day, and nobody is excited about the 4th of July. It's the 250th anniversary of this country existing via the Declaration of Independence. Like, does nobody else notice the lack of excitement, the lack of anticipation, the lack of care? We're in a bad place, people. You feel it. I feel it. Everyone feels it. And the people that are just wealthy enough to not feel it have even started to understand that they're about to start feeling it. We've hit the point of no return, you know? And it's one of those things like, I'm very encouraged by the amount of people that say they want to do something and organize and all those things, and I really hope you do. But like, I think most people have kind of just devolved to the place of, I'm just gonna sit back and see what happens from this point on, you know? And that's a depressing place to be, you know, as a people. But I feel like that's where we all are. Like, let's just sit back and relax and see where the log flume takes us. I don't know, man. Things have gotten so impossibly difficult. It really shouldn't be this way.
I swear every millennial in 2026 is just totally ready to pull a complete 180, because we basically grew up in an era where we watched innovation make life genuinely better every single year. Like, think when cell phones first came out, or iPods, digital cameras, smartphones, when there was literally an app for everything. Like, we were so incredibly pumped, and then it just turned. Everything became a subscription. Social media became an algorithm. A sandwich costs $20 for whatever reason, and you can't go 24 hours without some sort of once-in-a-lifetime event coming directly to your phone, which is now, by the way, a 7-inch supercomputer that was designed to command our attention 24/7. Like, where I'm getting at, we were sold on the idea that technology was going to bring convenience and make things more affordable, and it just snowballed into whatever era we are currently living in today. And now almost every millennial I know would basically gladly trade all of it for a job as a park ranger who only needs a flip phone, who lives out west in like a tiny town with this cute little diner on the corner where the waitress knows their order.
I think I speak for all millennials when I say we're tired in a way that feels permanent. You know, it's not like I stayed up too late type of tired, or I just need a good night's rest tired. No, it's more like I have 507 open tabs in my brain that I can't close type of tired. And I think it's because we've been conditioned to like always be on. You know, there's always something we forgot or need to schedule or need to buy or need to remember next week. And the rare instance that we do get a second to relax, our brains are still working. They're still running the background process, like updating the anxiety or installing new stress for absolutely no reason. But the craziest part is that like we've gotten so used to it, we don't even talk about it anymore.
Yeah,
you know, you'll ask somebody how you doing, and they'll say, oh, tired. And everybody
tired.
just kind of nods along like, yep, that checks out. We don't even ask why.
Yep, we
you know,
don't why.
because at this point, being tired
Yeah, that
isn't like an
checks out.
occasional feeling. It's become part
No.
of our operating system. Like honestly, I don't think millennials need more sleep. I think we all just need one day where absolutely nothing requires our attention.
Now, I'm no theorist, but don't you think it's a little bit strange at the same time that they announce 2027 new vehicles are going to be scanning your eyeballs off with AI, and there's going to be sensors in the steering wheel, and you got to put both your hands on the wheel at the same time? This is already happening in the UK, otherwise your car will shut off. Don't you think it's a little bit strange that while that's happening, a spontaneous oil shortage is happening, which is making them add more ethanol, or this is the excuse to add more ethanol to the gas, which is horrible for old engines. And then all these junkyards are burning up. Have you not heard? There's been like a bunch of big, giant junkyards that have caught on fire randomly.
Oh.
So all the parts, all the old cars, all the old parts for the old cars, burning up. The new gas could significantly shorten the lifespan of the old vehicles that are on the road. So all the people who said, you know, I'm just going to keep driving my 1990, whatever, like, I agree, that's cool, but you're going to have to figure out how to get ethanol out of the friggin' gas. Otherwise, it's going to prematurely gimp your engine. Furthermore, at the same time that all that is happening, people think you're going to be able to just like jailbreak your car and turn off all that AI crap, not knowing a lot has changed in the last few years for the automotive industry. If you alter something in your computer system of these new vehicles, it immediately sends a tampering notice to like the cloud of the manufacturer of your vehicle and can either stop your insurance or disable the car if you've affected it in a certain type of way. Look it up, dude. They've passed all these laws. So the walls are closing in on, I guess, controlling our modes of transport. Eventually, I think they all want us in a smart bus anyway, hooked up to the AI railroad. I mean, really, this is what's coming around the corner. So why aren't I scared? Because that's a bit of a scary thought, right? Being ruled by AI, all the old cars are gone, we're in universal basic income, it's a total shitstorm. Because I have true, full, unwavering faith that in the end, the good guys win. I do think it's going to get weirder between now and then.
I think so.
100%.
I think the good guys are going to win.
But something strange is seriously kicking off then.
Whatever you do not buy a new car. Do not buy a new car. You need to listen to this now. So starting in 2027, every single vehicle is going to be equipped with this AI technology that's going to be able to read your face, your eyes, and listen to every conversation you have. They just passed a law, and it's going to start in 2027. Doesn't matter, you know, what vehicle you're looking at, this is going to happen.
Oh, what happened?
Have this technology in it. So basically what it's going to do is it's going to read your face and scan your face, and if you happen to look like you are looking away from the road, or if it may think that you're impaired, it's going to shut the car off immediately. Or it will not allow your car to start, for one. But if you are driving and let's say you look away from the windshield for 5 seconds, you're looking at, you know, scenery or whatever the case may be, it's going to immediately deactivate your vehicle, and it's not going to restart it for X amount of hours. It's also going to have technology that listens to your conversation. Now, if you're having a conversation that may be a little controversial to what the law may think, it's going to automatically alert the police that this conversation is, let's say, of high alert. What it's then going to do is send that little conversation, that script, immediately to the local police department, whatever police department is closest to the vehicle, and the police are then going to go through that footage, and they could be knocking on your door. So I think that this is absolutely ridiculous, very scary, extremely controlling. I mean, if you think that what they're doing now is controlling, this is hitting another level. Therefore, if you're looking to buy a new vehicle in the next 6 to 10 months, I highly recommend you look at vehicles 26 and below, because I mean, you're riding a really thin line if you purchase a vehicle in 2027. It's going to make the market, I believe, the car market tank. This is extremely scary, extremely intrusive, and like I said, the bill has already been passed by Trump, so just another thing that we have to look out for. Our country is becoming controlling. They are controlling every part of our entire existence, and they're doing it so quickly. I mean, they're just hitting all areas of our life, and they're taking away every ounce of freedom that we have. Chime in, let me know your thoughts on this.
Flock cameras are not just crime deterrents. They are watching you, they are logging you, even if you do not commit a crime. They have systems that log your license plate, your vehicle details, the time that you were there, the location. They can catalog your make, model, color, bumper stickers, roof racks, even visible damage to your vehicle down to scratches and dents. And then they store that data in searchable databases used by police and other three-letter agencies across the country. That is not just crime prevention. That is mass surveillance being marketed to us as safety. Well, don't do crime and you'll be okay. You are thinking way too small. You are quite literally still inside of the box. You trust the government with a permanent surveillance network? Freedom means being left alone by the state unless you have actually done something, not being tracked just in case. And something that absolutely baffles me is the fact that the CEO of Flock Safety has already compared people exposing the camera locations and criticizing these systems to terrorists and Antifa. That should alarm everyone. That is how civil liberties get eroded. First by labeling dissent as dangerous, then by expanding surveillance in the name of security, right? And before I show you what a flock looks like, let's talk about my own city. If these cameras are just harmless crime deterrents, why is Louisville, Kentucky fighting so hard to keep their location secret? Louisville has deployed over 200 plus city-owned flock cameras, and police also have access to hundreds more shared cameras from businesses, HOAs, universities, other entities across Jefferson County. Around 600 cameras total that the government can tap into. Metro officials and LMPD have refused to publicly disclose exact camera locations. Earlier this month, Louisville Metro Council voted down a proposal that would have required the city to publish these locations online. They love to say, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't care. Okay, uno reverse. If you're not doing anything wrong, why do you care that we want to know where they are? Why are you hiding the cameras? I live in the West End, so I'm actually going to walk you to the flock closest to my neighborhood so that you can see what mass surveillance looks like right here at home. Okay, so this is a flock camera at the corner of Dixie Highway and Dumenil Street in Louisville. Most people drive past this and never think twice.
Not anymore, it
That's
isn't.
the point. Surveillance works best when it feels normal and when it feels invisible. We're told not to worry about facial recognition or expanded tracking, but we have no proof that they won't do that or that they haven't already. The issue isn't just what they claim that the cameras do today, it's what these systems can become once the infrastructure is already everywhere. Flock cameras reduce crime. Police reduce crime. You know what else guarantees reduced crime? Paying people enough to survive instead of poverty wages. Housing and rent prices that don't keep people paycheck to paycheck. Healthcare that people can actually afford. Education that creates opportunity for young adults. Treatment for addiction and mental health. The kind of stability that keeps people from desperation in the first place. They would rather monitor poverty than end it. Oh, well, there's no expectation of privacy in public. Being seen in public is not the same as having your movements logged, stored, analyzed, retraced, all to be sold to a private surveillance network. We recognize that persistent tracking can become harassment or stalking when individuals do it. So why is mass automated tracking suddenly acceptable when these corporations and the government does it? It's weird.
I've seen a few posts about this and I wanted to comment on it because I have a personal experience with it. It isn't something that's happening in the future, it's something that's happening now. I rented a car in Europe, and as the woman handed me the car keys, she said, this is a brand new car. And she was like super excited about it. She was like, it's 2026. It's a brand new car. And I was like, awesome. No one's had a chance to like fart or smoke in it. This will be great. And I'd driven it for a day or two, and I was getting on a highway. It was a 6-lane highway. And all of a sudden the gas stopped working, and I'm pressing on the gas. I can't get the car to go. So the car is dinging. It's making all this noise and I can't figure out what's going on. And I look at the dashboard, and in English, it says, sit up straight. We can't find your eyes. Why do you need to see my eyes? That was my first thought. And I'm short, so I sit low in the seat. And I guess, I don't know, maybe I'd been driving a while and I'd kind of slouch down more instead of sitting upright. And when I sat upright, the gas would work once again. And so I pressed the gas, but I was slowing down enough that it was going to cause a traffic hazard. And the thing is, it knew I wasn't asleep because I was pressing on the gas. So it knew I was awake. It just wanted to see my eyes. So once I sat upright and leaned forward, I guess it did facial recognition. And then it says, may I send you these results to a third party? To which I said, no, you may not. No. Who is the third party? Who, first of all, who's watching me drive the car to begin with? Secondly, who is the third party you're sending it to? And lastly, it is so dangerous. There are so many scenarios where losing control of the gas can put a car in a very dangerous situation. Like, what if I was pulling out in front of a semi-truck? What if I was going over a railroad track? And the absolute worst part is the argument for this is to combat sleepy drivers. And the truth is, if you fall asleep while you're driving, you're not going to be pushing down all the way on the gas. You're going to let up. You're going to relax. No one keeps their foot pointed while they're asleep. And if they say, well, what about cruise control? Then just take off cruise control. Disable cruise control in cars. That's the solution. Not, I need to see your eyeballs for the car to work. There's so many dangerous implications for this. But even if you're using it just for the good implication, you know, sleepy drivers, we need to see eyeballs at all times, it's still wrong. It's still a stupid idea.
The more they try to force us to integrate technology into every aspect of our lives, to include our vehicles so that they can monitor us and the way that we drive, the more analog I want to go with everything. And I'm absolutely here for it. I'm ready for it as a Gen Xer. Take me back. Let's go.
We just don't need your nonsense. No, thank you.
So we're currently awaiting the rollout of a terrifying upgrade to surveillance tech in cities across the United States. Flock Safety, the police technology company, is rolling out a new and troubling product, the detection of human distress via audio. Flock has been promoting Raven, their version of acoustic gunshot detection. These devices capture sounds in public places and use machine learning to try to identify gunshots and then alert police. We say try because these mics often misinterpret car backfires and fireworks as gunshots. Now these microphones apparently will be alerting police whenever they detect what the machine believes to be human voice in distress. It's unclear how this tech even works. It's also unclear how these devices will be interacting with state eavesdropping laws that limit listening to or recording the private conversations that often occur in public places. Gunshot detection technology is dangerous enough as it is. Police showing up to alerts they think are gunfire only to find children playing with fireworks is a recipe for innocent people to get hurt. And this is not a hypothetical. In Chicago, a child really was shot at by police who thought they were responding to a shooting thanks to a shot spotter alert. Introducing a new feature that allows these Raven microphones all over cities to begin listening to human voices in distress is likely to open up a whole new can of legal, civil liberties, and even bodily safety consequences. Cities now have one more reason to cancel their flock contracts before this new feature violates civil liberties and puts people in real danger.
So your vehicles will now be spying on you, and not just spying on you with video and audio surveillance, but they're going to be sending out information to local police departments. They're going to be sending out information to your car insurance company, telling them how fast you drive, how fast you go around corners, or how often you hit the brakes heavily so that they can raise the rates of your insurance. And if you don't believe that, here's just a few proofs. In 2021, the U.S. government passed legislation that by 2027, all of this information, all of this technology must be in all vehicles sold in America. And as you can see over here, it is already being done. It's already being implemented. Folks, you're now being spied on by your own car. Welcome to America. Late stage capitalism at its finest. And you know how these companies are working together? Because they're all owned by the same three companies. The car companies and the insurance companies and the tech companies are all owned by BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. You're welcome.
If you all have heard about flock cameras, I want to show you. This is a flock camera. You can see the little flock logo, the solar panel thing. That is what a flock camera looks like. And here it is from a different angle. These things are reading license plates and recording the data and sending it to your local police department. So if you see anything like this popping up, there's another one over there. There's one right down the street here. Just know those are flock cameras.
Many new cars have this feature that I'm going to call the Eye of Sauron. This is a driver monitor system that watches your eyes to see what you're looking at if you're paying attention, all of that. To make things even worse, you can't truly fully disable this. You can disable some of the warnings, but it'll always be watching you. You pair that with the fact that the automakers also have your GPS coordinates at all times. And now you can see why I call this the Eye of Sauron. They're always watching. And finally, this version's very easy to see, but automakers are looking to maybe put some driver monitors up in this area, hide it in the dash, maybe somewhere on the steering wheel. In the future, you won't be able to tell that your car has it, so maybe it's time to buy an old car.
Some America, do not buy a new car, because starting 2027, every new car in the United States will be required by law to have tech that puts constant surveillance on the driver. Not only watching you, but listening to your conversations as well. And if the vehicle determines that you're a danger on the road, it will turn your car off. So by 2027, the law states, quote, every new passenger vehicle sold in the United States must include technology that constantly monitors the driver via AI, cameras, and sensors, and can automatically shut down or limit the car if the system decides you're not sober or fit to drive. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is creating new federal motor vehicle safety standards requiring, quote, advanced impaired driving prevention
You know, the way they say it, it sounds not that bad, but it's still terrible.
technology powered by
Stop the drunk driving, yeah.
AI tools
Lock up
and
the AI.
systems. They state that the technology must now passively monitor the driver at all times. If the system detects a problem, it can prevent the car from starting or limit its speed and operation while driving. So let's say you're not fucked up and you just decide to close your eyes and stretch, does it think you're fucked up and it'll stop the vehicle while you're driving? The law states that this is not a remote government kill switch, but the decision happens on board via AI and sensors. So basically, whatever technology they put in there, it's a government kill switch. Now, older cars obviously will be unaffected, but cars 2027 or after will all have this shit. So a lot of people say that this is government overreach, and later on, these tools will be used against the average driver, especially if it taps into your conversations and the government gets a hold of those conversations and finds out what you're talking about politically. Or at least that's the fear coming up in the future. Now you might understand why data centers are going up all over the country, everywhere, because everything you do is going to be monitored coming up here, every single thing.
As always, let me know what your thoughts are. How do you feel about the current state of America? Do you feel like we are living in a dystopian reality? I definitely feel like a lot of it is, especially the surveillance technology and everything that is going on with that, data centers, all that jazz. But let me know your thoughts down below. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. And I hope to catch you in the next video. Take care.
So when y'all see overt white supremacists, now the immediate fallback is to call them Antifa or, you know, SPLC members, whatever the case may be, because that was trending as well this weekend. And you know what? MAGA, I'll let y'all have it. Sure. That's all Antifa. That's all SPLC. It sure enough is. How about this? Denounce the white supremacy.
No. Wait.
Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination and hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today's nominee, again?
I want a name, okay? I need a name of a single black woman that had something to do with America's founding. Go! I mean, I can think of didn't Thomas Jefferson have like half his family with out of wedlock with the slaves? I think isn't that historic? Anyway, that's like as close as I can get.
Hey, Benny Johnson, I got a better one for you. Name a black woman. Go. Nope, we're not taking Harris Faulkner. Nope. Candace Owens? Are we taking Candace Owens? Nope. Try again.
God is good. Amen.
No.
Wait a minute, Benny Johnson, aren't you the same one who went on that investigation of Jasmine Crockett where you were exposing her for being too educated? Remember that? You did that whole thing where you went and found her girls' school and tried to do a gotcha because, you know, she was educated. Remember that?
This is where Yasmin learned to play clarinet by the apple tree on this beautiful campus of the Mary Institute St. Louis Country Day School. After graduating from this elite country day school, Jasmine Crockett was immediately accepted at another elite institution, Rhodes College in Tennessee.
Wow, Rhodes College is a private liberal arts school that looks like Hogwarts and costs a whopping $74,000 per year. That makes Rhodes one of the most expensive colleges in America. There are only 2,000 students enrolled at this institution, nestled in the rolling leafy hills of Old Memphis, and Jasmine, from the block, is one of them. But the elitism did not end there. Jasmine went on to attend and graduate from the University of Houston Law Center, where tuition runs a whopping $40,000 per year. In total, Jasmine Crockett's elite education cost close to $1 million.
So maybe that's it. Maybe they just too educated for you. You not at the level where you can even quantify and understand the contributions that black women have made. How about that? How about that? And here's one more for you, Benny Johnson. If there were black women, plentiful, making strong contributions to the founding of our country, would you know who they were? Were they giving credit at that time? Do you give credit now? But that was supposed to be a big. Hey, I got one for you. You ever heard of Marion Rogers Croak? You haven't? Well, she was the one that popularized voice over internet protocol. Yeah, she led you to where you are today. But you don't know nothing about that, do you? You ever heard of Dr. Gladys West? Huh? You ever heard of Dr. Gladys West? No, you haven't? You haven't? Yeah, she was the one that developed the math behind GPS. When Ashley Sinclair said you found your way out the closet, she was the one to help you find your way out the closet. You ever heard of Shirley Ann Jackson? Huh? Yeah, she was the one behind caller ID and call waiting. Yeah, she was the reason why you couldn't get through. Wouldn't nobody take your calls in high school? You heard of Marie Van Britton Brown? Of course you haven't. Of course you haven't. No. Home security systems. You know, the one that you said that you need since Washington, D.C. is Fallujah. Yeah. You heard of Lisa Galopter? Yeah, she's one of the computer scientists behind GIF animation. You know, the way that we meme you all the time, because you always embarrassing yourself. You ain't heard of none of that. So what we doing right now? Huh? Don't make me get Ashley Sinclair again. And by the way, it's a whole lot more where that came from. I'm going to drop some links in the description. Don't y'all worry about it. Shout out to Alice Parker, Janet Rita Emerson, Bessie Blunt Griffin, Flossie Wong Stahl, Lyda D. Newman, Anne Ree Huntley, Sarah E. Good, Valerie Thomas, Mary Beatrice Davidson Kenner, Ellen Eglin, Marjorie Joyner, Miriam Elizabeth Benjamin, Judy Woodford, Tahira Reed Smith, Olga D. Gonzalez Sanabria, Alice Parker, and Tanisha Hawkins. Huh? Yeah, Tanisha Hawkins.
Let's go, our beautiful black female
She was
Americans.
the one that rejected me from prom when I was in the junior year. She invented my villain origin story.
Emotional damage.
Now, here's what makes this so delicious. So, Benny Johnson, y'all might remember that whole Tenet Media scandal from a few years ago, right? Tenet Media was a right-wing media company founded by conservative political commentator Lauren Chen. They featured 6 right-wing influencers: Matt Christensen, Taylor Hanson, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the U.S. charged 2 Russian media executives in a scheme to illegally fund Tenet Media and influence it to promote Russian propaganda. The company shut down shortly afterward. Russian propaganda, you say? Like what? Tenet's content included coverage of illegal immigration, diversity in video games, supposed racism against white people, free speech, and Elon Musk, as well as climate change denial content. Well, would you look at that? So you mean to tell me that the Russian propagandists made sure to push content about racism against white people, and then you have diversity in video games as well? Huh. And yet here you are with the very same rhetoric. Huh. What are the chances? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna beat the allegations like that. That's a little too on the nose. That's a little too on the nose. And matter of fact, while we're on the topic, here's an issue that I've had with right-wingers and Republicans in general. Y'all need to pick a racism. Pick a racism. Are y'all gonna be buttoned up and trying to argue about the merit-based society and we're using statistics and this, that? Is that what y'all want to do? The DEI argument? Or you just want to go just with that out front racism with no shirt on, just hanging naked on the timeline on X? Is that y'all got to pick a racism? Pick a racism, because the racism hanging out naked on X is killing you, Benny Johnson. It's killing your ability to formulate any of these arguments because they saying exactly what it was. Matter of fact, I got one for you. Download. They gonna take my data, ain't they? Oh, there go my identity. I just really want to see what I'll look like as an alien baby. You know those apps and services you still use, even though you know they're probably harvesting your data. And that Sophie's Choice has to annoy you. You gotta choose between giving up your privacy and going completely off the grid. I mean, completely. That is all done by data brokers, by the way, companies that take all the information they can find on you and sell it. Now, legally, they do have to remove your private information if you tell them, but they make it as hard as possible because they want you to feel hopeless and stuck. Sound familiar? This is where today's sponsor, Aura, comes in. They do the hard work for you, constantly scanning the dark web and submitting opt-outs on your behalf. Now, there are other services that offer this as well, but none of them offer as many features as Aura for the same price. You get alerts if your personal info is found on the dark web, 24/7 monitoring to help keep your identity secure, and if anything does happen, Aura includes $5 million in identity theft insurance. You can go to my link, aura.com/Reese Waters. Again, that's aura.com/Reese Waters to try 14 days for free. That's enough time for Aura to start scrubbing your personal info off these data broker sites automatically. And I want to thank Aura for sponsoring this video. You remember when the Patriot Front came to march during the 250th anniversary of the founding of America?
All right, here we are with the Patriot Front in front of the Washington Monument. Hey, are any guys speaking up on the record here? What do you guys think of Kash Patel for FBI director? Anybody? What do you guys think of Kash Patel for FBI director? Anyone?
Come on, say something, you're
Kash Patel?
Americans.
Any
You have
thought?
freedom of speech.
Any guys,
Please talk shit about Kash Patel, please.
Able to speak through those face diapers?
Please, you fucking fascists. Talk shit about Kash Patel. No, because they're not dumb. They know what'll happen. Oh. This is a long walk. They keep killing people. They keep killing people. It's funny. We lost, though. No, we lost. Keep fighting. Nice. That's good. Never mind. Maybe we're doing okay. I'm coming back in as fast as I can. No, you can't have my tank. Nope. 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 You cannot have him. Nope. Thank you. No, you cannot have him. Ah, damn it, they did get him. Oh. Everybody's... Oh, no, they didn't get him. Stupid widow. Yeah, go Nioru. I took their main healer. No, he took the other one. fucking losing this. Fuck this. Nope. Oh, I tried. I tried to hold it for a really long time. I wish to win this game. Come on, talk shit about Cash Patel, please. No, they know what'll happen. They're not dumb. That's like being the sheriff of Nottingham and talking shit about the sheriff of Nottingham. You're not going to be a sheriff long. They're not dumb. Nope, nope. I'm still going to hold this motherfucker. I don't want you pushing this fast. I just don't want you pushing that fast. Fuck that. Nope. We have not given a response here. Here we go, last try. Nope, I wasn't even able to. Well, 99 for some reason. Get on point. Stay on point. Please kill them. Come on. Time was Arisa's ult would do something. Jesus Christ. Okay, much better. I had to pee. Sorry about that. Oops, what happened there? Whoa. Look at this. It's a bunch of fucking fascists, and they won't make fun of Cash Patel.
Cash FBI director and Monument. All right, here we are with the Patriot Front in front of the Washington Monument. Hey, are any guys speaking up on the record here? What do you guys think of Cash Patel for FBI director? Anybody? What do you guys think of Cash Patel for FBI director? Anyone? Kash Patel, any thoughts? Any of you guys
I want to be this
able
guy.
to speak through those face diapers? Kash Patel for FBI director, any thoughts? My dude behind the banner, what do you think?
Look how scared they are. They're like terrified of being identified. Look how pussy they are.
All right. Anybody? Oh, what do you think of Kash Patel for FBI director?
I think he's terrible.
I don't know. Why?
I'm just wondering. I think it's a good question. You know,
I
he's
don't like.
coming in.
I don't like the FBI. I think it's a largely illegitimate branch of law enforcement. And Kash Patel is probably. I don't know.
Hey, somebody who thinks for himself.
He is Indian, though. I don't think Indians should be in charge of.
Oh my God! It took him 3 seconds to be racist. He's Indian, though. I don't think he should be in charge of American government.
Of any of the departments of government of the United States.
Oh my God! It took him 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
You guys, if you haven't already seen, in the
That guy's like a hipster right-wing douchebag. Oh my God.
video that I made about July 5th, I talked.
He was honest. He was honest. I mean, he was honest about it. I believe in freedom of speech. If they like, I don't like what he said, but I mean, like, he can say what he wants, and we can't stop him. And he said it. He said it, and I hate it. I hate what he said.
Talked about the
That's
Patriot
freedom of
Front.
speech, motherfucker. At least he actually says something. The other fucking clones were like, "Nah, we're all Terminators in Skynet's machine," and not a single one was saying anything. So dumb.
And the white supremacists that came and marched into.
Man, imagine being a Terminator in the right-wing machine. It would be so shitty. You probably never have sex. You probably never truly figure out who you are. You back fascists all the time, and you see the damage it does to your own people and your own family, but you still go out and terminate for them, which is just like, oh God, your life is some kind of dystopian cyberpunk nightmare. Or not cyberpunk, but what's that one? Blade Runner or something like that. Or no, it's like Terminator. It's kind of weird, but you're the robot.
Washington, D.C.
Like, these are your fellow countrymen. What?
And you guys are probably.
Like you guys have a problem with the color of their skin. It doesn't fucking matter, piece of shit. Fucking Proud Boy cocksucker. These are your fellow countrymen. Fucking deal with it.
Probably already seen that photo of that sister on the metro train. That's what we call our subway. Who was surrounded by
light rail.
These white supremacists, masked and, you know, full of swamp butt. Okay.
This poor lady, she's just coming home from work, and Satan's army boards her train. It's not funny. It's just funny. This poor lady, like, Satan's army boarded her train, and it's funny to me on an abject, like, terrible human level, where it's like, oh God, the ringwraiths chose to use my train, and they did. The ringwraiths. I'm talking the Nazis. They full blown chose to use her train because their taxes pay for that train. They can travel on that train if they want to. They're my fellow Americans. They can travel on that train, but that doesn't change the fact that they're the fucking ringwraiths. It's insane. It's like, Jesus Christ. So Gollum boards the train to go home from his shift at the fucking lodge. And then on the train is like 50 ringwraiths. And it's kind of funny on almost a cosmic level. It's just like, oh no, it's almost Cthulhu, and it is like sheer, like, fucking, like, almost like Warhammer racism-esque thing. Several factions board a train. Like 50 of them are armed and are like these fascist, terrible, like, like these terrible, like, swamp men. Like they have swamp walk, basically. Oh no, 50 bog wraiths spawn, and they all have swamp walk, and they're on the light rail now. And, you know, Frodo Baggins boards the train home from her shift or whatever, and 50 bog wraiths with swamp walks show up. And you're like, oh no! Oh no, how long till the censure vampire? How long till the Lord of the Pit, Donald Trump himself, spawns, and the Thrall Pit starts spawning goddamn Proud Boys, and they all start killing us? It's like, that's like literally how I fucking view it. It's funny. I don't care what somebody else thinks about it. That's how I view it. It's like, oh no, a bunch of Nazi bog wraiths with Swamp Walk boarded the light rail, like as Frodo Baggins gets aboard. It's like, the sheer reality of it is like so fucking bad. Fuck the bog wraiths. Fuck the Proud Boys. Fuck those pieces of diluted ass shit on that fucking train. Fuck them in their stupid white asses. And like, I'm sorry for this poor lady. You know, oh god. No, you know who the lady is? I'm trying to think of a good metaphor here. Innocent bystanders. It's hard to do. Yeah, you can't have my monkey. You can't have my Anna either. She's my friend and you can't have her. Oh, you can have him. I couldn't do anything about that, but you can't have the Anna. Yeah, I made a stand. What of it? I made a stand. I'm the motherfucking Mercy. I made the stand. Oh. Oh no. Oh, it's hairy, but we might be able to do it. Oh god. I love this, Anna. I fucking love you, Anna. Nope. You can't have him. Sorry. Fight. Healers are down. Get him now. Yeah! Go Franz Kafka! Wrote a dissertation on the hunger artist once. That's what I'm going to say at the end of this match. I don't care. I'm on the point. They got 45 seconds. Just YOLO, motherfucker. Yeah, I'm on the point. What? I don't want you going any further. I don't want you going any further. I'm not leaving the point. Yeah, go Franz Kafka. Oh, we lost, what's her name? No, I want to res. Oh, I want to res. I'm going to reach him. I think I am. Yes. Yes. You can't have her. You can't have her. Oh, I lost a tank, though. That's not good. Let's keep the other tank alive. Keep the other tank alive. Oh. Not too good. Oh, I'm out, but I tried. I mean, they're out. They're out of time, and they've got a long way to go. Maybe they get it here. They might get it here. We don't know. Oh, they're going to get it here, huh? Because there's 5 of them. Yeah. Fuck, they're going to get this. Oh, I wasn't healing her.
I'm sure you guys have seen that.
Once.
That. Now, here's what really threw.
Look at all the
And,
ring
you know,
rays board the train. And she's like, I'm Frodo, motherfucker. I'm Frodo. I stand here. I have a right to be here, motherfucker. I'll stand here with the ring as all the ring rays board the train. You fucking terrible Sith. Fuck you, assholes.
These white supremacists masked and, you know, full of swamp butt. Okay. I'm sure you guys have seen that.
Swamp Walk. It's called Swamp Walk. Yeah. They have Swamp Walk. They move in lands full of foul death faster. They bring death around faster. Swamp Walk is bad news. If you dabble in black magic at all, Swamp Walk will come directly through and kill you.
Now, here's what really threw me about that. There was almost no condemnation that I saw.
I don't know if you understood what I just said. I said, if you dabble in dark magic at all, Swamp Walk will cut right through you. It means that if you have some kind of swamp magic in your repertoire, the enemy will come and destroy you. And the enemy being the other Sith, the other lords of the pits and the thralls and the black magic of the whole world. They like, if you thought that the light was an enemy, if you're a Sith, imagine what other dark Swamp Walk minions are a threat to you if they don't like you, because they know all your tricks and they can move freely through your swamp lands, and that doesn't slow them down. Yeah, I'm gonna heal all of you. Fuck you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna stay up and try and keep this going. Who got killed? I'll res him. Mine. Okay, I will switch now and give them my main. See what we can do. Fuck. Fuck. Now I've got to leave. Ooh. I'm not dying to that. Oh, a lot of stuff. Oh, a lot of stuff. There's no one left but us. Come back. I don't know how he keeps hurting me like that. God. Great tags. 3.5 minutes on objective, bitch. You know that's how we got it. Yeah. Thank you. I love Mercy Moira. Mercy Moira, bitch. Mercy Moira, Lucio, bitch. Mercy Moira, Lucio, bitch. Mercy Moira, Lucio, bitch. Mercy Moira, Lucio, bitch. You know what it is.
Of their participation in the 250th birthday of this
Mercy
country.
Moira, Lucio, bitch. Mercy
That
Moira, Lucio,
the
bitch.
MAGAs
Mercy Moira,
have
Lucio, bitch.
characterized
Mercy Moira,
this
Lucio,
whole
bitch.
time
Mercy Moira, Lucio, bitch. Mercy Moira, Lucio, bitch. Mercy Moira, Lucio, bitch.
as being a celebration of America. It's a celebration of America. They demonized any liberal or left-winger who expressed any level of hesitance about this full-throated patriotic display, which we knew was going to be a hot mess because we have seen everything else that Trump has done up to but not limited to his birthday.
This some old bullshit.
And that tank crying for his life.
Yoinks. Level 33 healers represent.
We knew, based on how green the reflecting pool still is.
Huh? What?
Level
are
33
you doing
healers
in my
represent.
swamp?
On how they handle any project. But that's aside from the fact that he has never done anything that he didn't make about himself. We know that. We know that. And again, MAGAs always pretend they talking to MAGAs. Trump always pretends he's talking to Trump. There are those of us with the capacity to remember and recall beyond 5 seconds ago. We already know the game.
You guys, I'm like really smart now. You don't even know.
I'm really
But
smart
here's
now.
the mess. Y'all did all of that talking, all of that posting, all of that tweeting to try and paint any hesitance or objection to the Freedom 250 or the Great American Fair as un-American. But when y'all have Patriot Front white supremacists that show up, y'all don't say a word.
He's right, you know.
That's interesting. That's interesting. So I guess what I am to take from that is that would be characterized under American, huh? That would have to be characterized under American, based on your lack of objection to their participation in the whole thing.
It's sad, isn't it?
They even went so far as to, and I use Laura Ingram's post as an example, go and call the whole display fake where Laura Ingraham said, I call fake, looks more like Antifa in costume. Nobody should be allowed to cover their faces. Well, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny about nobody should be allowed to cover their face. Hey, wait till ICE hears about that. Wait, ICE is not gonna like that. They are not gonna like that whole idea about not covering their faces. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You don't ask for experience, just show up.
But not as crazy as this. So let me get this straight, MAGA. So when y'all see overt white supremacists, now the immediate fallback is to call them Antifa